And he can fit in double Book of the Dead. That's 14 damage, plus the hero power, plus the weapon. That's just lethal. What?
I have no words, Derek. Wait, this came out of nowhere.
If he's just like, I'm gonna try and outrace an 8 health a turn, because what else can he do? Oh, wow. Hello everyone and welcome to the Hearthstone Summer Championship. I'm Raven and joining me to kick off the day is Sottle. We've got a ton of action coming up this weekend, and by the end of it we will see which 4 players are going to be booking spots to the World Championship later on. Sottle, welcome. How's it going, and are you ready for what's going to be a bit of a throwback to some of our older casting days of a Summer Championship?
Yeah, for sure. I'm excited. I'm nervous. I'm feeling somewhat nostalgic about the days of Bunny Hopper and Surrender lifting Summer Championship trophies. I'm a little tired still, but we'll get over that as the day goes on, I'm sure. We've got a fantastic lineup of players and a incredibly high-stakes tournament in front of us, so I cannot wait to get started.
Yeah, and let's check out exactly what the Summer Championship is as well, because as we've just mentioned, this is a bit of an old school thing for us at this point, but it is going to be 16 players in 4 groups that are going to be played out across the weekend. They will then go into a top cut, which will become a single elimination format, very similar to how you see sort of the last day of a Masters tour. Top 8 will play through, but most importantly, Sottle, yes, we will be crowning a Summer Champion, of course, but it's top 4 get to Worlds, and that is going to be priority number 1 for all of our players here this weekend.
It is indeed, yeah, and it's certainly a slightly different dynamic in terms of tournament theory, right? Instead of Masters tours that we've had this year where, you know, there's a huge spike in prize pool for the winner and the qualifying spot through for the winner, where each individual win was rewarding you more points. Now there's kind of this cutoff that says, you know, if you do pretty well out of this field of 16 people, that will be goal achieved. And I think overall, that affects how you come into this tournament, particularly with this format that we are playing, Conquest, and really affects how your lineup building is going to work overall.
Yeah, of course, because it's all, at least for me, getting out of groups is the hardest part, right? Because then you're in top 8 and then you need to win 1 match and then you're through to top 4. Job kind of done for the weekend. But getting out of groups is where it gets spicy, and that's what you're talking about, I believe, right, with lineups. And okay, what's the safest lineup that gives me the best chance to just get out of groups? Because then, even if you might end up a little bit weaker somehow in top 8, you just know I've got to win 1 match and then I'm good to go after that. But getting out groups is the hard part, and even winning that first match is huge because it means that you've got that extra little bumper, an extra easier chance to get out of the group in that case.
Indeed, you can see the prize pool that is being played for here, $7,500 for first place overall. But you see the little markers next to first, second, and third through fourth. Those prize pools, those prize awards, you could instantly start adding the minimum prize money for qualifying for Worlds to that as well, which means that players are pocketing essentially a large amount more than that. And
yeah,
really, it's not even about the money when it comes down to it. It is just about qualifying for the World Championship, making it to Worlds. It's what every competitive player sets out to do at the start of the year. They want to make it to Worlds. They want to make it to the big tournaments. They want trophies and titles to their name, and they want to have that eventual year-ending goal of being the Hearthstone World Champion.
100%. And just talk about Worlds, of course, we do have Last Call coming up a little bit later on this year. But for these players, all of these players qualified to this championship by being basically the best performers in the first 3 Masters tours of the year. Excuse me. So we have the first 3 winners, along with the rest of the players being made up of just total amount of match wins. So we are, when we get to look at the groups in just a second, you will get to see players we've seen time and time again on stream so far, because guess what? If you win a load of matches at Masters Tours, you're going to be on stream, especially on those last 2 days.
Yeah, so looking at Group A, which we'll be digging into very shortly, dead draw, of course. When the participants for this event was confirmed, dead draw was the player I really shouted out immediately because it feels like he has been the nearly man for too long at this point. It feels like he's been deserving of a spot at a very high-level tournament, giving him the opportunity to play for big spots, and that is what he now has. If I have a little bit of heartbreak here, is perhaps that himself and Fury Hunter are in the same group, because they are two of my favorite players for sure, and that of course limits their opportunities to both make it out into that top 8.
Yeah, and then we have Sasuke and Levic. Sasuke, a player we've seen many times on stream throughout the Masters Tours. And for me, sort of Levic, most recently, just impressed me with his just solid play that we saw on stream. I'll be honest, a player that I didn't have too much knowledge about, too much experience casting in the past. This year, every time I've seen him play, I'm like, yeah, this guy's good. Like, they're playing very, very well, turn after turn, and making the big plays. And guess what? It got them there for this weekend. And now we check out Group B, sort of, and we do have the 4 players to talk about, but eyes have to be drawn to that second initial match: VK MSBC versus Gabby.
Yeah, and I feel like that single matchup is kind of emblematic of what has been the story of our entire competitive year so far. It's been China and Chinese representatives going up against Europe, and in some cases, Gabby in particular. In many cases, Gabby in particular. That war as to who's going to be the top region has been sort of going back and forth for quite some time now. And I think that's going to be a fantastic initial match in Group B as well. That's not to take anything away from Deads and Joe Chanyo as well, who will put on a fantastic match in the other opener as well. But you are right, eyes are drawn to what might be
can't help
the showpiece matchup of the opening rounds for sure.
And as we look through the other groups in just a second, this is what's huge as well, right, about the Summer Championships. There's no forced region split, right? It's just, well, if you're in the top cut of best players, you're in. That's it. So we'll start to continue seeing, okay, how many EU players, how many players from China, how many Americas, and so on, just to see how that those conversations will continue until the end of time, no doubt. But here we have Group C, again, another very stacked group. Face Off arguably being the underdog in this one, but obviously Possessi, if you don't know who he is by now, then you need to watch some more Hearthstone. Insane and Diz Demon as well in that second match. 2 players we've seen time and time again, frankly, over the years now, Sottle.
I was going to say, if you don't know who Possessi is at this point, I think Derek Brown might physically attack you.
Yeah. Don't ever be in the same room with him.
Scared for your life. Yeah, certainly Possessi flying the flag for the APAC region, flying the flag for the world champions in this group as well. But tons of threats coming at him with the likes of the rest of the players that are in there. That, to me, is low-key like one of the more consistent groups. I think every player in there has opportunities to go deep into this tournament because they've all shown a pretty serious tournament caliber over a long period of time as well when you look at the players in Group C.
As we finally check out Group D, again, some personal bias hitting me hard here as we see the first match being Judgment, play from the UK, who's honestly kind of come out of nowhere recently and been one of the stars, or became one of the stars of the UK so far. And again, we have 2 UK players in this championship. We could maybe get them both making it, which would be huge. But then we have going up against Habu Gabu, a player who's just incredibly good at the game, all formats of the game as well, and definitely has his own unique style. Isn't afraid to do what he wants and not follow the sort of defined meta, and he makes it work. And then in that second initial match, we have Youth versus RNG Lovestorm, another great pair of players that again can really shake things up.
Yeah, Lovestorm really put on a clinic in his Masters Tour victory. He brought an unconventional lineup, a lineup which then kind of became one of the new standards for what lineups were then moving forward for the rest of that meta in Conquest. Remember Blyze, who is one of the very best players in the world, basically just straight up jacking that lineup and taking it into Grandmasters Week 1. So you can see how some of these Chinese players have really become you know, I hate the word, but influencers in the Western Hearthstone circuit, as it used to be much more divided than it was. And I think it's one of the greatest achievements of the Masters Tour, I think, is that it has really introduced those two styles of play to each other and forced them to butt heads a little bit more often. And sometimes, perhaps more often than not in recent times, we've seen that China's way of thinking is quite often superior.
Yeah, I mean, since we're still, you know, in the sort of reminiscing mode with Summer Championships, of course, like that was the biggest hype when we talk about Worlds and stuff like that in previous years of Hearthstone, was like, it's all of the regions going against each other. That's what we want to see, because we didn't see it enough. But you're completely right, with the Masters Tour system, like whoever can just show up and get it done, right? And we've seen that time and time again, especially from the Chinese region. So a lot going on throughout the groups, a lot going on throughout this weekend, but I believe we can take a look at our first match of the day. I think the weekend might look a little bit strange when it comes to schedule, just because of the way things are working, but we will run you through it. I believe we are going through the whole of Group A today. I think we're playing it to its conclusion, and we're going to kick that off with Dead Draw versus Sasuke.
Yes, for sure. Dead Draw, of course, a player I already talked a lot about. Uchiha Sasuke is a great player in his own right. And we do get to talk a little bit about the lineups now. And of course, we came into this tournament, as is quite often the case, as was the style at the time, with a patch very close in proximity to the tournament itself. In this case, an entire mini set coming out very close to the tournament itself. Players overall, I think, have played it very safe with bringing existing meta decks from pre-mini set. There are a few extra cards thrown in there as well, but I think there's a few understandable reasons for that. Firstly, the sort of just make top 4 mentality that we were discussing in the intro. Secondly, a couple of unfortunate bugs that will cause for a couple of cards which, even though are now fixed and were fixed very quickly, that that lack of certainty about whether the cards would be fixed or not by the time we got to the tournament meant that they were banned for this tournament as well, which took away some very strong potential strategies from the players as well. So we are seeing, for the most part, certainly in this opening matchup, some more classic decks from the Sunken City expansion.
Yeah, we do see where the bans are actually differing though, right? Because on Sasuke's side, he's bringing Alignment Druid, which is not common at all. I think maybe the only player, maybe there's 2 players total that are bringing it. I'm not 100% sure off the top of my head. But yeah, he is bringing that now. And then looking at Dead Draw's list, it is just going to be, we call it Rogue, but Tempo Rogue, Thief Rogue, I've seen it called, although to me that seems like a test deck. But yeah, overall, an extremely powerful deck with the basics, the sort of rebuffing of Null, getting the job done here in this list. And this is just simply Rogue doing what Rogue does, which is being extremely efficient, right, with every single thing they do, as well, of course, as having those Nulls have a huge impact, especially in the early game.
Yeah, incredibly strong tempo deck, able to have massive blowout starts. While poor Null has been the terror of probably 2 individual metagames now, having been incredibly powerful, then nerfed, then rebuffed again back to this point. And I think, you know, Rogue could very well potentially be the deck to beat. There was a little bit of flirtation going around with Mine Rogue, for example, but I do think that is a much more polarized deck overall. And again, much more high risk coming into a tournament this short. No one really knows how exactly it's going to perform over the long term. So going with the Thief Rogue overall just seems like a more solid option coming into this tournament.
We are going to look at a deck you will see many times this weekend, unless for some reason it gets some bans. It's going to be this Charge Warrior. Again, not the sort of full Control Warrior list you've seen probably a lot of the times on ladder, but Charge Warrior has recently become more popular. Sort of, again, it's like another wave of Charge Warrior hitting us more recently. Still has a lot of control elements, of course, and I think most importantly about Warrior, for me at least, Sotil, is it just has multiple win conditions in this form and its control variant as well, because there's still from the depths, there's still Nelly in there, there's still Rakara just dealing a ton of damage. Oh, and by the way, you have a massive damage combo, which you can do in multiple different ways as well. So no real surprise for me that, again, when we talk of players just needing to make top 4, that Charge Warrior does go in there, because it's a deck that is flexible in this current meta.
It is, yes, and I think you know, Warrior in general is wildly underrated just in terms of how effectively it can be a tempo deck or a mid-range deck. Like, I don't even really call Control Warrior anymore. I think that's kind of a misnomer. It's not really the way the deck plays out in the majority of games. Like, in most games, it's just cheat a bunch of mana and play big stuff early Warrior, right? Which I think is an incredible tool for the deck to have with the combination of From the Depths, the dredge mechanics, Finley as well, helpfully popping up in this opening hand from Uchiha Sasuke, and Dead Draw just holding on to the Null on the other side. Of course, don't be fooled. That is not a priest facing you down.
Correct. Yeah, and I think this is what I think we were talking about last time we were casting, was like, it does feel more like value Warrior, right? Because you just get so much stuff, you can cheat the mana out. It's absolutely huge, but getting into it already. Sasuke does have Finley in hand, but Dead Draw's going to start piling on the pressure relatively soon, as early as a turn 2 Null, which is generally what you're looking at, especially because, as you said, this isn't traditionally styled Control Warrior, so the chance of Sasuke even having a way to remotely deal with this Null on this turn is pretty much nil.
Yeah, both players kind of having their mana cheat openings. Dead Draw with the Null, of course only one on this occasion. But yeah, you see exactly Uchiha Sasuke mousing over the cards there. He has the From the Depths Finley combo, which gives him the ability to potentially scam out some big early game plays. However, if you look at some of his early draws, Mutinous and Nelly both being found here, those are really some of the cards that you'd love to dig up from the depths and actually get discounted off the Finley effect.
Yes, I was even looking at whether it's like if there's any way to do this any different way, but the problem is, like, those are the cards they want, but Sasuke needs something soon to happen, right? Like, I don't think he can really afford to wait. He needs to get something reduced so he doesn't just die, because Dead Draw is piling on the pressure now. Like, he's gonna get Death Rattle, yeah, seems good. Still got that Okani as well to help secure the board.
Kind of interesting seeing double prep on the bottom of the deck as well, which, you know, obviously very early in the game, preps can be amazing tempo tools. But with double prep now down there, it does mean that, you know, Dead Draw is more likely to just draw straight up gas as opposed to just whiffing with a prep draw at any point. However, it also influences decisions on potentially things like Edwin turns, right? Because he knows for sure that he's not going to rip a prep off the top unless his deck significantly changes order.
You know, Dead Draw does have some choices. Could start with cycling the weapon there, but honestly, I think Okani here just to help secure this Null even more. I imagine this would be for a spell. Just help keep this safe, because already he's pressuring Sasuke very quickly indeed. And it's safe to assume that Sasuke would assume that it's spell at this point, right? There are no minions on 4 that really make a huge impact. I think, like, yes, there's School Teacher, but the Nagaling couldn't be played anyway. So I think Dead Draw would be kind of okay with a School Teacher. So we are going to see, Okani into the spell, stopping the Frozen Buckler and dramatically reducing what Sasuke can do this turn down.
Such a disgusting amount of damage. Dead Draw just played Yeti on 2. We said we were feeling nostalgic about the throwback days of Summer Championship. Even Summer Championship nostalgia does not take you back that far to the lofty days of Yeti on 2 beating up Warriors. But
that kind of Yeti early nostalgia is actually me being nostalgic about the time where I never thought I'd ever do anything relevant in Hearthstone ever again. So, somehow we managed it. It was that long ago. The options here as well. Mountain Bear, never a bad choice just against Warrior in general, right? Like the sheer how sticky that minion is on board, how difficult it is to cleanly deal with, and the fact that you're against Charge Warrior. Like, it's one of the best cards to stop any pressure coming out from that combo if you were ever going to fall behind in this game.
yeah, Absolutely insane pickup for sure. I think Dead Draw wouldn't have minded just an option to slam on the board right now and keep pushing. But if you're going to take a big greedy value card that you're not going to play on that turn, I think Mountain Bear is one of the absolute best. And now Mr. Smite picked up as well. On top of everything else, this is just such a huge amount of damage going through.
Yeah, that is one of the new cards from the set, right? The Submerged Space Rock. Death Rattle, add 2 Arcane Mage spells to your hand, and then they get discarded at the end of the turn.
Deep breath being taken from Dead Draw there as well, just making sure to keep himself composed. Has got off to a good start, but he knows there's still plenty of gas left in this game just yet, as Uchiha Sasuke is able to clear up this board. Gets the draw off the Outrider's Axe as well. But this is the Charge Warrior deal, right? Couple of combo pieces now in the hand with the Gangal and the Faceless Manipulator, which means those are, you know, 2 fewer potential interactive cards with the board, although Captain is one of the better ones to have in a matchup like this, I would say.
Yeah, I'm just staring at this and wondering whether... Okay, so that's going to divert now with the Faceless. Fair enough. I was wondering, obviously, before he saw Dead Draw's turn, whether he was thinking about just Galvanga just on board, right? Just start trying to fight for that board in that way. Because there's still Nelly, there's Mutinous, there's other ways to generate actually, like, ending the game. But he did go for the Faceless on the Bear and try and even up this board state just a little bit. There's still so much damage, like Teeth of Nefarian, I guess, and the Wicked Stab, like, as well as Smite, like, even through these taunts, there's still so much of, but what's that Runed Orb as well? Gift of Ashara?
Very, very useful in terms of temporary cards. They can both turn themselves into permanent cards in one way or another. Just about whether Dead Draw wants to continue to play the value game here or wants to go for something a little bit higher tempo.
I think no, when he has to hack through the Bear, like, value's probably just correct, right? Especially he gets like he gets a Discover off here, so he's basically generated 2 spells that are permanent from there. Another Tooth. Gonna have a full set soon. Krabatoa are going to be pretty decent as well at hacking through the rest of the taunts from the Bear.
Yeah, it just leaves it up as a 5-2 as well, limiting the total number of options on the other side. As you said, as long as he can get that 2 damage through, which he can do in a variety of ways, that Krabatoa will be able to clear up the remainder almost no matter what.
Here we go.
And this was the almost, in almost no matter what, but it hits the Mr. Smite, which is such a huge win for Uchiha Sasuke in this spot.
There's still a ton of burn, though, for Dead Draw.
There is.
He will be racing a huge Mutinous, but he still has Krabatoa to drop down, maybe with the Maestro as well. And then there's still Tooth, Wicked Stab. Like... to work out sequence in here and what he actually wants to do, because again, could go for Gone Fish in here, maybe stare at Shadow Step, see if that achieves anything or not. But I think just dropping down the 3-2 might just be a reasonable plan here.
Looks like he's going to clear up.
Oh, he's going to Tooth, okay.
Yeah, which I do like this. Like, the breakpoint's so clean, right? And it wins you back board, which allows, or rather doesn't allow Uchiha Sasuke the freedom to just go ahead and start tempoing out from the depths, Finley, other dredge stuff, right? Just start making other big power plays. Yes, you have a lot of burn, but if you kind of concede the board state to your opponent, they have so many less angles of attack to worry about that I do like Dead Draw's attempt just to win the board back here. Especially because Krabatoa in itself, yes, it's a lot of damage in total over multiple turns, but in terms of just immediate impact, it is a board control card immediately, right, as opposed to a straight-up damage card.
And also as well, Dead Draw has a lot of burn, but not that much burn, right? It's not like he can then just, get, as you said, give up board and just go face and win, right? There's always the armor gain from Sasuke here. And getting to the point where even just dropping Nelly is going to be another hurdle that Deaddraw has to try and jump over here. Looks like he's going to go for Finley instead. Did just go from the depths too, so he's going to get a nice, relatively cheap hand. Roman's shield block looking pretty good with the school teacher as well.
Huh. Does take the whirlwind. Interesting.
I was looking at conditioning there, honestly.
Yeah, I was weighing up the merits of all three. I think they're all vaguely pickable in that position. Obviously, Whirlwind is the immediate tempo option. Conditioning with a handful of minions, certainly not bad. But still, minions a little bit slow and clunky. Weirdly, to say, you know, about a 3-mana minion that's going to get buffed by a little bit from the conditioning. Still only coming down as a 6/6, which might end up being still slightly too expensive for what you're doing when you're trying to defend your health.
3-mana 6/6s.
Yeah.
So trash.
It's about game context, right? When your opponent's just throwing a bunch of stuff on the board, when you're the one trying to defend, when you're scared of just burst damage ending the game, 3-mana vanilla 6/6 does not do a whole lot.
Here's my question for you, Sol. The question of the day. Because Smite's gone, is Shadow Step Krakatoa ever a thing Deaddraw considers?
Wow, is that the question of the day already? You're calling it now?
Question of the game.
You won't have a more left field question than that all day. That's what you're telling me. Okay. Yeah, I don't hate it, honestly. I think with Edwin not found yet, with the Mr. Smite gone, I think there are very limited assets to use those Shadow Steps on, so I think it does make a whole lot of sense here, especially with a 4-health minion on the other side of the board.
We also have some True Spice now in Deaddraw's hand with Clash of the Colossals. Add a random Colossal minion to both players' hands, but Deaddraw's will cost 2 less. What I'm talking about.
There is a 5/4 alive on the other side of the board, though. That's an issue. This Whirlwind is going to represent a lot of value here, clearing these up.
Got the Shield Slam as well. Again, maybe I'm thinking too aggressive, Sol, but I'm looking at just... What happens if you just faceless one of the Naga here? Go super wide and set up Weapon and Battleground Battlemaster?
Ooh. Wow, he is going to faceless, okay.
Oh, he's faceless.
Good stuff.
Yeah,
just use trade through. I mean, this is, if you're going to make a faceless play, this is a lot better, right?
It makes... I'm just being a noob and staring at Sasuke's side of the board.
Yes.
Imagine not staring at the crab.
I was eyeing the Outrider's Axe Shield Slam play myself, ramping up that damage with the Outrider's Axe. It's so cheap, though, that you don't really have to allocate it to playing this turn. This certainly represents a lot more damage over the course of a couple of turns. And this is exactly what I mean, right? When, obviously, we weren't referring to this specifically as Control Warrior, because it does have the charge package in it, so it is looking to end games, even in a more traditional sense. But this is just what Warriors do these days. It's not just control the board, control the board, control the board, drop bigger things than you have. It's a lot of the time it's just drop things for more efficient mana cost than you can possibly compete with and just overwhelm you super quickly. And the pattern in this game for Uchi has just been, okay, Scabs picked up for Deaddraw, might just bring him back into this one with some of the resources and combo pieces used for Sasuke. But the pattern for Sasuke was control for the first 5 turns, and then really he's just been largely ignoring control tools and just fighting for tempo as aggressively as possible and succeeding in doing so.
Yeah, and I do think the Mutinous killing Smite was such a big turning point because it gave Sasuke a way to play the game that was very clear, right? Didn't have to worry about Smite coming out of nowhere and pushing damage and it all being burned. So now he's got a bit of a different plan. Now this to the front with a Krakatoa in the Warrior's hand and a Claw.
What a turn to draw her to the front. The turn where all of your minions get sapped back into your hand.
I would have already just played stuff at this point. I would have just gone like, this looks sweet. To the front. Oh my god, another one. Huge.
2 Faceless already used. And of course, we know the rough position of the Galvangar as well, because it was shuffled in with the Finland.
Oh, wonder if he's going to go for the shield chatter. I wouldn't hate it, even though it removes his board as well. Because that's a lot of damage coming out of those stealth minions, right?
It is, yeah. There's that Edwin being found now. Once again, we know that there's double prep bottom 2, or 2 of bottom 3, rather. But with 10 mana available, Edwin's still looking like a fairly attractive prospect. There is a weird question to be asked, though, about whether there's any bizarre world in which Dead Draw can stabilize with the extra Colossal with the Discover effects that he has, and then just, you know, find one more Mountain Bear to put in the way of the bit of damage that can come through from Sasuke. I think that is ever so slightly ambitious, but worth at least considering whether a fatigue game plan can come into effect here. Do not think it's the case.
And Dead Draw got another Crabber Toe, which is kind of hilarious. Only 4 mana though, of course. And Zelang for Sasuke. Recently got buffed and now he's super strong.
Indeed, yes.
Actually, against this board.
Weapon going through. Trade another, refresh the weapon. And I think Dead Draw's just going to push all in here. Might be time just to drop that Knoll on the board. Yep, he agrees.
With the cards he has left, he almost has to, right? But I feel like this is going to be locked out pretty quickly here with Shield Shatter. And then he can drop the Colossal, right? He's safe enough to not worry about armor for this one turn. Next turn he has Rokara. It's like, look at the tempo gain. You clear the board and then play a million minions that deal damage to face.
Yeah.
It looks so strong. Can of course press the armor up button because that keeps up with the shield shatter anyway, but doesn't have to worry about Rokara this turn, I think. Wait, there's no world where he saves shield chatter here, right?
I don't think so. I think the board state's just too perfect for it.
Yeah, okay. He just hovered the Colossal first. I was like, hang on a minute. Oh, okay.
Awkward looking hand now.
Yeah, I'm really surprised at this, honestly. I'm not sure what Rogue does to deal with an empty board of Zelang. And instead there's just a Claw and some more cards in Sasuke's hand.
Yeah. I think Sasuke's argument here would be, well, this Claw puts some extra damage on the board, gives me another weapon for the next turn, and then I have, you know, charge minion plus cheap Battle Master. Has both the Galvangar and the Mr. Smite left remaining in the deck, right? Sure. So I think from his perspective, he's just going digging for the straight-up lethal finish, but it does certainly allow Dead Draw this opportunity to try, at the very least, to make something happen here.
Get the Shadow Step off. It might look a little bit strange, but just to proc the Van Cleef, of course. There's the preps we talked about.
Yeah, when I was talking about the interaction with the prep ordering and the Edwin Van Cleef, I was saying it was a negative, right? The positioning in the deck, it was not likely to pay out particularly big, but Dead Draw in this position has got through so much of his deck that he was kind of guaranteed those prep draws with the way this Edwin worked out.
Oh, that was spicy. I was trying to work out what Dead Draw does here because Van Cleef is getting close to just killing him with the Rakara.
I mean, I think that's exactly why he stopped, right?
Yeah.
Like, there is very little logical reason to stop in this spot apart from exactly what Dead Draw is playing around in this position. Which is that Rakara. It's just a very smart play.
Now just staring at this. Doesn't look like there's a good way to stop this Van Cleef, right?
No.
Yeah, because I was thinking of, okay, the Shield Slam, there's Rakara, Hero Power, Shield Slam.
Yeah.
Then he'd still have to face tank it. Which isn't great. Maybe that's just what he had. Yeah, I guess he has to, right? Does gain the 10 armor from the Rakara, of course, but all that's gonna swiftly go away. Now Dead Draw knows. Got 4 health in a dream. He needs to deal 13. Don't think he has it, does he? Got 11. Last card in the deck's the Sunken Vessel. Which correct me if I'm wrong, Subtle, does not deal damage to face.
It does not. Which means Dead Draw absolutely knows for a fact that he is going to die in this position to the second swing of the weapon, even if he had more health to play with. He hasn't seen Smite yet. He hasn't seen Galvangar yet. So in what was a marathon game one, I think Dead Draw really went through the ringer of the different ways to try and attack Warrior there. There was some sloppy moments in the middle, I would say. But overall, I think he played it very, very well. But I think Uchiha Sasuke as well. You know, perhaps we could have argued, debatably, he could have pushed for board a little bit more later on as opposed to going for the card draw for the charge combo. But I think his turn 1 through turn 9, turn 10, wherever we got to, was super, super clean overall, just in terms of his sequencing, when he was role-playing as a control deck, when he was role-playing as a mana cheat deck, when he was role-playing as a tempo deck. Like, he had those turns down really cleanly and was responding to things in the perfect way overall, I would say.
Yeah, made some really strong choices, especially, as you said, in that early game. I think with a very clunky opening hand, he got a lot of work out of it. Helped a little bit by Finley later on, of course. Getting the Faceless on the Bear was huge to try and stem some of that damage. The Mutinous hitting Dead Draw Smite, as we can clearly see, made a big impact on the game, because Dead Draw wasn't that much damage away from just ending it anyway. But yeah, I think very solid play. We can discuss whether this middling part of the game was correct or not, but I think it's clear that Sasuke he wasn't trying to do the same thing we were talking about in a different way. He was trying to do a different thing, right? And it did pay off in the end. So again, calling anything wrong, bit strong. But yeah, just definitely a different mindset for how to finish out that game. But it looks like he's going to jump to his Rogue now as well. So we are going to see at least close to the same matchup, or at least deck on Sasuke's side of the board.
Indeed, and not a whole lot of differences that I can see. Of course, Double Tooth of Nefarian coming in there, the Philip Fighter as well that we have seen. Pretty much the deck that has been running around ever since the Wild Paw Null was reverted. No new cards from the mini set thrown in there, and it is going to be a straight-up mirror match between the two rogues. Dead Draw sticking it out with the Null Rogue.
Yeah, and this is very tense and aggressive matchup, right? One, initial question instantly, let's talk about the nulls early on. If one player has them, one player doesn't, very hard to fight back. But outside of that, it's basically just a brutal fight for the board and to create any kind of window to push extra damage. It feels almost like a bit like a Face Hunter mirror, honestly.
And I think the only difference between the two decks is a Vanessa versus a Blade Master Okani for Uchiha and Dead Draw, respectively. We already saw Dead Draw with the Blade Master in the previous game. So otherwise, 29 cards identical. And of course, there is that null. And just fittingly, in the mirror match, they even mirrored their random classes on the other side as well. Just both getting to Demon Hunter hero power each other down.
Yeah, it's like they're both spies at a party. They both know each other are spies, but they've got to pretend they're not. It's like they just stare at each other across the room like, I know. Yeah, though, null, nice and early for Sasuke. And again, is there much reason to hold these things? Obviously, the value of keeping the coin is something always to be talked about, but in general, null has rush. Is there a reason in the mirror to save it to use its rush, or do you just slam it down as quick as possible to gain tempo?
Yeah, I think in this position, I don't necessarily want to be throwing out the coin in this spot. So yeah, I think double Philip does make a lot of sense. The answer to the other question is sort of both, right? It is contextual. Sometimes just having a Yeti on board that can attack your opponent's face is brilliant if you want to just assess yourself as the aggressor in the matchup. But then just having that rush ability that you can attack with on your own terms, for example, for this kind of position where you'd quite like to use the rush to trade into the 3/1s, can be useful as well. But for me, just the big decider there was coin, very valuable. Edwin in hand already as well, right, which makes the coin even better. So I think overall, Uchiha Sasuke just developing out more power on board, holding onto the coin. I think this just makes sense.
Yeah, and also just a decent turn 2 play, right? If Sasuke had nothing to do turn 2 apart from hero power, we could probably talk about it a little more. But
yeah, sure.
Let's have the option of playing null down straight into what I believe you just called Philip
Yes.
being played there. Yeah. Well, I thought that was going to be added to the fighter part, and it's like, well, if you called Philip, do not go near this guy. Because, I mean, he fights Philips.
It's just his job. It's a very normal job, you know?
Old family business. A little bit tricky again, because although the null does go down and trade, it's putting a lot. It's taking a lot of damage and trading into a 1 health. Like,
yes,
I could even hear arguments for like just daggering this down, but maybe that's just not efficient enough. At least this plays around a tooth proc.
Yeah, no discover effect. Dead Draw just going to have to use it as efficient removal in this spot. Drop the Maestra. It's very scrappy in these opening turns. No one really getting the massive explosive starts overall. Uchiha Sasuke probably picking up the first power play here, and because of that prep, getting to do it just that turn earlier than Dead Draw, who is about to do exactly the same with the Gone Fishing loading up as well.
Yeah, and the prep was huge there, because you could say, oh, well, he had coin, he could have just done it anyway, but he wouldn't have been able to clear up the Maestra, right, with by equipping the weapon. So the prep really helped out there, and Dead Draw now does have a way to go that one step wider if he wants it. Can, of course, just hold on to the null and use it, because as we said, it's a very scrappy mirror. You're both very aggressively fighting for board. So instead of playing null and then maybe saying, well, maybe it gets just killed without making a trade, then it's probably worth holding on to. Wouldn't mind the Gone Fishing anyway this turn, just to see what's next.
I think that's an interesting debate as well, though, as to whether you necessarily always are going to dredge for the Sunken Vessel to get the extra minions right now, whether you might ever want to dredge for something else, whether you want to be playing Krakatoa on the following turn. It's essentially an argument of just whether you're ever going to find time to combo that thing anymore, but when it costs 0, you can kind of time your extra 3/3s on any particular turn you want to after the Vessel is played. But the very simple argument is more stuff now equals better, which is what Dead Draw has gone for.
Yeah, also before scabs. Right, that's a big one as well. Yep. If you do it straight into a scabs, then it's the most wasted, pointless thing ever. So now it's like bank the damage, get the board control now. So then if scabs does come down as a desperation play from your opponent, it's not as punishing because you've already sort of killed it enough of that stuff anyway.
Have you ever seen a more unfortunate board state than a handful of things that all deal 3 damage? And a board full of 3 health minions, none of which you can target.
And 2, well, he could attack and extortion his minion.
I
wouldn't hate it, honestly. It draws another card.
Potentially getting this Edwin out of Krakatoa Claw range as well could be important.
And he has teeth to like deal with the board when it becomes unstealthed if there's any left, right?
And he does indeed have teeth.
I mean, I can't really confirm nor deny that because I don't know if we're talking about real teeth or not. But no clue. We're going to see Step. Oof. I mean, again, this is doing the job for Van Cleef, but they're not very efficient plays, are they, right now?
No, not at all.
Coin just to replay it. A bit of a messy turn here. The Van Cleef, very killable right now for Dead Draw.
Yeah, so he ended up going with the extortion on his own Van Cleef, which obviously has lowered it down to a 5 health minion here, but 5 and 8 against Krakatoa are very similar in the spot, so I think this worked out fairly well in the end for Sasuke. Relatively speaking, of course, in literal terms, this is a disaster. He's losing by miles. But in terms of just that straight-up interaction that I think he was worried about, it's hard to imagine it having a better impact going the other way, where he shoots his own individual 3/3, right?
Right. Clutch.
Hellfire's a card. You may have noticed. That's a card.
Lord. Okay, well, there's still Wicked Stab. There's still 2 damage from the weapon. And there's 2 Nefarian. Dead Draw is going to even the series up with him getting a win on his Rogue now. So big deal there. But again, I guess I'll just ask you, Subtle. I feel like we are going to see Rogues get wins often. I don't feel like Rogue's going to be, like the 4th deck in anyone's lineup that's chosen to bring it to this tournament.
Yeah, I would likely agree with that assessment for sure. I do think overall Rogue is just too solid, too well-rounded, too consistent across a large spread of matchups to really struggle in this kind of format. I do think the 4th decks that we're seeing in this series, for example, it's Dead Draw on Mage, it's Sasuke on Alignment Druid, right? I think those are the kind of 4th decks that we're really looking at as to the variations in the lineup overall, and the ones that might perhaps have to pick up a win. Although, interestingly, of course, victims of bans in this series as well. So it can go both ways, I suppose. You're just changing one deck in your lineup can polarize and really impact matchup spreads very significantly in each individual series.
Yeah, and seeing the bans, obviously this is the first match we've had, the tournament first match on stream. Seeing the bans, I'm very interested to see if this kind of theme continues throughout the rest of the weekend, as to whether the players are just going to say, well, any of the 4 sort of weird addition decks, we're just going to get rid of most of the time. I'm just okay to play more or less mirrors, and to think I'll just win more mirror or potential mirror matchup lineups. So we'll have to see how this one plays out, but Dead Draw is going to jump over to his Naga Mage, a deck that, again, I still think people discuss. I will see later on. I believe some of the other players are bringing the ping variant of this list. And then I think a lot of EU, at least, is very heavily favoring this version and has been for a while now.
Yeah, certainly. I think that has been a fairly clear divide overall. I think, again, we saw a very similar thing where Naga Ping Mage was incredibly successful in the most recent Masters Tour, so it picked up a little bit more steam after that. Then the Naga Ignite Mage fall back a little bit. There is kind of a divide and a debate in the community about which of these two decks get there, but certainly we have seen more China representatives going with the Ping version of the deck, and no surprise whatsoever to see Dead Draw sticking with the Ignite version instead. But now we are going to have one of our first entry of one of the most divisive decks in recent memory, I would say, with Boar Priest coming out to play for the first time in the Summer Championship.
Yeah, very interesting list that became popular. A bit of a meme not long ago when Elwyn Boar was obviously released initially, didn't have too much support. But now with the way this list is built, it's a very clean list, I would say. You know, love it or hate it, and I think those are the two options for this deck list right now, yes, depending on, you know, what's going on in your career. But for me, I do think this list, just as a list of cards, is very clean. There's nothing I really look at and think, oh, is this worthwhile? Oh, is this needed? No, I think it's very, very clean and dynamic, and it gets the job done on a very consistent basis, right? Like, you often, as long as you can gain the time, which for me is where the skill part of the deck comes in, you can very often get the combo off and then, you know, win from there is the plan. But the trick for me is how you approach getting the time to get there. When do you use your mana, and how do you use it in those first 6 turns of the game, maybe 7? It is really, really key for me.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a list that came together very quickly when the additions that made it powerful came along. I like your description of it being a clean deck list, because certainly I think the experience of building it as a deck is you put in all the cards that you're like, okay, this is mandatory, I definitely want those, absolutely playing 2 of those. Here's all the one-of legendaries I need to play in the deck. Oh, that's 30. Oh, yeah, I'm done. Yeah. Cool. Like, that's the deck. Fantastic. And then you just queue up and lose for probably at least a day and a half as you try and actually get to grip with what the deck is doing. But in the right hands, certainly an incredibly powerful deck. Dead Draw has been one of the aficionados of the deck, which might help him just pick it apart here on the other side. Blaze as well, I think, has been flying the flag for Boar Priest. Got 5 12-win heroic brawls in a row on stream with Boar Priest. Did you know this, Raymond?
I did not, actually.
Is it like, in a world of absurd things that Blaze has done, how high do you think that one ranks?
Oh, it's up there. It's at minimum top 10, maybe top 5. At minimum.
Imagine being Blaze.
I'm still not sure anything will ever beat, oh yeah, you can't get lethal here. Like, I don't think anything will ever beat that. It was just too good. It was too good. But here, as we get onto the early turns, Sasuke just chucking out Boar. And this is kind of interesting now because there is a new polymorph card in the game. Right? So just playing a Boar, you know, maybe, and there's a Spire Ruined Orb in the hand there, subtle as well. So polymorph, oh no, is it squid? Polymorph squid?
Something like that, yeah.
I think it's squid. I'm really sorry if it's not. But still, like, that's a thing that can happen, and that just breaks the game for Sasuke to an extent. I'd love to see Ruined Orb face. just go all in. Yes.
Polymorph Jellyfish is the card.
Oh, Jellyfish. Okay. Well, you know what? Close
I just went silent and concentrated really hard, inspired by my idol, TJ Sanders.
Well, there is a polymorph there, though.
That's true, yeah. You just leave that Boar alive.
You just pass till turn 6 and coin. It's never gonna die. Oh, speaking of clean deck lists, actually, what do you think of Holy Smite? Because I think it might have been last Masters Tour we were on broadcast. We were discussing some of the cards that people do add in, and Holy Smite was one of those, you know, I'll say tech cards as a very loose description, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, my stance then, which hasn't really changed, is that Holy Smite's kind of good against the bad decks, which, you know, back then was mech paladins and mech mages and things like that. Pirate Warrior was the big one overall, I think, as well. Otherwise, a Cannoneer is just going to blast you out of the game. So it's an interesting card, not a hugely fashionable card, I would say, but certainly an option that you can go for in a Conquest lineup, depending on how you want to tilt your matchups. There's a Rune Orb into another Jellyfish.
Make me laugh.
Problem is this time there's a minion on the board.
But does he trade? He might go. He might push the one sol.
Now actually immortalized in Hearthstone canon.
Yep.
Pushing the one.
I'd love to see that.
No one-cost Naga available just yet for dead draw, which means he's going to be a little bit slow to develop one of his Spite Lash turns, which I think in return makes this make sense, and he's going to flurry the ball. He's digging. He believes.
Yeah, he did use coin though, right? So that means that the mass polymorph is ever increasingly not going to happen this game on this board, at least. But still, I like the approach because he does kind of just win, right? If he can get this done.
Yeah, even orb coin jellyfish is cut off now as well with the coin usage. So
just draw another freeze and ruined orb.
Yeah, I mean, there would probably be some, like, super niche Savara worlds that you could go for, right? If you just, at this point, had played 3 spells and one of them was a flurry, and then this turn was just, like, Savara into flurry again.
Oh, and there we go. That's
and that, ladies and gentlemen,
not like this.
Is why you play Holy Smite in your deck.
Yep.
To play around Polymorph Jellyfish.
But now, Dedro's managed to sort of walk the line, right? He's not gone stupidly all in and passed 4 turns or something to like try and get this mass polymorph from. He is building up the board. He is going to be able to pressure. The main fear as any type of minion-based aggro deck against Priest is if Xyrella comes down, can you win? Is the big question, right? And again, Dedraw's got tons of cards. He's got the card draw available. He has the Siren in hand, so it's not all lost. But I think Xyrella will always be in Dedraw's mind until he sees it played. Not that Xyrella, the other one. Like he picked the silence there, right? I did wonder whether that was ever going to be the heal. Just to say, well, if I do draw Xyrella, say with Handmaiden or something, right? Like, or the switcheroo, then there's always a 5 AoE damage available, as long as Deadraw's dealt the damage, of course.
Meanwhile, Deadraw is off to the races. He has now found the Slither Spear, which means he does have very powerful turns here. He has a little bit of extra board space as well if he wants it, with the ability to trade through 1 minion. Imagine, no, okay, Rune Orb is being pointed at the minion here. I was wondering whether the Rune Orb ever gets pointed face, just to make it easier for you to create board space if you need it. Does go minion.
Not great choices, unfortunately. I think any kind of face damage would have been insane there, because Deadraw is, at least from the way I see it, pretty much trying to set up some kind of 2-turn if this board doesn't get cleared, right? He'll push tons of damage next turn, and well, push a bit of damage this turn, and then especially with that Fireball sat in hand, who knows?
And so the chain ends with Snap Freeze into Arcane Intellect, choking up all of the mana. There is the shard drawn.
There's Xyrella. But again, no way to heal, right? Because he does have the Priestess to buff the mana back up if he needed to play Xyrella. But no heal available, so he's going to have to make do with the Shard of the Naru here. By playing Maiden, it means that Dead Draw can make board space if needed. Obviously not to cycle the Siren, it's silenced, so it won't do it. But still, just to make board space to get School Teacher down.
Yeah, School Teacher is a pretty important addition here, I would say. Looks like Dead Draw is going to go fishing with Multicaster as a priority, perhaps looking to add some ignites to the pool. Not find any.
Oh, he's got a freeze for the pig, though. Pig number 2.
Yeah, slightly less important.
Does have the option of trading another 1-3 away, or he could value trade. Dead with the treasure card, but...
Yeah, he chose to trade the 1-3s to give himself options, depending on the multicaster draw here, as to whether he wanted to trade the other 1-3 through to make extra board space, drop another minion. The way the draws panned out, that wasn't really super relevant, so he is just going to clear up and retain the board state. Does find the ignite now. Puts him in a good position in terms of damage. Sasuke needs some heal and does not find it.
He does have 2 draws with Amulet to find heal. There's Thrive. He could Thrive for the... Yeah, he could just Thrive for any heal, more or less, right? Because he does have Priestess to help out.
Yep. The Thrive would be the first spell being cast this turn, though, because otherwise he's just played a tradable.
Right.
If he goes Thrive into... I would have spent 3, and then with Priestess back up to 5. Yeah, he'll be fine no matter what he gets, right? Yep.
They're all 1 or 0, right? So...
So the board will be cleared here. But does demand a pretty telling use of resources, and Dead Draw will be able to immediately go in again in response with the hand that he has.
And also in a bit of a scary way as well, because say even just 2 school teachers, a school teacher, that's still a bit scary for what the Nargaling could be, right? If there's any extra raw damage, you know, an Ignite, Wound Orb, something like that from the Nargaling would be huge. But Sasuke does get the Zyrella off, but only for... Okay. Oh no, he wanted to do Devour. I'm really surprised he didn't just heal for 5. That's just going to be game.
That is indeed just going to be game.
Wow.
Dead Draw. I think both players now have left minions up on the other side of the board that they did not need to. One of whom has been punished for it extra hard in that position. That is just a sloppy turn from Sasuke, has to be said. I believe the option was there, as you were saying, to just go Flash Heal instead of the gift and just have the 5 HP straight up. Went with the gift instead, was then found the Shadow Word Devour off the draw, which obviously could have ended up finishing the turn quite nicely. Arguably makes sense getting that bigger minion on board, especially with the nerfed health on the Zyrella. What you absolutely can't do, though, is rope out and leave your opponent with minions on board. Like, that's a level of play that is not going to make you the summer champion. That's essentially what we can say in this position. It's a level of play that's not going to get you to Worlds. That's not to say that Sasuke can't do it from here, but he's going to have to cut mistakes like that out of his game.
The thing for me as well is the choice to go for the other heal. He didn't know he was going to get Devour, right? Or did he?
No, he didn't. No,
yeah, so without that, the board would have looked like that anyway, right? And then, yeah, I don't know. For me, maybe I'm a basics kind of person where it's like, well, just clear the board and heal for more, guaranteed, and then keep playing the game, because he'd already shuffled the amulets. He had the boar, had Pyro in hand as well. There wasn't too much more to do for him to get into that sort of potential game-winning position. So really surprised there, but Sasuke made a mistake and paid for it. And now Dead Draw is just 1 game away from putting himself in the winner's side of the group there, which is again exactly how you want to start your day here. Win your first match, and then you've still got that little bit of a cushion, and the likelihood of you going through to top 8 is increased so much.
There's one thing you definitely are, Raven. It's a basic kind of guy.
Careful.
Captain Tomato ketchup sandwich over it.
That's what I've got for breakfast after this is over.
I wouldn't genuinely don't know if you're joking or not.
Genuinely not joking at all. It's 100% true.
Oh no. Well, that's this cast derailed. That's all we're talking about.
Don't knock it till you tried it. Just saying. Here though, there is the tempo ball again from Sasuke, but I believe no way that Warrior can get hold of any transform effect I can think of. We need a good old Tink Master Over Spark back in the game.
Oh yeah,
those are the days.
Business. You just transform your opponent's 1/1 into a 5/5 and yes, nailed it.
That's exactly the result I wanted.
It's the one thing I did want to happen.
Sasuke's like, do not show me flashy or give to the Naru ever again.
Yep, taking neither of those cards. All right.
Well, another boar, okay. Problem is they're very much lacking on card draw right now with only the Shard of the Naru that can cycle. Kind of funny points like this where Dead Draw won't realize it, but he's got all the time in the world for now, right? Because there's nothing really popping off for Sasuke. Mainly no Maiden in hand, right?
Yeah, Maiden is a big deal. It's a fantastic card when it's in your hand and it's getting juiced, but it's a very, very slow card.
Yeah.
In other situations, because it's not like, you know, whatever other card you want to talk about, Arcane Intellect, Need for Greed, right, where you draw it off the top, you're like, okay, boom, there's the card I was looking for, rip it straight away. When it's Handmaiden, you have to rip it off the top, as Sasuke's done here, but then juice it up with those spells over a couple of turns.
Sorry, I just love this where it's like, right, how to juice this? Devour my pig, holy smite the pig. Seems good, they're both dead. And Handmaiden needs one more spell.
Twitchery's great pickup.
Okay, well,
this hand improved enormously over the last couple of turns. And suddenly, Uchiha Sasuke is looking like he's going to have a very, very fast Boar Priest hand as opposed to an incredibly slow-looking one, which is going to limit the opportunities for Dead Draw to start stacking armor, or conversely setting up a lethal win condition of his own. Because both of those things do kind of work, right? You can get yourself above 45, at which point your opponent has to be able to set up for a second weapon, which is very easy if you have Zyrella in your deck, of course, but it is just another card that you do then have to find. But at the same time, if you can just get a quick from the depth situation going, you can just start to counter pressure the priest very, very effectively.
Right. It's generally the preferred go-to, right, is to actually just beat the priest up and win. Because, again, that strategy of gaining armor isn't a guaranteed win. It's not reliable enough. So yeah, going to see Dead Draw, at least for now, hover from the depths. Does have the weapon as well as a backup.
Yeah, there was a period early on in this deck's inception where Zyrella Hero wasn't commonly being played, and so you had to sort of come up with neat tricks to have a spare boar at the end of the game to then get yourself a second weapon in situations like this.
Right.
Way back then, when I queued into Boar Priest, heck yeah, I'd go for 45 with whatever deck I was playing with, or Carriel or whatever, because I didn't trust my random ladder opponent to be good enough to know the intricacies of finding the extra boar and getting the extra weapon. And then eventually people just started playing Zyrella against me, and I was like, oh, okay, yeah, that's a lot easier.
Yeah, there's this big brain stuff to make an additional boar. Or I could just play this one card.
Yes. For the sake of one card.
Yeah, I mean, tell me I'm wrong. It's got to be the best selling point ever, right? For the sake of one card, you guarantee win the game if you draw it. How about that? Is that good enough for you, Subtle? Do I finally get your approval?
Yes, if there was a legendary card in Hearthstone that says, if you draw this, win the game, then yes, you may swap out whatever one card you want for that card.
What if the other card is, if you don't put this in your deck, you lose the game?
Oh no, it's Lorinda's win girl, draw man, whatever it was, spreadsheet all over again. Oh, nightmares.
Well, this Discover's a bit of a nightmare for Dead Draw as well, because none of these look good.
No.
I can't see a set of worse choices here for Dead Draw in this matchup.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just dumping a Shield Slam out of the hand. But speaking of dumping cards out of the hand, it's going to be a perpetual loop of doing so and then filling back up again on this turn for Sasuke. This turn could go off incredibly hard.
I don't want to dwell on the mistake from the previous game, but I will say I hope Sasuke's had, or used the very short time we had between games to just try and reset, because turns like this is where you can slip up, potentially, right, if you're not, fully engaged. So hopefully this is going to go a lot better for him in this game.
Draws 6 with the Cleric. I'll do quite nicely. The Amulet already juiced up to 2. Does have Priestess as well. He can throw in here if he needs to make some hand space, play some more cards, continue to draw if he wants to. But the 6 that he's picked up are not the most dumpable in this situation, I would say.
Yeah, it does have the Illuminate as well, just to get rid of any Cleric problems that can arise. Gets to just cycle some amulets, which I'm definitely a fan of here. Just get them cycled nice and early, so you don't have to worry about them later on, right? As soon as you can do the thing is ready to be done. Dump a card turn here from Dead Draw. I hit it very hard, and the Dead Draw's like, but it's got 1 health.
Yeah, just getting it out of hand.
Wait.
Blow up the weapon for Forged here.
Okay, yeah, we're good, we're good.
Draw 13, yeah, it doesn't work.
For a second, I was like, wait, does that card say just heroes attack or weapons attack? I had to just sit there for a second and think. I was like, Dead Draw, no. We've already seen enough this series. You can't make it worse.
Yeah. Luckily, that is just hero attack. Forged in Flame still working as intended.
Yeah. Draw's getting close, right? Double to the front. Battleground Battlemaster. Galvangar's there. Like, it's getting close.
Just throws a brawl out to the ether, kills his own Nargling, and then uses the 10 attack he got from the Nargling.
Killer 3-1.
Yeah, not great, was it? As far as Hearthstone turns go.
Not fantastic, but he is setting up a lot of damage. So I'll Rakara next turn. 10 damage over 2 turns, potentially. Then that makes Galvangar just A-OK ready to roll. It's awfully close, isn't it?
Speaking of A-OK ready to roll, though,
Yeah, oink,
that
oink.
is a 2 amulet and a 3 amulet that Sasuke has access to, has the Pyromancer as well. I think time has run out for Dead Draw in this one.
Can he do anything with to the fronts now? Goes down to 2. I don't think so. Nothing relevant anyway.
No, he certainly gets to play 1 minion, right? Like, you could argue if he was able to pump both out, push the damage, then maybe that makes a board state that Sasuke can't just do the thing into without dying.
Well, I also am not 100% sure until maybe now that Galvangar was even procced.
Oh, sure, because the Rakara hasn't even come down yet.
Yeah.
That's a good
So
point.
I think even if it could have made the good play, there wouldn't have been the ability there anyway. So I think this might spell the end here, because this is just a little bit too fast.
Yep. Pyro, Devour, Amulet.
Wait, is that
Probably
last,
just drop the heal.
last card Zyrella as well?
It is last card
That's
Zyrella.
like perfect, isn't it?
Yeah, it's all he needs, right?
Yeah.
There's one card left in deck.
Oh,
It doesn't
yeah,
really matter
yeah.
if it's Zyrella or not.
Yeah.
Absolutely fine, and you're right to say like that's kind of best case scenario, because it's not been a dead card clogging up his hand right up in the game up until this point. He's been able to play double Handmaiden early, juice double Handmaiden early, get the cheap spells dumped out of hand, have the massive cleric turn where he draws 8 cards, absolutely pop off. And yeah, Zyrella's just going to sit at the bottom of the deck when you do that and just show up exactly when you need it for that additional weapon against Warrior. Yeah, absolutely. For the sake of one card, if it's always the last card in your deck, why not?
I should design a card game. But yeah, I'm happy there for Sasuke that was a very clean game there from his side, right? Obviously, Dead Draw didn't get to do too much this game to make it awkward for Sasuke, which helps. But I do think after the slip up in that previous game, it's just good for him to be like, okay, go again, clean game, easy win, move on, forget about it. You know, I think that's going to be good for his mindset for this weekend.
You would think so, yes, which means we are now coming down right the way to the wire on this one. This will be 2 games to 2, and it is, of course, going to be the Rogue now remaining for Uchiha Sasuke, the defeated deck in the Rogue mirror. He picked up a win with his own Warrior against the Rogue, so certainly, at least in this series, it does seem that Rogue is the deck struggling. I think this is not necessarily indicative of the deck's position in the matchup. It's just kind of the way that the matches have, the games have panned out, and now it's going to come down to Warrior versus Rogue to be our decider of the opening matchup of the tournament. Well, I would not have it any other way, Raven. This is how you want the tournament to start. Nice close one, nice back and forth, 3-2 to either player. I could have done without the little slip-ups from either player, though, I think. Could have kicked things off with a more clean and clinical performance from our 2 opening players.
And this is the thing as well. In this instance, you talk about, oh, well, nerves, there's a lot on the line, which is very true. Don't get me wrong, there are 4 spots, right? And maybe, weirdly, the nerves increase because you know it's easier to get top 4 than top 1, right? So the nerves are like just compounded into a fewer amount of matches, maybe. But these players are experienced. They're here because they're the top cut over 3 major, huge amount of players tournaments here. So I do expect the best, but it is early. It's the game 1, you know, match 1 of the day. I'm sure things will clean up as we go.
The scale of how good these players are in comparison to, like, your average Hearthstone player, I think sometimes gets overlooked, right? Because if you take the entire, like, millions of player base of Hearthstone to begin with, and then a tiny percentage of those players make Legend, right? Those are good Hearthstone players. Of those thousands of Legend players that you get every month, only a very small percentage of those can finish in a position where they're going to qualify for a Masters Tour qualifier, right? So that narrows it down again. Then in the Masters Tour qualifier, you have to be one of the top performers in one of those. And then that puts you into Masters Tours. And then in the Masters Tours, you have to be one of the top qualifier in those. And then you get to this point, like, we're in a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of percent of the, you know, these players are in a ridiculous percentile of Hearthstone performers.
You forgot to add, everything you just said, you do 3 times.
Yes, yeah.
Basically as well, because it's across 3 Master Stores. So yeah, it's incredible players, and I'm excited to see what the weekend brings. But for now, we did see some options there for Sasuke. Didn't go for the Giga Fin. Went for the Mounted Raptor instead. Slightly more aggressive approach, makes sense. But Dead Draw now. Looks like that was from the depths. It looks like a pretty solid one. One that he would probably love to see Finley soon for.
Yes. Always the go-to card in this kind of scenario. They go hand in hand, really, this Warrior deck and Finley in general. There was a little bit of talk early on about how Finley might just be used as, you know, a secret passage type card in quite a lot of decks, which I think was kind of a false comparison. It's far more of just a plot twist than it is a secret passage, right? Which wouldn't be a card that you would just generically use for generic reasons. But if you have a reason why replacing all of your cards with some specific other cards from your deck might be good, such as they all cost absolutely nothing, then yes, of course, Finley is a fantastic tool.
Oh, Sasuke can return the favor though, getting his own from the depths now from his Vanessa.
Yeah.
Again, just look at it straight away. There's just so much. There's the school teacher coming out with another
it's the same
horrendous.
set of garbage.
I think
just the same.
At least that's snowed in.
That
wasn't there last time, so.
True.
And Snowden at least does something, right? Against Rogue, freeze all of the minions. Fine, it's something.
Yeah, you still need a damaged minion though, which is currently an issue. Can't imagine any utility to the other options though.
Maybe there's a 3-1 knocking about. He needs to hit very hard. Probably a tricky decision as to whether this takes a shield slam or not. He has 2 shield slam, brawl, shield chatter. Right, his whole hand is removal. Yeah. Is it worth trying to protect the school teacher a bit more? Dead Draw decides no, but it's definitely an option. Now the null. Current terror of the meta. No options upon options here for Sasuke. Has the prep, which opens up a decent shroud as well. From the depths, of course, not quite as strong in Rogue because Sasuke is not playing Finley, but still, just being able to dredge and then just have that what is likely in Rogue to be a 0-cost card, right? At least more likely than not.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, well, Dead Draw, you know, you never really want to see the null get played for 0, but Dead Draw has ways to clear the board and can probably take at least another hit before he has to worry about it. So I do wonder whether it's ever a cycle or a trade on this heavy plate. He can
be a bold call with the shield chatter in hand for sure.
Would.
He'll just use it to clear up instead. This makes sense.
Okay. I wondered whether he could take a hit and then just rely on Brawl next turn, but maybe that's too adventurous.
There was also real, like, super jank plays, right? Like, armor up, shield slam the null, and then Nargling, just to kill the, like, execute the null, essentially, freeze out the other 2 minions in that position, buy yourself some time. But I think you might get the hint that I led out with that suggestion as the super jank play, that I'm not really in favor of doing it.
I imagine this is going to be Shroud. Yeah, again, from the depths is strong, but Shroud is in your deck for a reason, right? That's going to cheaply draw 2 minions. A little bit unfortunate for Sasuke that it's 2 minions that at least I would say aren't very playable, especially because a prep was used to do it in the first place. If there was a prep still in hand, the Van Cleef looked quite strong. Middle, I suppose. Good there.
Very ugly draws coming out here from Dead Draw so far.
I mean, makes sense with the name if you think about it.
Does.
Also just simply starting to stack a lot of damage on Sasuke's side, right? You might get to deal some more with these minions that are on board right now, but Wicked Stab, Meta, Smite already in hand. Krakatoa to a certain extent pushes damage.
Yeah, very reasonable, I think, in most scenarios to count Krakatoa as 6 burst. I think that's a reasonable expectation to go for in most spots.
What beast does Sasuke play? Let me check. I mean, Egwin's just not bad, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just with even if it does just come down to a one maybe 2 wicked stabs, like there's the Tooth of Nefarian in there as well ×2. Like I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think
For
it's
these
great,
choices-
but I think it's the best option.
yeah. Based on these
Right.
choices, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because especially with Mr. Smite and Edwin and Krakatoa in hand, well, the minion you draw is going to be cheap, right? So it's a 3-mana 5/5 that's going to help out a little bit later on.
Yeah. I think in answer to your question, Krakatoa is the only... Krakatoa is a beast, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
This is not looking good, is it?
Nope. And you see the shake of the head from Dead Draw. He knows it as well. This one is slipping away.
Does he have to shield slam this 3-1? Is this the stage we're at? And then tempo smite? A hold?
20 cards still left remaining in the deck. Like, it's so unlikely he finds any way to counter press at this point. So he is going to have to play the control game for as long as possible.
It's really difficult, isn't it? Because this Philip is pushing more damage than Dead Draw's hero power can create on its own. And it's a 3-1. It's almost laughable it's doing this. But if he kills it, the brawl becomes worse, potentially. So it's a very difficult thing Dead Draw's got to wrestle with, which is, I think, what he was thinking about during that turn. Did go for the shield slam, wants to at least have the hope of stacking some armor and making that a bit of a net positive.
And I think he's assessed it correctly as well in reaction to what he could see. I think the maths worked out in his favor beforehand when it was just a 3-1 and a 1-3 on the board, right? That's 4 damage, he armors for 2. If the opponent pushes nothing, cool. You sit there and you draw the next 10, 15 cards of your deck, right? While nothing's happening, and then you win the game. As soon as he saw Metamorphosis come down, he was like, oh, okay. The maths does not work out in my favor anymore. I have to kill this 3-1.
We're all now looking not too shabby.
Or not too crabby.
Eee.
That's not it. Moving on.
Oh, that's a Raven special. I've taught you well, Sol.
That was a Raven joke right there. Just not only a bad pun, but a bad pun that doesn't even mean anything.
Yep. They're the best. Because everyone appreciates them. Yeah, there goes Egwin now. Vessel being played too. Again, just simply a lot of pressure. And it's not like Sasuke's racing Dead Draw down, but it's just, must feel endless for Dead Draw, right? Every time he kills something, replacement. More damage being pushed. Every time he kills something, replaced again. There is Finley now, though. And Dead Draw has played a From the Depths, and I think if there's ever a time to re-roll your hand, it's probably now.
Yeah. Good old Spinners coming along to save the day.
I wouldn't even be mega upset to see Brawl Finley.
My expectation is that he can do more with that 5 mana with his other hand than he can do with this Brawl.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I can't quite remember what was in his From the Depths originally.
I remember the Faceless outside of that.
Okay, solid.
Very, very good.
Another From the Depths, another Faceless there as well. Okay, well, suddenly, Sol, it looks like we've got a bit more of a game going on now as Dead Draw, with the help of Sir Spinley, has turned this one around, gets to kill Egwin, push 5 damage to face as well with that Rakara weapon. And yeah, the armor gain ticking the box. Like, there's a lot of damage for Sasuke here. He did not draw a minion though, so he doesn't have that spell damage plus double Wicked Stab available quite yet.
And he also knows now that Galvangar is mid-deck, right? Because he had Smite, which he's now shuffled into the bottom with the Finley. But the Galvangar was not in his original hand prior to the Finley, I believe, right? So that is actually in his next few draws guaranteed from this point, which is a very big deal as well.
Yeah, and with a to the front already in hand with a shield block to help with the draw, maybe even a Nelly to just buy that little bit extra time he might need.
The problem, however, is that the Brawl and the other to the front are at the bottom of the deck now.
Yeah.
So his ability to clear this board, his ability to cheat out the full combo is very limited, but he may well not need to.
Yeah, I mean, even if there's just a hero power to face, right?
Yep.
Just Galvangers and a Faceless, which is already 2 mana, of course.
Oh,
and that's
there
just
it is
game.
off the top!
Yeah, that's just going to be game, right? Galvanger, Faceless, swing. Or hero
Discounted
power.
Faceless, yep. He has so much mana to spare as well. That is just going to do the job. Sir Spinley off the top on the previous turn, followed by the Galvangar this time. That is 2 clutch draws, making the name less appropriate and more ironic now, Raven. As Dead Draw, well, after drawing dead for significant portions of that Game 5, found the exact back-to-back combo he needs. Obviously, for me, Sir Finley was the big one, because at that point, your deck's just going to be kind to you when you've gone from the depths into Finley. There's very few situations that is then going to brick on you from that point. But the combination of the weapon and the Forged in Flame, that weapon being a choice to be in the deck to begin with, right? Not everyone is playing the 5-attack weapon for the Forged in Flame synergy. Dead Draw did decide to do so, immediately hit the payoff. Because you can see in that spot, drawing 5 instead of drawing 3 was such a big deal there for the state of that game, because he got to the exact position of his deck that he needed to after the draw of the 5, picking up the Galvangar on the following turn. And you saw the reaction, the fist pump, the pop off, the let's something go from Dead Draw that he screamed into the camera as well. You absolutely love to see it, and I think after a nervy opening, a tense opening from both players, I think Dead Draw in the end, just the deserved winner, sneaking it for me, and I think is looking pretty good now in this opening group.
Yeah, and I do think, again, Sasuke, even though he did have the slip up earlier, he was setting himself up in that last game, right? He had the double Wicked Stab, he had the spell damage from the Aegwin buff, he had a lot of damage coming out still from meta, so he was getting close. Dead Draw didn't have too long to mess about, but of course Finley came in and saved the day, like he is wont to do. But that was our first match of the Summer Championships done. The first match we're showing out of Group A. I believe we're going to continue with Group A for the rest of the day, but we are going to go to a quick break while we set that one up, so don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back with some more Hearthstone Summer Championship.
The beast has returned!
Welcome back, everyone, to the Hearthstone Summer Championship. We just saw the last hope for the Americas region taking a loss to Deaddraw there in that first series of the day, but there is still hope for him to turn things around. However, here, though, it is now back-to-back European Players' Year, which comprises the vast majority of the tournament here, but each player in their own right is still a very fantastic player, and I think has a lot going for them, with both having a fantastic run of tournaments recently.
That's right, Derek. But whose side are you on? You're rubbing it in that it's you in the lead. Are you jumping the fence once again? I don't know, Derek. I thought you're supposed to be on my side, at least when I'm here. And at least, just as we talked about how Sasuke is sort of the last hope for Americas, over in APAC side, we only have one hope as well in Possessi. But of course, right now is all about the rest of Group A. Only half of our proceedings for the initial matches have concluded, but now we are going to see who can come out on top between Fury Hunter and Levick, two very seasoned Masters Tour players.
That's right, yeah. For both players, it's kind of been a similar journey, weirdly enough, where obviously Fury Hunter has been a little bit more successful recently. He has been the best performing Hearthstone esports player, I think, within the last few months, without a doubt. He has won, obviously, the Masters Tour. He came top 16 in the 2 subsequent Masters Tours as well. He won a Max LAN. He just won Danish Nationals for the 2nd year in a row, I believe, just this last week. He has just been absolutely destroying this meta and the last one as well. But that comes off a pretty long period of us saying for Fury Hunter that he wasn't getting the results we expected from him. For such a strong player, he had a big drought from his DreamHack win way back in 2018 up until this year, where things really started to take off. But Levick as well, his first few Masters Tours were nothing to really sniff at, but since then he has just gone like 7-1, 6-2, 7-1, 6-2. It's been banger after banger, and showing us some very high level of play alongside that.
Definitely would agree. I think still remember some of Levick's cleanest series. I've gotten the pleasure of casting quite a few of them throughout the recent Masters Tours, and it so happens that I feel Fury Hunter is one of the few people who can objectively say they've had better Masters Tour runs than Levick in recent history. And as you sort of ticked off Fury Hunter's recent accolades, it really is a resume that comes to mind when I think of Fury Hunter. It's like, did really well at a few huge tournaments and then won things I've never even heard of, but he's still on the grind because that's playing every single tournament he can get the opportunity of. And I really feel that's part of the secret of his success. It's he treats small tournaments and big ones like this Masters Tour Summer Championship all of the same caliber. He puts in the most effort he possibly can, finds the good lineups. So happens that he has the exact same 120 cards as Deaddraw, so we are going to see quite a few similar decks as a while ago. But even though they are in the same group, they're bringing the same lineup. So it shows quite a high level of trust, I would say, within that practice group. Can this lineup, however, stand up to Levick the same way it did against Sasuke?
It's going to be a very interesting one because they have an identical lineup in terms of the classes, as I think we will be seeing a lot this weekend, but not necessarily in terms of the archetypes, because even though both players have this kind of tempo rogue here, it's the Boar Priest for Fury Hunter, as we saw for Deaddraw as well, but it's Wig Priest for Levick, which we are going to get to see, I believe, with the Warrior having been banned away, which I'm very, very glad, because we were talking about this a little bit the other day with me saying, I like it, but I don't necessarily believe in it in a deck, which if you had seen me play it, I'm sure you would agree with if that was your only sample size. But in the hands of a player like Levick, I do agree that it has some real teeth to it.
That's true. I'm not necessarily sure if the Wig Priest will be his best performing in this particular matchup, though, because as we were discussing the deck, I felt that one of its poorer matchups was the Rogue, which is available to Fury Hunter. There's also a Warrior on the other side, which can go either way. I still find it slightly Warrior favored against Wig Priest, not so much as I thought before. Like, I thought on paper that would be like a heavy Warrior favorite, but you can sometimes meet out your resources if you have the early Wig in such a way that the board clears aren't necessarily enough, especially for a charge warrior, which is what Fury Hunter has. Speaking of warrior, though, for Levick, he does have a control variant, which has been banned away. This one without the full combo, but there's still a Galvangar and Smite in there, but other tech cards like Vol'jin and Mutinous that are slotted in there for more of a heavy control package. And I'm really curious to see which of those warrior archetypes will come out on top over this weekend, because I feel they both have very strong arguments.
They do indeed. And as we're getting to see here for Levick again, it's another one of these subtle differences that you can argue back and forth on as to which version of the Naga Mage you want to go for, whether it's the Ignite version that Fury Hunter and Deaddraw have decided on, or the Ping version for Levick, which, you know, I can fully see the merit of. There have been many games where I've been playing a lot of Rogue, a lot of this Wig Priest recently, where if your opponent hits 1 or 2 wildfires at the start, honestly, it feels impossible to get bored ever, because they just spend 2 mana on their hero power every turn and just whittle away your board entirely. And then, of course, that late game, if you can hit it, if you have time to get Archmage Dawngrasp online, start juicing up those hero powers, you can get yourself a very, very strong late game indeed, which could be very useful against the likes of Warrior, which, of course, we see for Fury Hunter there. But to start things off, as we saw with this Mage for Levick, how do you think it's going to stack up in this first game?
Yeah, against a rogue opponent, it's kind of an explosive matchup, I want to say, where the rogue can definitely be aggressive and kind of get under the huge pop-off turn from Mage. If they get turn 2 Knolls, that can be too much damage that by the point the Mage goes really wide on board with their pop-off turn, we could see just a couple Wicked Stabs and Teeth going face to end out the game. Between Ping Mage and regular Naga Mage, I would say I'd rather be regular Naga Mage against Rogue, because you have the 2 copies of Flurry in there as core, and Flurry is such a key card, I think, because nothing else really lets you interact with the 3 health stealth minions, which are so prominent from Rogue. And even if you do get an early Wildfire into Reckless Apprentice, that's not enough to deal with that much health. You need the double Wildfires in that case, and so going wide from the Rogue early on can be a bit of a detriment to the Mage, but definitely there's still some counterplay here, because if the Rogue gets off to one of those slower starts, then they themselves have very little counterplay against a big Spitelash Siren pop-off.
Yeah, that's right. You always have to kind of divide the Rogue up into, you have the Null games and you have the no-Null games, and they are very, very different beasts entirely when compared to each other. And I do think in both instances, the Mage can keep up with them fine. The real problem is that in the Ping version, if you don't hit exactly that wildfire, and using a lot of these early resources to clear off the board, you just completely gut your potential to go for a big Spitelash turn. It's also mostly the same in the Ignite version, but there's a little bit less of these early spells to clear off the board in the Ping version. So obviously crucial for him to be finding either the wildfire or a very early Reckless Apprentice. I think for both players, in terms of the importance of this win, obviously overall, in terms of the series overall, were they to win, they advance to the winners bracket match to face against Deaddraw, and then they, if they are to win that, they can advance through to the quarterfinals to be played out on Sunday, where the top 4 players will be going through to the World Championship. But for this specific game that we have here, the Mage getting the win versus the Rogue getting the win, I do think the Mage could potentially suffer a little bit if it doesn't get a win, because against the likes of the Charge Warrior on the other side, with all the removal that it has access to, and the quick charge package as well that can really gut the Mage as well, I think that the Mage does really need to get a win here, whereas the Rogue, I would say, should be in a decent spot for Fury Hunter either way, because you said it's got that matchup against the Wig Priest as well to fall back on.
That is true. I think at least in terms of between regular Naga Mage and Ping Mage, I do like Ping Mage's odds better against Warrior in particular, but it is still quite a tough matchup when you factor in the chances of Fury Hunter just getting an early combo. But for now, up against Rogue, that 1 drop is a Sight for Sore Eyes for Levick here. Might just get value traded by a Null, but in the instance where that's not there, it's such a pain for Rogue to actually have to deal with so early, because if you have to spend early removal resources like Extortion or Tooth, that could mean a turn where you're already giving up the Maestra Disguise, and thus making your Knolls more expensive throughout the game later.
Interesting mull here for Levick, where he holds on to the Slither Spear. Sure, that makes sense, just to get yourself a little bit of tempo at the start and not fall too far behind against the Rogue. But the School Teacher as well, it's basically a card that isn't Spitelash or Wildfire, which makes me pretty surprised to see it held onto.
True. You can make the argument, though, that it does provide the opportunity for a turn 5 pop-off if you do get Spite Lash, especially since Levick is giving up one of his few one-drop Nagas already, so kind of replenishing it with the Nagaling is a way to approach it, but it is a very slow card, and if you don't get the Spite Lash itself, it can feel like too little too late against a rogue opponent. But School Teacher as a 5/4 body also has some merits, I suppose, to not being value traded by a Null, as opposed to almost every other minion in the deck.
Yeah, Levick taking the true Sigma male option you don't often see of just not playing spells at all, just saying vanilla stats are good enough, and just going 1-3, 1-3, 3-4, and then a 5-4 as well to top it out. And how it's currently looking, yeah, that's not bad. The Rogue doesn't have that much fight back potential yet, at least.
Interesting choices for Fury Hunter. I am looking at the Mida just as a coined out option next turn is very, very powerful, annoying for Levick to have to deal with. And with the double gun fishing in hand, Fury Hunter's going to have quite a bit of cycle available to him. So maybe that Mida can keep coming back. But as you said, for Levick, it really is just the vanilla stats here. I don't know if a Sigma male is meant to be superior to an Alpha or whatever, but it's not looking good, is what I'm going to say.
I'll save my presentation for later, Gia, on the true hierarchy. But interesting for Fury Hunter to not see coin Mida. I thought that did look pretty good to me. Like, yes, there's the 1-3 that can take out the Divine Shield very happily, but I think you would be fine with that if he just wants to go for it that way, getting the healing online, and then next turn setting up, as you were saying, the Gone Fishing to re-summon them. But he's feeling the pressure, thinking, you know, there must be some spells in hand at some point. This 1-3 is going to get scary.
Insta fast pick from Levick there. I'd assume he took... Was there an AI? I hardly blinked before it went away.
It was AI, yeah.
Okay. Null picked up for Fury Hunter, which is pretty clutch. Lets him alleviate some of this pressure and get the Mida down.
And I guess the real benefit for Fury Hunter's play is that now he gets the Mida online, which is almost as good as it was last turn in terms of its immediate power level, but he still has coin for Shadowcrafter Scabs, very importantly. So if this starts to spiral out of control, if he starts to lose the board, say he doesn't manage to resurrect Mida off the Gone Fishing, he can just clear the board and then be in a very, very happy position because this Ping Mage can struggle against those 4-2 stealths unless there's exactly the Reckless Apprentice.
True. Saving coin also, I think, gave him better prospects if he had top decked Ajara and Vessel. He didn't have the prep prior to this turn, so maybe he was thinking getting Vessel down earlier rather than later is always good in pretty much any matchup, and it would allow him to maybe combo with Gone Fishing as well a turn later. But without those options, the coin Scabs is still a relevant notion. Levick here with a full card draw turn, taking a very ugly trade. I must avert my eyes, but I guess he just wanted to prevent Shadow Step from getting any value here.
Yeah, he had the choice with his remaining 3 mana to either go Wildfire, Ping, or AI, and he was already reaching for the Wildfire, but it was the fact that he traded into Spite Lash Siren that I think made him deviate away from that plan, which I really like, because his hand is lacking those cheap spells to give him a pop-off turn. But with a 1 mana Wildfire to actually increase his mana pool rather than just keep it even, I think he is very wisely taking a bad turn here to set up for the pop-off potential, which he knows he is going to need if he wants to have any chance in this game.
Yeah, I needed that 1-cost spell to actually keep the train going with this hand, because currently it goes Spite Lash, Amalgam, Wildfire into Crush Claw. Another Null can be picked up for Fury Hunter, but we saw him grimace a little bit at the outcome from Shroud. Double Fillet Fighter feels really unimpactful at this stage of the game. Even with stealth on them, they could just get frozen or Reckless Apprenticed. And so maybe at least one of them has better utility being saved for a Mr. Smite later on.
Yeah, I like the sound of that. This strikes a nice middle ground where, like you say, you save 1 for the Mr. Smite, but you're still able to get the maximum mana expenditure, hold on to that coin for Scabs were it to be necessary as well. As finally for Levick, we are seeing the pop-off turn. He gets himself Murkwater Scribe as well, a fantastic Naga to keep this train rolling.
Great one means the Ajara is able to refresh enough mana now that the Crush Claw can also be played. Ruined or First Flame is fantastic as well. Question is whether he's able to clear the Mida.
And I mean, I think if he went second Spite Lash, he'd have a very decent shot at it. But I like that he is not doing so, I think, here, because he has a really good shot at having another pop-off turn. And rather than going all in right now, he's setting up for a potential strong follow-up in addition. As Polymorph Jellyfish is now available, it didn't come in against the Boar Priest, but it's actually still pretty disgusting here.
Yeah, it can be useful on Mida, but not for this turn, like you said. I'd also like the non-committal to second Spite Lash, mainly because he just doesn't have the fuel to keep popping off. It's all spells right now,
yeah.
No small Nagas, and it's going to have to come in clutch with the second gifts or AI on the next turn. But for now, Fury Hunter has the gargantuan task of coming back on this board state, which is not something Rogue is generally good at, but he has held on to coin for this long, so if he can hold on one more turn into Scabs, then he could have a way back into this. So it could be a line where he just says, all right, I'm going to accept the damage that's on board right now, maybe put some stealths online, and then Scabs it back next turn.
Fair point. Yeah, I do like that he is going for it here. I was maybe toying with the idea that you don't do this because you have the Scabs next turn, and you would rather save the Vessel plus Dredge combo for turn 8 after you've gone coin Scabs, but that does feel very, very slow. Whereas here, he can honestly start setting up something pretty close to lethal in the next few turns.
That's the Fillet Fighter. I was thinking maybe just to have it in hand for a potential Mr. Smite, but he does choose to respect the Spite Lash Siren here, which maybe telegraphs the Scabs a little bit less. The scary thing for Fury Hunter here is, of course, second Wildfire into Reckless Apprentice, but there is no Apprentice at the moment. Levic, I think he's digging for it if he's choosing to start with gifts without it being buffed. Oh, misses out.
So how are we salvaging this? You can go for Wildfire up to 3 damage, and then obviously a nice clean ping plus Murk Water to take out the meter. Like, clearing the board is not too difficult.
Yeah, but Levic's mind, his concern is mainly on the 12 damage that he currently cannot interact with on board. And at 23, 11 from hand from Rogue. I guess with only 3 cards and one of them being coin, it's still kind of hard to put together, but across 2 turns, Fury Hunter can almost certainly get lethal with this guaranteed damage going face. So Levic definitely looking for a way to deal with this, but no Flurry, no Reckless Apprentice. And now Fury Hunter has an interesting dilemma where the Scabs just resets the board for him as well.
So he can go 12 face, which would bring Levic down to 11. 8 damage from the minions, assuming they survive, would mean 3 damage left over. So Fillet Fighter step, Fillet Fighter will get him potentially 1 off the turn after.
True.
A little awkward.
Definitely is. The fact that he can't actually use his hero power on anything more relevant than the Fillet Fighter here is pretty awkward. And I feel it's just worse on board than it is in hand right now, because it's so easy for Levic to kill it, and potentially if he draws Scabs, not Scabs, sorry, Mr. Smite, could be a lot more damage. But he is just going for it.
Yeah, if nothing else, he was given a whole lot of fuel on this turn with plenty of Nagas, plenty of spells, all of them very, very cheap.
But he did just burn the 1 of Flurry, which means that he has to generate a way to stop these 4-2s going face, or at least an ice barrier or something, because Levic's definitely thinking he's dead.
Ice barrier? It's not bad.
Clutch?
Now it's
I think
spell.
that might win him the game.
Okay. Some Discover as well. Oh man, he has so much mana to work with. Targeting his own side of the board as well. Absolutely correct for the honorable kill and the board space, all very importantly.
Right. I think there's no question that Levic can set up a 2-turn lethal, get the board. The question is whether he can survive. The Ice Barrier, of course, is clutch. Oh, the Cone of Cold now means Fury Hunter has even less reach. Oh, Explosive as well for a potential Mr. Smite. I think Levic has this.
I think he might do, yeah. Even if the Mr. Smite is drawn, you'd have to go like Pirate first, which would then get chewed up by the explosive runes. And then it's very possibly just lethal, right? I think Mordresh is probably online on this turn now with how many pings have been thrown down as well.
Oh, anything from Recon? Yeah, Fury Hunter gonna test for Ice Barrier first, see if he has to play around Counterspell. I don't think there's any merit to trading into a minion. But he is going through all the breakpoints in his head, because if you get rid of the school teacher, it actually is just 13 on board. Which means that he is alive to Mordresh, right?
Sure, yeah, okay. With no mana for the hero power as well, he would technically still be alive at that point.
Looking at it again, it does make sense that he played the Fillet Fighter because all the minions in his hand are just pirates. So my argument for saving it for Mr. Smite is moot. Those are basically just charging pirates as well.
Just a little field work.
Saber, and you know, he can't get the sunken version for Krakatoa.
Oh man, that would be so sick. Death Rattle on the Rat's Nest. Yeah, none of these things are pirates. Rat King for res doesn't make any difference.
Rat King does keep him alive to Mordresh if he trades
Yep.
the school teacher here. But, oh, yeah. Play around the explosive, I forgot. So there was no way around it, because even if he played a different minion to safely get the Rat King, then he takes damage from the runes and he's still dead to Mordresh.
Yeah, because the first flame is enough to clear the board. Yep, first flame, second flame. That'll do it. Assuming Mordresh is online, which I think it is.
I just believed you on that, but I think Levick sees it if he's going for it.
Yeah.
That is going to be a very clutch mage victory.
Oh, the Reckless
King
Apprentice
also
does it
works
anyway.
too.
There we go. Very nicely done. First game by Levick. Nice, clean stuff. The setup, I think, was obviously the most impressive part of that turn. Like, his pop-off turn when he got that second Spite Lash was obviously very impressive. He got a lot of actions in, kept his board clear, got the perfect Naga spell without tripping up at any point along the way. But that setup that he got was what I really liked. Holding on to the Wildfire when it was such a clean setup and kill on the null, but instead taking a really ugly trade, allowed him to get these power spike turns that pushed Fury Hunter out of the game.
Yeah, I think Levick very well recognized the sort of board state he was at, where there was no super early nulls from Fury Hunter, no super high pressure. So Levick knew that he could play his hand for a bit more greedy lines, like taking 2 separate pop-off turns. So he had some insurance against the Scab. There was a board clear, but there was second Spite Lash to fill it right back up immediately after and set up the damage for lethal immediately right after. Very, very well done. But as you said before the series arc, there is some difference, I suppose, in the relevance of the mage getting a win this early on as opposed to the rogue, just with the context of the matchups here. And that's got to be a huge relief for Levick, because we did say that perhaps this mage could struggle later on in the series. But for Fury Hunter, the rogue still has a potential good matchup in the Wig Priest later on.
Yeah, I think that one's going to be a very interesting one, because I have had some good games on the Weak Priest against the Rogue, where, you know, if you play a 1-drop on one and they don't have the tooth to be able to kill it off, or the or basically any way to get rid of it, and then you start chaining the Wigs. Like, obviously you need to get a good starting hand with Wigs, or with some way to just buff up the health nice and high. But the Rogue, I think, can potentially struggle with that one. And the main thing is just that Levick, I'm sure, is going to be a much, much better Wig Priest player than I am, and so is going to be able to play it to a much higher standard indeed. But it's still a massive win for him. Able to move on to now, I believe, the Rogue against Fury Hunter's own version of the Naga Mage without the ping package.
That's right, Fury Hunter instead playing a Restaurant Viper as a tech choice. That's also unusual even in regular Naga Mage. One of Ignite has become pretty standard. The one of Hot Streak I also am a fan of, just to make sure that in the matchups where your opponent isn't necessarily playing minions, you still have one of those just 0-cost spells that can generate even more mana with the Spite Lash on board. Sometimes the Flurry can be a bit lackluster. Not so against Rogue though, all of those things are going to be very useful, but I assume the matchup is going to pan out very similarly as we saw a while ago, where Fury Hunter just wants to preserve his health for as long as possible, and then by the time you can pop off with the Spite Lash Siren, Rogue generally can't come back on board. Sometimes they're just trying to scrap together damage with stealth minions and all of the burst from hand. So if they don't get that early damage, it can be difficult for Rogue.
We shall have to see. One way that the early damage could be racked up, potentially, is with the Peasant that we see in this Temper Rogue list, having cut the extortions, right? I think to make room for this extra 1-drop, which obviously against Mage, you know, this is a tale as old as Hearthstone itself. You play your Murloc Raider on 1, and the Mage pings it off on turn 2, and you feel very, very sad about the whole ordeal. But there are things that the Mage would rather be doing a decent amount of the time with their mana on turn 2.
Peasant is a very interesting inclusion, which I think the logic is there because Extortion feels like a very bad card to trade compared to Cutlass, right? As it's not preparing you for anything later on. It's simply to discount the nulls, which Peasant can do if you play it and it draws a card that is Rogue class, it discounts the nulls. But the fact that it is a neutral card and you are playing Shroud of Concealment can be a huge detriment, because if you play Shroud and draw the Peasants, then that's not discounting your null.
Well, not a bad starting hand for Levick, all things considered. The Shroud in his starting hand could obviously be used to find some nulls, which I do think he needs to be moving towards pretty quickly. As you said, not getting that damage in at the start can spell disaster for this deck, because it really does want to be the aggressor the vast majority of the time. We saw Fury Hunter attempt a game plan last game where you keep scabs, coin that out, and then answer their big Naga board, and then follow up with a little bit of damage of your own. But I mean, we saw how that went. You just play another big board, and then the rogue either has to kill you or it's GG.
Oh, you got Peasant.
Yikes.
So that means, no, okay, null is still cheap, right? Because itself counts towards its own discount, strangely enough. But the rest of the hand is reach, not what Levick wants to see this early. Really looking for a vessel to capitalize on the fact that Fury Hunter has slow starts as Naga Mage. Darn Defector trades very cleanly into the Treasure Guard. Saber always a consideration as well, because you can pull Krakatoa, but it takes a lot of finagling to get it through. You need the sunken version, and you need the sunken version to die before you finally get the crab.
Yeah, it's just a nice little bit of extra face damage, though, if you can get it. Like, you know, yes, you might not be getting the Sunken Vessel, which is what you'd rather get, but Sunken Defector just for a, 5-attack charge minion is pretty good if you just have Wicked Stab and Tooth and Nefarian in your hand as well.
Pretty good school teacher from Fury Hunter. All of the options have merits. The Seafloor Gateway gets you an Amalgam for cheap, but I am looking at First Flame, even though it's technically the lowest value that you can cheat out with a Nagaling, because it generates a cheap spell in hand. And Fury Hunter, all of his Naga fuel is very, very expensive at the moment. So I think having cheap spells to make sure that you have the mana to then play a Naga is the way to go. I think he did take the Gateway.
Oh, really? I think I would have taken runes there. Like, Gateway, yeah, it's fine to do yourself another Naga with the Amalgam, obviously. But you have plenty of Nagas here, and I think you're going to have enough spells if you get anything half decent off the runic carvings as well. Or of the runed orb, sorry. You should be in a fine position to carry on there.
I think he was really just valuing a cheap Naga here, because currently the only Nagas he has, aside from the Ling, are 4 cost. And I think the trade would end at 2 Nagas if that's the case. I haven't mapped it out completely in my head, but he certainly has a lot of mana to work with, having saved the coin this long. Anyway, for the Toothpick of Levick, not great stuff. Damn, okay.
The Toothpick.
Yeah, the toothpick. And the dental floss.
All right, going in right now. The 3-cost Naga makes it a little bit easier, but I guess with Nagaling coin, you can actually just get down the School Teacher, and then you go Runed Orb, Nagaling, and hope for something decent here. Ooh, okay. All good.
Basically just looking for a first flame
Zola, yeah, I like the look of that.
or flurry to clean everything up. Naga? Okay, there's a first flame. I'm pretty sure this entire board can just blow up now, yeah.
This is so much more stuff than I thought he was going to be doing on this turn. This is the power of a true Naga Mage player.
Indeed. Tiefler got away. Makes it possible. Creates another Spite Lash for insurance, just in case Levick somehow generated something off the toothpick that can deal with this board.
Just going to stop there. Yeah. Oh, okay, one more. Ping it, play the Nagaling for barrier. Wow, what a turn, man.
Not everything was cleared, though. Okay.
What another
Obviously
fireball.
is still fine, not clearing everything.
Okay, so just straight up 12 burst available from hand next turn for Fury Hunter, which is definitely going to be catching Levick by surprise. But that Condemn is such a clutch way to start to clear this off.
I mean, it barely scratches the board.
It's a start. It's a start.
So to actually clear everything, he needs, I think, the other tooth from gun fishing, maybe, to generate something else.
Okay.
Is Condemn not good enough? Like, you could say, okay, Condemn plus both Shadow Steps and the Wicked Stab probably deals with enough, but you just give up your overall win condition by that point. It's all your resources gone.
You can get Sunken Defector, which can kill a minion and deal 5 to another minion, right? Because you don't have to go face with it. I know it's kind of ugly to do so, but it's technically a legal play.
Okay, and then between the extra Shadow Steps and that...
Yeah.
Oh, he's not playing any Shadow Steps. Or at least not replaying the minion he gets off of it this turn. Because I was looking at Step on the Knoll, but the fact that it was at 1 health meant that he could not really get any value trades.
That's not a bad turn. And now he can just deal 10 face next turn, plus with the Wicked Staff as well.
But I don't think it's gonna be enough. Fury Hunter just has the round 2, which Levick sort of knew about with the copy of Zola on the Spite Lash. And there's also an ice barrier, so I don't think Levick can hope to get just a burn game plan going here. He doesn't know 100% yet that it's ice barrier, I think. Or does he?
He's played a spell, minion traded. I think he's got a pretty good idea.
Okay, so if that's the case, I'm not sure what the out is. Maybe it's another clear turn and hope to top deck Scabs.
Uh-huh.
But Fury Hunter just has fireballs. And an ignite.
Oh my lord, it's so much damage.
Too expensive to play both.
You can go Krabatoa, trade into both the Slither Scales, and then I guess leave up the Siren and just hope that they've got a bad hand. That does not sound good.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, this makes more sense, I suppose.
But yeah,
and this card is good.
It is, but it is not really enough here. Like, Tempo Rogue in the position where you just have to clear board every single turn, you know you are just slowly crawling towards defeat.
Yeah.
In this case, Fury Hunter has the lethal in hand. Fireball, Ignite, Ping, taking the series 1-all with both Naga Mages getting out the gate with a win immediately.
Yeah, just hitting the goods, quite frankly, with both players hitting, well, 2 early Spite Lash turns, not even just one at the start of the game, which is obviously a start that basically no board-based deck can really keep up with. Like, maybe if you get a perfect Wig pre-start, you can hope to just burst them down with a big Bless turn. But against the likes of Rogue, Shaman, Paladin, all these more tempo-based decks, you just got absolutely no shot. You got to pray that the Mage doesn't do that. And with both Mages having done that, it means that we are now left for the Rogue on either side, the Wig Priest for Levic, and the other Charge Warrior left in play for Fury Hunter after his own War Priest was banned away. And so I guess one of the matchups that we are very possibly going to be seeing if the Rogues keep on winning, or the Rogues get their wins eventually, sorry, which I do expect they will do, could be Control Warrior or Charge Warrior versus Wig Priest, a matchup that I have not seen all too much of.
True. I mean, I think in the context of the series as a whole, the Wig Priest is where the spotlight should be on. It's not a deck that has been brought too much throughout our 16 players this weekend, but in the matchup against Warrior in particular, I've seen it more often against Control Warrior, and that's what's made me think that the Warrior is in the lead. Like, they have not only double Shield Slam, but double Onyxian Drake. Some versions even have Starfish, and those are cards that Wig Priest hates to see. They can just get rid of all their resources, even if there is an early Wig. But with this trimmed down removal package, which is necessary to make room for all the combo pieces of Charge Warrior, I wonder if a skilled Wig Priest player can get there. Once they've seen double Shield Slam, they have so much more freedom to just build like a huge Radiant, play Bless preemptively, potentially, and then there is still a Brawl to have to worry about, but definitely not as many pieces of single target removal.
That's right. It's a deck that really rewards you for knowing what your opponent can do inside and out, because with how fluid the deck can be, with where you place your buffs, how much you play each turn, how much you hold back, you can really manipulate your board size to be any shape you want. You can obviously have one massive minion, you can have multiple small minions, you can play a greedy game, you can play super liberal and just throw out all your resources at the start. And so knowing exactly what your opponent's list can do by knowing card for card what their deck list is can get you a huge advantage, because say for example you've seen their one-of Brawl, obviously it's open deck list format, you know there's no other Brawl there, so you can make multiple bigger minions rather than just making one big massive minion that can get shield slammed away or something like that. You go a little bit wider and they really struggle to deal with it then. And so even though, you know, you do have to play the hand you're dealt, you can't necessarily go for every style of game plan every single game. Levic's understanding of this matchup, I think, will go a very, very long way in boosting his win percentage.
And I'm so curious to see how he approaches the mulligan, because you could say that's a solid curve. You could go Coin Radiant into Amalgam, even if you're not copying a Naga. You get some value into the Crush Claw Enforcer, and that generally is something good to do against Warrior. Curve out perfectly, but it's not the nuts, right? It's not Wig, it's not Vicious Slither Sphere, and against Warrior, I do feel you need to go for some sort of high roll in that regard, because just 2-3, 2-3, and 3-4, if you don't have guaranteed buff onto it, means that at some point Outrider's Axe is going to help the Warrior win on card advantage.
I mean, just look at this. This is a perfect example of knowing the weaknesses of your deck. Warrior can't answer this anymore with no Minefield, no Fiery War Axe, or whatever it would have been throughout Hearthstone's history. It becomes very, very difficult for them to deal with this early minion. And so Levic, by making what looks like a reckless play on turn one, throwing down the core combo piece in his deck of the Radiant Elemental, has found himself such a gorgeous start to this game. So much so that it's forcing Fury Hunter to go with Buckler Shield Shatter on turn 3 here, just to deal with 2 minions. And it's really good.
Yes, it's absolutely worth it, because on the next turn, recurring Wigs, especially with the Radiant online, means that the minions will get out of range of just 5 damage AoE. Just 5 damage, imagine. Second Buckler here could be decent for Fury Hunter.
Yeah, I think it's just about better, because you obviously can't trade away the tradable effect with it being Nargling. I do think just getting a little bit of extra armor goes a long way.
For Levic, though, the keep of Thrive is something I didn't mention at the beginning, but also makes a lot of sense. When he picked up Shard, it was just guaranteed that he would get Wig by that point, and Wig is really where things kick into overdrive. The single card represents so much of the value of the deck. It means an engine for Handmaiden in and of itself. It means lots of mana refreshed with the Priestess Valish. And it can mean the difference between winning the series and not. But things have slowed down in the mid game here. Fury Hunter just going to keep cycling with the Outrider's Axe, he does need something proactive of his own. If he can turn the corner and get a Nelly safely online, that can usually signify that the Priest is too far behind. But it also kind of depends on whether or not Fury Hunter has seen Najak Hexen, just one of these comeback mechanisms that wasn't available to combo priests of old, but Wig Priest can do.
Big draw, though, in its own right, in the form of Faceless Manipulator. Interestingly enough, if your opponent does go all in on one massive minion, hell, you can just copy it yourself. And if they don't have Shard to be able to bring it back down to earth, you can end up in a very good position as the warrior. Like, for example, against this board right here. This is looking to potentially be a very, very big amalgam here to start things out, especially with the Volish being thrown down in addition to just make it even bigger.
Yep. It is a double wig turn, and with the bless at the end for the 13 damage. It's just such a huge deal as well to make sure that every turn the priest is able to pare down the armor, make sure that it's as difficult as possible to get together a shield slam, which is really the only realistic way of answering this amalgam at the moment. And Fury Hunter has inefficient ways of gaining armor, but doesn't have the shield slam itself. So it might be a Hail Mary like block to find it and then Nagaling.
You know, I just realized if he had picked shoulder check, he'd have a clear right now with Faceless plus the Nagaling.
Oh, true. Oh, that's a brawl. But no mana to draw it and play it this turn. Oh, wait.
No, there is, right? You can swing with the weapon.
My bad, my bad. Yeah, he doesn't need to play shield block. But
is it going to be a 50-50?
It could be a 1 in 3 the Nagaling.
That's true. No, yeah, good point, okay. It's gotta be.
Oh man, he's going. I can't look. Fury Hunter can't look. Levick, we don't know if he's looking.
Hands together in prayer. This means so much to him. And he gets it.
Okay, the middling outcome. It means Levick still has a target on board for the Wigs. It's a very big deal. It means he can, you know, eke out as much value as possible before going for the Handmaiden. But it's not the insta GG because the amalgam has bit the dust.
I am a big fan at all points along the way, by the way, of the wig distribution from Levick. He's always made it very awkward for his opponent in terms of how to deal with it. Specifically with regards to Outrider's Axe, he's made it so if a minion is going to die anyway, he doesn't bother buffing it. And if he can bring it out of range, he does so, just to make it a little bit tougher for Fury Hunter to keep drawing all these extra cards. But still, he's finding a way to do so with shield block, and a possible trade as well. He is turboing through his deck right now.
Could use a shield slam instead, which I do respect, because again, with having used the double shield blocks, you never know how much armor you're going to be working with, so might as well use the block while it's available. And he gets rid of the higher health minion as opposed to the higher attack minion at the moment, because second bless is still a threat. But we are beginning to see the differences of the list, right, between natural control warrior and why it's more difficult as charge warrior to win the matchup. Like if that battle master were an Onyxian Drake right now, he could have a minion on board and saved a shield slam.
Reactivating these wigs again for next turn means we could very possibly be looking at lethal, but another dredge effect here for Fury Hunter.
Better, but can't gain the armor and get it this turn, right? Because he would have to trade the heavy plate to get the dredged card.
How much armor does he have right now anyway, right? Because it's going to be reduced by 3.
True, I'm not sure.
I think it works, yeah.
Okay, yeah, it definitely works. Okay. And the hero power as well, or just re-equip weapon, because you shatter swing.
Very clean turn. It's a huge draw for Fury. Somehow just managing to keep his claws in this game as Levick is slowly starting to run out of threats, right? Because even though he's drawing 1 or 2 cards every turn thanks to the treasure guards, and he can still make these extra threats, as soon as he uses that bless, he's very much out of threats if Fury Hunter can find a way to deal with it. And every draw of this nature, like Shadower, Devour, is just so dead.
All right, I think Levick is making the push here. Might not be a preemptive bless, but this is among the last minions that he has, unless this Amalga comes in clutch. Additional school teacher is amazing.
Huge.
It's crazy how much extra value you can get depending on the outcomes from Amalgam and teacher itself. A Forged in Flame represents even more card draw.
Guess you start with the smite and swing.
Are you alive if you do that? Like, you go down to 11 and you leave a minion on board. And in this deck, it's so crucial to kill everything every single time. But, I mean, my question doesn't really solve anything, right? He has no way to clear both in the beginning, so...
I mean, you go smite heavy plate. You don't have to play the Forged in Flame on this turn. And then just leave up a 2/3. I'd find it very surprising if you're dead. They'd have to hit Radiant Elemental, I think, to have any chance of lethal at all.
Right, yes. But second Radiant could end it.
Yes, it could do, potentially.
All right, we'll see how Fury approaches it. He's going to see what he gets from the swing draw first. Finley. Okay, just goes for the heavy plate. At 19, it is a much more difficult prospect to get the lethal here, even with a Radiant in hand. But Valish and a school teacher.
Oh man, it's a lot. It's quite a lot of damage.
To refresh these new wigs.
Yeah. Go school teacher, wig.
Wait, oh,
Devour? Oh, he's stealing the smite. Oh!
Wait, is it lethal? Because he still has Valish, but right now the wigs aren't refreshable, so he has to go Valish now if he wants both wigs back. Oh, this is a puzzle.
You don't even have to. You can just play wig, Valish, bless. I think it's just lethal, yeah.
Oh, the Hex and Smite!
Or whatever. Yeah, there's a few ways to go about it. That'll do it. Oh, what a play!
What a spot! Hexen to get the 6 damage and also put another minion on board, so it's an extra health for the Devour, making the Smite just get there in the end. Levick very expertly piloting the deck, realizing how to build the boards every single turn, make the breakpoints as awkward as possible for Fury Hunter, and keep the resources flowing. Like you said, wig distribution, a very important skill with this deck.
Yeah, very, very important indeed. And I think at the end there, if like Levick did not actually need to go for the smite. I was trying to run through the numbers there, and I think with just the extra mana to be able to play the Nargling and a couple of extra wigs that get you obviously more attack with the bless. But this is the flashy way, so I appreciate Levy going about it this way, bringing him up 2 games to 1. The Wig Priest right out the gate, getting the win. A deck that Meaty has been absolutely swearing by, which is usually the biggest red flag possible in Hearthstone. Stay away from this deck. You will not win a single game with it. But in this instance, maybe it was on something, who knows. As Levick now just needs the win with his Rogue, right, I believe, of all decks left over, which has not been doing so well so far, both in this series and in the previous series as well. Both matches of the day started with Rogue loss for both sides, and the previous series was decided by Uchiha Sasuke losing on the Rogue versus Dead Draw.
Counterpoint, we haven't seen any turn 2 or turn 3 vessels, I don't think.
Fair point.
Let alone those accompanied by Knolls. So Rogue has not been hitting its high rolls throughout the day so far. We could definitely see it a bit later on though, but I don't think that the Warrior is a particularly good matchup, whether it's the full control variant or the charge variant. Rogue tends to struggle against any from the depths, honestly. Like, just that card happening early can mean early Rikara, early Nelly, and the tempo on the other side, if the Rogue is forced to have to answer that, they're already in a bad spot. And even if they do get the early Vessel, there's always the chance for early Shield Shatter to mess their plans up.
No, absolutely right. So we'll have to see how that one can roll out for Levick, if he can get himself these early Vessels, these early Knolls that we keep on talking about. It's just interesting to see, because I do fully agree that this is, wow, the best version of Rogue, especially when you can hit the literal card-for-card perfect starting hand, right? With just trading away the Cutlass and then a potential turn 2 Vessel if you wanted it. But against the Warrior, I have been having success with the version that runs Jackpot in there as well, and you cheat out some of these extra spells with Tess. I think that, as is always been the case, damage versions of Rogue are better than Thief versions of Rogue. But who knows, with the abundance of Warrior, I think there was maybe, with a few more days, a little bit of room for extra experimentation. Because the damage has been feeling like it's just a little bit short of getting there against Warrior.
Both our players have hit the nuts, Derek. I mean, okay, Levick whiffed a little bit with the discount on his tradable Cutlass. It drew a spell and it ate up the discount, so Vessel this turn would have to expend the coin as well, which would be kind of expensive. I do prefer Levick delaying a bit because he can still get a similar amount of pressure online just going recon into Null here, and he preserves the coin, which is so important for an early Scabs because against the Warriors, sometimes they have so much armor that you need the Edwin Smite combo with the Scabs online already. But for Fury Hunter, it's double from the depths and Finley, and he can get all of this down to 0 next turn and replace his hand.
Right, so it's that weird thing where you want to pick the one you don't want, right? Because you're going to draw it next turn and then shuffle it back into the deck. So I guess you pick to the front.
There's also a line where you pick the hammer and you just play that and from the depths the next turn and then Finley on turn 5.
Okay, sure, yeah.
Potentially you even hold the charge for a Forged in Flame. So, I mean, it feels really bad to not kill it anything with this much pressure on board, and it's an Aegwin as well. But if you have the hammer into Forged into Finley, that's so much discount the next turn.
This is just lethal. If he can get all these cards, he just wins the game. Like, he needs armor on Galvangar, obviously, but, like, this is so much stuff.
It is. Like, at this point, you don't even Finley, potentially, if you are just looking for lethal. But like you said, you need the armor from Galvangar. And in the meantime, if you're doing nothing, turn after turn, you could just die. It's such a weird spot.
Yeah, I think that ends up being 0 mana 5/5, if nothing else, on the BGBM. But, you know, you've got to not underestimate the power of a 0 mana to the front as well. By which I mean, then you don't pick the BGBM, sorry, because you're going to fin it away next turn anyway, unless you go for it right now.
Sorry, my head is spinning as much as the thing. There's so many different lines Fury Hunter can do.
Yeah.
Like, ideally, you just get a buckler or 2 bucklers off of this. Oh no, the Viper, the plan is ruined. Off of the Forged in Flame, I was gonna say, and that can maybe stabilize you and also activate the Galvangar and means you can get lethal super early. But all of that revolved around the weapon sticking around for some card draw, because now even if he goes for Finley, he's only getting 3 cards back left, and we know at least 2 of those are not effective against this board state.
Yeah, he draws so many fewer cards now. It's just an absolutely devastating draw for Levick.
But he has to go for it, looking for Buckler Shatter. He's just kind of dying. Have he played? Not Shatter?
Well, that's not bad.
Provoke?
Oh, the flame.
Oh. Provoke, the first thing played was the Knoll, so it doesn't even kill 2 things, right?
Right.
Ay. The Shatter! He traded the heavy.
No!
He could just
Disaster.
die. Wicked Stab does so much here, right? There's Aegwin on board.
Oh, gone fishing.
Okay, not dead yet.
It? Okay, sure.
Just preparing for like a Scabs angle later on. I'll we just take Cutlass? The rest of these are complete garbage.
Yeah, sure. Oh!
So close to lethal.
So close, man. Coin out the weapon as well. Oh, it's just on the cusp.
The weapon is 1 off, right?
It's actually 1 off, yeah.
Oh my gosh. But does he do it? Because
I don't think
the whole point of stepping the Edwin was for early Scabs line.
Yeah.
So I think, yeah, I would like Levick to just hedge his bets here, because the only way he's really losing from this spot is if the board gets cleared. And in that world, you'd rather have coin Scabs.
Oh, monster top deck here for Fury Hunter to be able to clear the board, get his health total up. He still doesn't really have any way to actually start locking down the board, which is why now to have any chance. But it's a breath, a moment to maybe start pulling his way back.
But he ain't dealing with this next board. Oh no. Okay, what are the good draws, Derek? I'm coming up with a blank.
Well, he didn't. I mean, unless he picked Forged and Flame, weapons aren't really doing too much. It's enough to survive with the pickup of Shield Block, which is a very nice top deck, obviously.
Okay. And it's a weird spot for Levick where he's been setting up the Scabs the whole time, but the Scabs is negative tempo for this turn at least.
The next minion he draws has +2 spell damage as well, so he can get up to 5 on the Tooth, which is not quite there. So I appreciate him going for the Scab still.
And still play the Shroud this turn with Prep, then Hero Power Shroud?
Yes, specifically in that order.
Yes. Just gonna go Tooth Face here, sure.
Wow.
Means he doesn't waste any mana on the Prep next turn. TJ would be proud. He doesn't want to see Teeth go anywhere except Face. Doesn't care about the honorable kill.
A questionable thing to say as a parent. I feel like it's probably biting each other enough. All right, he did end up picking the Forged in Flame. I didn't see that, which means 3 extra cards drawn on this turn. Rakara is, again, maybe enough to survive here, depending on what Levick is able to draw. But it's still a fantastic top deck for Fury and gives him hope, at least.
Levick only needs a tiny bit of damage here. 7 damage. He has +2 spell damage on Krakatoa, which is pretty expensive. So I think you start with, I'm gonna say Prep Shroud, but he can still do that and get Smite and have it be lethal, right? Yeah.
Prep Reconnaissance.
Just a little field work.
Another Haegwyn. Oh, man.
Was that really not Shroud for Smite here?
Never bring a sword to
Maybe, yeah.
There it is anyway. There it is anyway. That's the game.
Actual infinity damage and a 3-1 victory for Levick. For Fury Hunter, what a heartbreaker of a final game. Going with that all-in play on the hammer to try and draw as many cards as possible with the Forged in Flame next turn. But off the top, the Viper to shut down that plan and just leave him with no card draw really for the entire game. He was scrapping for anything and doing a very good job of doing so. Obviously, with going for the Nargling with the Forged in Flame was a very long-term thinking play, which I liked a lot. But there you can just see it frame by frame, the hope leaving his eyes.
That was a rough one indeed. Not a great showing for Charged Warrior in both of the last matchups against the Rogue and against the Wig Priest. The combo piece is really looking quite dead here, which is, you know, it's always been the tail of this deck. But for Levick, that inclusion of Rustrot Viper in Rogue, which is unusual to say the least, was so clutch here. Every time you include a neutral minion in the deck, you are conceding a little bit of risk to having your Knolls be more expensive. But I guess specifically tailored for matchups where Levick doesn't care so much about scrapping for board early, making sure that he can instead get maximum damage later on, maximum disruption. That Viper was amazing.
Yep, so clutch and shows the foresightedness of Levick's deck building, because I feel like in this meta it's easy to ignore deck building decisions because it's a fairly homogenous lineup. We see most players going with the same decks. Tech cards are not so much of a thing in this meta game, it feels like, as opposed to previous years of competitive Hearthstone, but there's still absolutely a place for it, and Rustrot Viper is one of the king of tech cards in this metagame. And so Dead Draw vs Levick is going to be our winners bracket match to be played out, I think, probably in the next game of the day, as we are going through all our Group A matches today and a few of the Group B matches as well. But Uchiha Sasuke will be facing against Fury Hunter in our elimination match, which will be the loser out of the runnings for the World Championship. Again, this is what this is all about. We're running through all our groups to find the 4 players heading to the World Championship. Such an exciting weekend of Hearthstone.
I am so excited to see Derek. I've honestly, before this weekend, not gotten to cast anything called a Summer Championship or Fall Championship. The seasonals have always been one of the great events of Hearthstone. Took a break for a while, and now they are back in full force. And right now, we are seeing some players inch their way even closer to a ticket to the World Championship. So excited for the next few matches of the day.
As am I. So let's not delay any longer. We're going to go to a short break, but when we come back, the winners bracket match for Group A here at the Hearthstone Summer Championship.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Summer Championship. Neil, it's been a long time since I've been able to say those words, a very long time. My name is TJ. I'm joined by Neil Bond, and we have the pleasure of bringing you the winner's match for Group A, and it's a good one. Dead Draw versus Levick. Neil, how you doing today, bud?
Doing good, TJ. Like you say, Summer Champs. My first ever Summer Champs for me, so I'm excited. And it's got off to a good one, and a good one for Levick, who's going to basically run it back in this match we're going to cover now. Exactly the same he's just played against, the same lineup, Dead Draw and Fury Hunter. Despite being in the same group, decided to still play test together, which, you know, it makes sense as long as, you know, at least one of you does well. Maybe you dodge each other in the final, but that's not going to happen now. So let's see how it goes for these two. But Levick getting it done looked quite easy in that last one. Dead Draw might have it to do here.
Yeah, well, if you're, you know, assuming you're both going to make it out of groups, the match that matters the second most would be the quarterfinals. And if you're in the same group, you can't get matched in the quarterfinals. And that's the match that qualifies you to the World Championship. Top four is going to the World Championship. So you figure two players can get out of groups, but if you match together in the quarterfinals, only one player can get out of that one. Boom. There you go, Neil. Rationalized.
Amazing. Rational talk from TJ Sanders and Lorinda first thing in the morning. That's exactly what nobody expected. We'd better not keep letting the side down like this, TJ. We need to sort it. We need to get on it.
Yeah.
Let's talk about trees or something.
This rational talk is only going to last a few short minutes as Neil and I get warmed up. Because it's been a hot minute since we've cast some Hearthstone together. Good, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 5 weeks, 6 weeks? Something
all of those, probably. I think we cast a lot of Hearthstone together in 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 5 weeks, 6 weeks ago. So, and a lot more to come, TJ. I'm excited to say, as we are waiting for this to go on. Obviously, Levick just had to take a moment because he just finished an important Hearthstone match and went away and is about to play another important Hearthstone match. Chance to get to the World Championships almost in sight already when you get to this match.
Yeah, almost. Essentially 2 wins away, right? It sounds crazy because we have a lot of Hearthstone to play. We have 4 of these double elimination groups and then quarterfinals in a couple days. But alas, taking a look at Dead Draw, I love this color scheme that we have on here. It feels so. I know it's just a shade of beige, but is it? Yeah.
Let's go with that. Let's go with that. I can do that.
Yeah, but it feels so regal. You know, it feels worthy of a Summer Championship.
Thought you were going.
As does the text that appears on it.
Yeah, all the Masters Tour stuff that Dead Draw has been getting up to over the last 3 years. 4 top 8 is a ridiculous number, matched only by Gabby. 65% win rate, yeah, against the best players in the world. In a best of 5, absolutely. And only 3 people have more Masters Tour wins than him. And he's missed at least 1. So I think he might have missed 2. I think he's missed 1, looking at 17th there. So I think it's been 18. So he's got the 4th most wins and just sat one out to give the others a chance.
Yeah. He would have the first most wins if he had gone to that last Masters Tour.
Well, how would he have to have done? You have faith. He'd have to have done really well, but then he did really well in all of them, so maybe you're right. I'll give you that one. Yep, Dead Draw, best player in the world, confirmed. But Levick here, we look at this and want to highlight that that final fact there. 19-6, 76% this year. His worst record in the 3 tournaments this year was 6-2.
Yeah, which is still a pretty darn good record.
Right.
And if that 6-2 had actually qualified him to a top 16, which I believe it didn't. If he had stopped at 6-2, he'd be 6-3. If he had qualified and lost in the first round. Could have got even further with how on fire he's been this year. It seems like not much can stop him. Looked great in the match that we just saw. And like you said, running it back against the same exact lineup with Dead Draw. And, you know, obviously the Rogue game had some pretty good draws, I'd say, that final game against Warrior. That's not how you'd always expect those matches against Warriors, but yeah, that's why Rogue is powerful, because it does have the ability to get on the board really quickly with early vessels. If you have a good opening hand, you can beat just about anything. So I'm looking forward to it. We finally got bans in, so bans are as expected. We saw Levick earlier ban the Boar Priest, and now same lineup, gonna ban the Boar Priest again, and then Dead Draw getting rid of the Warrior.
Yeah, and it's basically Rogue has just replaced Demon Hunter from what we saw at the Masters Tour. A lot of the other lineup considerations the same, and it turns out that Demon Hunter killed people really fast and early, and Rogue tries to fill that gap. Not quite as powerful, I want to say. I like saying things, I want to say a lot of things, but basically allows you to build the same lineup around it as it did with Demon Hunter with very similar matchups.
Yeah, that's right. And so the big question here is, will we see sort of the same pan out as we did in the previous game? The big matchup being the Rogue for Levick. I actually think Rogue might even be a spotlight in both players' lineups. Mm-hmm. We don't have a big sample size currently of these matches, but in the matches that we've seen, the deck that seems to be struggling the most is the Rogue across the board, with already like 3 losses on the board for Rogue as a deck in just the 2 matches that we've played thus far, which is below average.
It's all of the matches, TJ. It's the whole sample size. It's all of the game sample size. That's all that matters. It's all of them. You can't get more than all of the game sample size, no matter how much you try. We did see Fury Hunter struggle to get off that Warrior, which is something that I feel is a little bit of a surprise. It'd be interesting to see if that continues. That's just my opinion. But if that happens again, obviously Levick will go through to the final day. And Dead Draw is going to queue it up first. We're going to get a look at this Warrior, which seems to be going badly so far, but it shouldn't be going badly, really. Should it?
I mean, I think Charge Warrior is the best deck in the game.
Right.
Or some variation of Control Warrior, depending on what meta you expect. But it just does everything. Its one weakness is that it doesn't have like super early removal outside of specifically Frozen Buckler and Shield Shatter, right? That's the only way to touch, very quick, big boards. A lot of times you just have to wait until Outrider's Axe and then hope you get there, or, wait until Brawl. But the combination of From the Depths and Sir Finley allows you to just do ridiculous things very early on in the game. If you can get out an early Nelly, early Rakara, even just being able to like tempo cheap school teachers and use the Nogglings to further your game plan, right? Keep drawing cards, get like some shield blocks, more From the Depths, that type of thing. You're in a good spot a lot of times.
Yeah, I think if you're playing a deck with this much stuff, including school teachers, and you don't have to force a Bran into the deck just to make the school teachers work, then your deck's doing good things, right? A lot of these sort of mid-range, slower controller decks sort of wedge a Bran in there just because they've got space where the cards aren't quite good enough. But if you can't put a Bran in your Warrior deck, I know you can in Control to some degree, but you're doing well. You've got some spaces available. Right, here's the Rogue, of which we are going to see a lot. Not a lot new going on in there, but we've seen how much explosiveness this deck has for some weeks now.
Yeah, it's just throwing in the Maestra and the Null means that you can get an absurd amount of tempo early on in the game. Prep Vessel, Null, Gone Fishing, like that combination can just kill a lot of decks if they don't have specific answers to it. I do like the Peasants, specifically against Warrior, because it's surprisingly difficult for them to kill just a 1-mana 2/1. Nearly impossible at times. So going to be able to get value off of that. But it is about getting online early, right? It's about finding the knolls, finding the vessels to make sure that you do have boards in the early game and trying to push that damage, because if you're slow on getting your tempo started, you're just giving the warrior time to get those removal resources, get through their deck, and you really don't have any ways to sort of defend yourself once they do start picking up the the fronts and the damage cards, whatever they may be. So a lot's going to ride on this opening hand from Levick to see if he's going to be able to stand a chance.
Yeah, it's an interesting point, actually, because the rogue deck feels like it has enough card draw in it to keep the threats coming. But like you say, once you're behind, then it doesn't really matter how many threats you have coming, unless your opponent's on a very low health total like Fury Hunter was. So it's not just about the amount of card draw, it's the timing of the card draw, as you're highlighting there. And yeah, going to be interesting to see as this weekend progresses how that works out for Levick. But so far, so good. Right.
Okay.
Job's done.
Levick did full keep. Unless he had already mulliganed by the time I looked at the screen, but all is good. All right.
Okay.
The draw has Frozen Buckler, Shield Shatter combo ready to go, so it can deal with any early board state. It's actually quite a good opening hand for dead draw. Really just missing.
Yeah.
From the depths.
Sure. Okay.
And Levick, outside the knoll, doesn't have too much going. Having the tooth in hand early could give him, some way to find additional tools if he can find that honorable kill. But does have some ways to cycle with Gone Fishing and the Blackwater Cutlass still there. So, meanwhile, dead draw just biding his time. Outrider's Axe, School Teacher's options. Again, that Sir Finley is going to be unlocked as soon as From the Depths is picked up. Well, not unlocked. You can always do it, right? But it never feels as good.
It's all about how it feels, whether you win or not. It's just, did you feel good after you lost? Yeah, it's just got to feel good.
Yeah.
So, dead draw now, all about the timing of this, whether he thinks that there's any more to come here. How much damage he'd like to take. Would he like to use health as a resource? You don't have much health to use as a resource in this. It soon gets whittled away.
Yeah, but you have time, right? Obviously, damage from hand exists. Rogue has a good amount of damage from hand, but most of the time it's pretty easy to predict when it's going to come, or at least calculate how much is possible. So I think he can get the Outrider's Axe on, keep drawing through the deck. This board is not worth a Frozen Buckler Shield Shatter just yet. Ooh. Okay.
Deepest thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, force your opponent to have to use up the first wave of removal, or try to force that.
Okay. Now has both Frozen Bucklers plus Shield Shatter, so now really has to think about when this From the Depths or Finley should come out. Because as soon as he does that, it means that the Frozen Buckler Shield Shatter are going to be on the bottom of the deck. So won't have access to that removal combo. So probably wants to, find an excuse to be able to play those early. I don't know if this is the turn for it, especially going into turn 5 when, without prep, Vessel's going to be able to come down.
Yeah, so he's going to have a look, see how he feels.
How does he feel? Oh, no!
Yeah. Oh, no. These boars. We're going to see a lot of those this weekend. Yeah. Imagine. Can you imagine, TJ? Just getting 7 boars from Discover effects over the course of the game.
I don't even think that's possible.
Don't challenge me, TJ. I've lost enough game to play with normal boards. Don't challenge me to lose some more.
Ooh, tracking. Oh, Tyrion. Wait, Aegwin?
Aegwin worked well last
Ooh.
match. It's just a constant threat of so much extra damage.
Yeah. Tyrion still seems pretty good, though. But I guess Levik's turn 6 is already spoken for, most likely, with the vessel. But because there's, all of those, like, additional cards that spell damage could be used with. Like, Second Tooth, the double Wicked Stab. It adds a ton of damage, and that's oftentimes what you need at a certain point in the game when your boards are going to stop sticking, you're going to lose tempo, et cetera, relying on that board damage to win.
Just having a look at Levik here, you say it's about the nice beige color on our graphic. He's just sitting there sipping his hot drink in the showered in light from the flowery curtains. It's very summery indeed. It's definitely got this.
Are you just assuming that it's a hot drink because it's in a mug?
And it's sort of a beigey color drink.
Could be a cold drink. You don't know.
I mean, it depends. If it was there before his previous match, then it would be a cold drink. Now, that's a hot drink.
Looks cold to me. I don't see any steam. There's no visible steam.
I mean, its bubbles are coming up straight through where it says Winners Match A. Look at all that steam bubbling up. Okay. Can get a lot of stuff down now. But still just building up hand size as well.
Yep.
Check something.
Stone by stone, Stormwind shall fall.
No, failed to check something. It's fine. It is just the one brawl in the warrior. I mean, it usually is. I just wanted to double check before I said anything.
Yeah, pretty standard in most of the charge warriors.
Can you imagine years ago people saying you're playing exactly one brawl? Like, it's got worse over the years, but not worse enough you drop them both.
No, but the game has changed, Neil. Come on now, keep up.
I can't keep up, TJ. Those old people, we get stuck in the past.
Brawl's getting pushed out by all the newer, shinier removal spells.
Mm-hmm. But it's still hanging in there, like me.
It is. Yeah, true. Very true. You
Won't go away.
You are the Brawl of Hearthstone casters.
Thank you, TJ. That's the nicest thing anyone's ever said to me.
You really gotta argue to keep it in, but it's still just good enough to run one copy. Whereas the youngins, Eric and Gia, they are Frozen Buckler Shield Shatter.
Yep. That makes a lot of sense. I knew you were going to go there as well.
I don't know which is which, but...
Oh, I wouldn't like to say. Because whichever way you say, you'll probably offend both of them. They're both like, no, I'm the Buckler. No, I want to be the Buckler. Well, I want to be the Shield Shatter. Levik not panicking here. This has been a sign of his play over the last, well, always a sign of any good player, but something we've noticed over the last 3 tournaments especially, just got to that comfort zone where he's willing to just take it easy.
Yep.
Never bring a sword to a fish fight.
I want to start pushing. Forget this trade. Ah. Yeah. Had the option to use the Gone Fish in there, but at this point, not having seen a Shield Shatter, you don't want to go too heavy in onto the board. Also, the Gone Fishing could be used with Edwin on an Edwin turn in combination to try and find Mr. Smite. So if you can pick up Mr. Smite, you can Edwin, Mr. Smite, Gone Fishing. Ton of damage from hand. A lot of options.
Looking at this Finley in Dead Draw's hand. The hand is so usable. Like you made the point a lot earlier that maybe Dead Draw would hold on to cards, but trying to work out if there's any sort of OTK where you just play the captain and you draw the cards from the bottom, they're all reduced because you know they're the bottom 5, and then off you go and just win with combo that way. Later on, not now, of course.
There's a reduced Battle Master at the bottom. Was there a reduced Faceless? It wouldn't matter because he's only played the one from the depths. It would have to be 2 from the depths to be able to fit it in all on the same turn, right? Go Galvangar, Finley, and know that it's there. Because that costs 7 right off the bat.
Well, just reduce them all. That's what I would do. Just take the chance that the exact bottom cards, even the ones you don't know, are exactly right. What could ever go wrong with that plan? Or you could be on 35 health and be taking your time.
Yeah.
Yep, there's the Battle Master and the to the front.
Yep. So, if you pick Battle Master, next turn you do just have a lethal set up, unless Scabs were to come down. So it looks like I think he did just go for that. Yeah.
Okay.
That's just
so you get the to the front from the, Oh, you have to shuffle it away, so you have to pick the axe, right?
No, you just pick the Battle Master and then just draw it off the top next turn.
Okay, sure, and just win. I was trying to get way too complicated.
Well, the other option, it would be that, yeah. You pick the to the front, and then you Galvangar plus Finley, and then you could play the axe and the Battle Master, because I think the axe was also double discounted, since that was in the first one.
Yeah, exactly. All right, well, we're going to find out. One of the great things about this decision, from our point of view, we get to see what happens. Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, it was the to the front. So yep, and that should be it, right? That's 18 plus hero power plus the free Outriders axe. That should be 23. Yep.
Yep. Nicely done from Dead Draw.
Oh, and there was a Faceless in the first one as well. Okay.
So much damage.
I know. I don't think he saw the Faceless, though, is the thing.
He did not know.
But it was there. And he didn't see it in the second one. He may have seen it. No, he wouldn't have seen it in the first one. So there you go. Nicely set up by Dead Draw. And like I said, that's kind of the difference between, that crazy fast start and the decent start, right? Levick still had some decent tempo options early, but it wasn't early enough. He started really pushing on the board turn 4, turn 5. Was actually assembling a lot of resources too. Had, the Egwin Death Rattle, so had the additional spell damage. Had the Vessel loaded up in the bottom of his deck with the Shadow Stepped Edwin. So, with Scabs, given one more turn, Levick probably, maybe not probably, but has a high likelihood of finding, maybe not lethal, but a lot of damage over the next few turns, like a ton of damage over the next few turns, especially considering the additional spell damage, free Wicked Stab in hand, the Vessel being picked up, the Mr. Smite to give it all a charge, depending on how big the Edwin got, it would have been a lot of damage. But you can't give Warrior that much time. That's what happens.
It is, but it's not what happened against Fury Hunter. And we keep talking about that matchup, or I do at least, because that was the exact same matchup, almost card for card, if not exactly card for card, that Levick just won. But in the match against Fury Hunter, he won the Rogue versus Warrior match. So if he's going to get through to the final day, he's going to have to find a different way to beat Deadraw. And Deadraw, who loves this deck, is now going to cue the Naga Mage.
Oh yeah.
He's a big fan.
I feel like I don't even know who it was before. Was it Derek? It was somebody. The relationship of players with was it Board Priest? Like you either love it or you hate it. There's no in between.
Yeah.
Naga Mage, I think, is different. You either love it or you're completely ambivalent towards it. Like it just
Yeah, just who cares? What's this deck?
yeah, you either love it or whatever. Play your silly little Nagas and your spells. I don't care.
just put them on the board. We just want to know.
Yeah, just keep going. I'm gonna alt tab while you're doing your thing, and then come back in and figure out how to deal with it. And Levick's gonna move over to the Bless Priest. Pretty cool deck, but a deck that I cannot win with. I don't know. It just it's one of those decks where you feel like you're winning until your stuff is gone and you can't do anything anymore. Like the timing of the buffs is so crucial, but you wouldn't think it'd be difficult, but it is. So
Yeah, just draw a Radiant Elemental and play your cards. What could go wrong, right? And then play it a bit like Naga Mage, but alternate Wigs and Nagas, and then you run out of mana because you're not getting extra 2s, you're only getting extra 1s, and oh dear, yeah. Story about Deadraw, actually, at the start of playtesting sort of for this event, a few days ago, after the mini-set was announced, Deadraw was talking to Fury Hunter and the rest of that group, said he thought that Rogue and Mage sucks. And here he is, Rogue and Mage. He reversed his view like 2 days ago. He's like, no, actually, looks like I'm wrong. I'm gonna play the Rogue and the Mage. So even the very best players have these moments of, what does your gut instinct say versus what's actually going to be true? And even Deadraw can get that wrong on his first look.
Like, you can still be correct. And
Yeah.
they suck, but other decks suck more.
That's
That's
very
why you
fair.
don't bring them. Or you may only think that one or two classes are actually good. And so that means by default, all the rest of them are terrible. But you have to bring 4 decks. So
To be fair, that might not be far off the mark. There's Warrior, and it's good. And then there's Warrior, and it's good. And then there's Boar Priest, because it beats Warrior. And then that's it. Okay. See how somebody goes about dealing with all this early as the mage. Because this is some early going on here. If Levitt can use the Thrive next turn, start playing some Wigs.
Yep. Deadraw realizing that the Radiant Elemental is probably the single biggest threat in the deck. Just going to go ahead and get rid of it. Try again with another Thrive. Yep. That Hayman was just picked up last turn, so still a little bit of ways away. Deadraw's got some time here.
How much time is he going to need, though? He doesn't need more than 2 or 3 more turns himself, and he's ready to go.
Yeah.
Swim back from whence you came.
Okay, there's Wig. That'll be big, especially for the Handmaiden synergy as well. I think there's only 1 left needed.
Working out. The thing is now, if he uses his removal on stuff, then he doesn't have a way to pop off himself with very few spells in hand.
Yeah.
I mean, he has a way. You know what I mean, TJ.
I always know what you mean.
That's why they pair me with you, TJ, because you're the only one who can pretend that is true.
Volcanomancy.
That was a minion, it'd just be called Volcano Man. That'd be it.
It was a minion. No, it wasn't.
It's on a minion, so this is actually Volcano Man. Coming down next turn.
I believe that was the choice.
I mean, it would be remiss not to, right? No matter what it says on the card. Can't play Volcano Man and just explain how card names should work. Too much. Feel that that's a big deal as well, because if Dead Draw can clear up this board into his own pop-off turn, that could be a big reversal on the board.
I must consider.
And Levik's trying to decide what course of action to take. He wants to use this to potentially go for like a value trade on the 3/4.
Yeah.
Or if he just wants to go for, you know, clean trade and keep the minions that he does have on the board healthy. So it looks like just the clean trade is going to be it. And pushing a good amount of damage to draw down to 15. And
I think sleeve
now
next
it's
turn, in theory, it won't be, of course, but yeah.
yeah.
The Queen's trove is forbidden.
Yeah. Volcano Man doing his job. Kind of, at least.
That animation.
Bam! The animation of setting fire to card, that's amazing. Or the effects. Have you seen that for the Warlock?
Yeah.
You set fire to somebody's hand. That's so good.
Yep.
Because as much as I play with sound off a lot, I can't yet play with images off, even though some people may think I do.
One day. So it looks like the chain is going to stop there. Can't
For
get
now.
mana back. Ran out of Nagas. Has to decide whether or not he wants to kill this. But I think keeping the board clean against this deck has a good amount of value.
Yeah.
And it's a reasonably sized board. But the important thing is he's stopped the tempo from the side of Levik.
Levik in full concentration mode. The second that Radiant came off the top, though, leans forward. Don't know what he's drinking, but he's not drinking it now. He is fully into this turn.
Start by looking for something else, Samuro, but not clean at all. Doesn't want to use the Serpent Wing on it because hasn't played a Naga with it up. Shadow
What's the Devour? Yeah.
It is okay. It leaves the Slither Spear up and the Treasure Guard.
My blade seeks vengeance.
And the Amalgam.
Everything with the Devour. Yeah. Everything important, at least.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is it puts a large minion on the board, a good blessed target, which is crucial. Obviously, I mean,
Yeah, it's Blessed Priest.
yeah.
I know it's
Priest better, but
Big Priest is probably better, but you know.
I think it's actually
Mm.
call it Blessed Priest. Bro.
I called it Blessed Priest because I was in a hurry and just put Blessed Priest in.
Well, it does have Bless in it. I guess Naga Priest is what it's called.
Yeah, that's such a boring name, though, isn't it? Wig Priest is funny because you can, you know, play Wig a lot of times, and the image on Wig is great.
But they're not going to be able to clear it up.
The Queen's trove is forbidden.
Yeah, it feels like slowly but surely Dead Draw's getting the advantage, but he doesn't have the ability to pop off again anytime soon. He's got a lot of card draw. He's still got stuff he can play as well to defend the board, but Levic's going to have to get it done in the next turn or two, or it's all going to go very wrong for him. Just a 1-1 taunt is so irritating. Obviously, Najak deals with that, but... Okay.
This size board from Levic. Digital knows he's got time to, start picking up some more cards. Does have a way to take this treasure card out with First Flame Hero Power. Give him 2 more mana, unless he wants to do it another way. Looks like he wanted to get the Crush Call Enforcer out there. Try and pick up. Nope, gets treasure card. No second turn. But it's just going to go First Flame, Second Flame. This also creates a little bit more hand space. But the important part, board is clean again. Drew some cards that turn, kept tempo. All good things. Just keep playing the Naga, keep putting some wigs on. Until eventually one sticks.
Yeah, if Dead Draw just gets that 1 turn to make that wide board, so he's got enough attack to stop anything ever sticking again, he's there, down to 9 cards in his deck. It seems likely, but Levic just plugging away. Ooh. There we go. Nearly. Oh my goodness.
Second Siren's just the last card.
Of course. You played Hearthstone, you know how it works.
Yeah.
The Queen's power is beyond your comprehension.
Ooh. Oh, okay. Rip.
What, you...
I was like, Drake Fire Amulet, let's go.
Yeah, maybe, but maybe not.
For war.
Oh, the Siphon is so big though now.
Yeah.
It's
That's not that big. It's just a First Flame and a Rune Door, but it's still...
He looked great.
All right.
All right, here we go. Week time.
Who here can spell Zinjari? Anybody?
Hello?
Yep, Nargling actually working out as more wigs.
Pick me, pick me.
Oh no, Devouring Plague. Okay. All right. Worst possible outcomes. Cool.
Oh my.
Oh, Levy just says, all right, here it is.
That's my card.
That's my minion. Please don't touch it.
This looks like one of my Battlegrounds boards. Just a load of garbage and a 15-15 that I hope doesn't get poisoned.
Yeah. I mean, Daedra hasn't nearly enough to kill us on the board.
Yeah.
Hot streak. Is Siren the last? Nope, it's Malcolm left. He's all right, cool.
You got so excited with that. I didn't understand a single word of that. It just sounded like letters. Like whoop a bip a bip bibbidi boo.
I thought Siren might be the last Naga left. There it is.
I mean, he's cycled through so much stuff. It's probably worse than the last one. It's probably even further down. But finally, he's got it done. Yeah, he's going to flurry this at the end of it all.
Yeah.
Now he can actually attack some face.
Yep. There's still another Devour left, but that's not enough. And there you go. Levic going to concede. Deaddraw 2-0 up now, taking the win with Naga Mage. And last deck remaining will be the Rogue.
Yep, which you highlighted, and I do agree, can be, the sticking point. But again, worst case, Deaddraw has a mirror and 2 other games to go. So looking in a fantastic spot, doing what Fury Hunter could not do in the previous game by the look of things. Just to let you know the game match situation. If the game match? Match game? I don't know. If Dead Draw wins this, he will go through to the top 8. If Levek loses this, or whoever loses this, they will go down to the elimination match to find out which person
Decider
gets
match.
top 8. Decider
Come
match.
on, Neil.
Was it winners, elimination, and decider?
Get your match games right.
Yeah, I hate it when I get my match games wrong, honestly.
Yeah, the elimination match is the 2 players that lost in the first round. They played in the elimination match. And then
Because one eliminates the other.
and then there's only 2 spots left.
And then you have to decide which one of them gets.
And you have to decide which one goes through. So it's the decider.
Got it. If only those things
There
were
you go.
explained to me when I was younger, you know, in simple terms like that.
Yeah.
I mean, technically I was always younger, right? Because that's how younger works, but you know what I mean.
All right, here we go. Rogue for Dead Draw. And we said at the beginning, I feel like Rogue is probably the weak point in both players' lineups. If I was going strictly based off personal experience, I would say the Priest is the weak point in Levik's lineup. But
Yeah.
I don't think it's the case here when we're talking about Conquest Best of 5 lineup. But again, Rogue is, you know, played and popular and powerful for a reason. And you know, against Warrior, it's a different story. But against a lot of other decks, they can't hang on against the tempo. So we'll see. But a good position for Dead Draw here.
So no
Two
peasant in
games
this
up.
one, which is no real surprise, except Levik has got it. That's why I'm highlighting it. So we haven't got to see that peasant come down yet for Levik. Be good to see that. And he's going to go with the ping mate, which is basically very similar to what we've already seen, except you have the Mordresh bits and pieces thrown in there with the wildfire.
Yep. Wildfires, Mordresh, Dawn Grasp, Reckless Apprentice. Actually, quite a few cards that you have to fit in for Pig Mage, but it still gets the job done. In situations where you're running a little bit low on resources, you have the ability to go a lot later and have that a lot more burn from hand. That doesn't take as much time as like beefing up Ignites. So let's get into it.
Well, decisions already for Levik. How much of this stuff do you want to keep? Because it's all pretty good stuff against Rogue.
Yeah, I mean, Wildfire and Savara, top notch.
Savara, so
Point.
gooder. Dead draw. Just needs one card mulligan to pick up.
I saw the face.
No.
Oh, double null. There we go.
Yeah. Good play. He can't believe it. Little smirk coming across his face. I was like, man.
Both nulls down right now.
Oh my.
Trade again. Hit another one. Oh, there we go.
You're a horrible person, TJ.
Even hits Vessel with the Cutlass for the discount. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. I mean, this is one of the benefits of not playing as many quote-unquote tech cards, like no peasants.
Yes.
Means that your nulls just are that much more likely to be able to plippity plop on out.
Keep thinking, Dead Draw. You've got a deck that you now have to play on top of these 2 great cards.
Yeah, but this is just so much damage, right? It just makes the rest of the game that much easier.
You want to Shadow Step it? Just to give it 2 health?
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure. It sounds stupid, but if all your opponent could do last turn is ping it for 2, you've got to consider, like, healing it for 2.
Yeah, but like, what would be the punish for not shadow stepping it?
Let's have a look. What would be the punish? I'm sure there is one. Because there might not be.
Another wildfire and a ping?
Yeah, first flame into second flame, but you get to keep your 3/1 in that world, I guess.
Yeah, everything that would kill it at 3. No, that's not true. But I just don't think it's worth it, right? It's like a resource, but there's not that much that you're playing around by shadow stepping in. It's a specific combination of things, and regardless of what those things are, you're still pushing a ton. Oh my gosh! Look at Levic's face. He's just
and he can't see what we can. Oh,
I'm taking another 12.
Oh, Mr. Smite's rubbish in this deck, TJ. It's going to be way too slow. It's going to be over on turn 5. It costs 6 mana. What's the point? Just do it like this every time.
Yeah. Because he doesn't have Reckless Apprentice and has only played 1 Wildfire. So he would need to do both of those things in order to be able to clear this these stealth minions up. And next turn it's just has 9 damage with if both these stealth minions can't. Oh, okay.
Got it.
Still not enough. It's just not nearly enough mana. Of course, got to pick up what Hot Streak. Okay, first flame. That's good. That's mana gained.
Sure. Good.
Power is beyond your comprehension.
Is Deaddraw going to get to honorable kill his opponent just for the ultimate BM as well?
Oh yeah. Okay, so this will be Wildfire. And Coin? Okay.
Yeah, he's there.
Yeah, that is enough, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's sick.
Oh. Pew, pew, pew.
The problem is, does it set up lethal? No way.
Nowhere near, nowhere near. Well, I always say nowhere near, and it's always
9,
close,
10,
and I think.
11, 12, 13 with the ping. It's 16. Chain together enough spells to get the Slither Spear down. The Siren would stick, though.
Yeah, but you're dead to just Tooth Smite right now. You don't know that, of course.
Yeah, but you'd have to Tooth Face this turn?
Which I think he does when he's going to do the same sort of math that you just did.
I mean, that's still... The Siren being up, though, makes things a little bit scary. But there's not an option. I think you just Tooth Face and close your eyes. Wait till next turn.
Yeah.
But there's an Ice Barrier played in this deck.
Yeah. I mean, I'm saying that as if I don't care. I do care. I understand. Can he set up the Philip fighters to...
Well, he can honorable kill the Siren with a Fillet Fighter, Dagger Hit, plus Tooth.
You have to go which is more likely, right? Oh, he's got the double fillet. If he does that now, gotta do something.
Oh, that has stealth, so I guess that's a test for Ice Barrier. Okay, no, I like this.
That's better. That is better. I agree.
Yeah, because like Tooth being held onto gives more flexibility if Ice Barrier were to be played, right?
Mm-hmm.
Board space is the biggest issue right now for Levick. He actually just can't get enough like mana resets in with the Naga portion.
Excuse me.
And yeah, and because of that, I don't think Ice Barrier is gonna be able to pick it up. He's gonna have to trade one more time and look for it. Another Wildfire. It's a big ping.
And counterspell, and he knows. Yeah. He doesn't know, but he's got a very strong sense of what's going to happen here. plays it down just in case it wards Death Draw off attacking. Has he got lethal? He hasn't got lethal without... Has he? Yes, he has.
Never bring a sword to
Yeah.
this fight.
Yeah,
And if he
test the
goes
counter
Tooth
spell.
and its counterspell, then he could just Wicked Stab. Yeah, so this played around everything. This played around every secret. So well done from Dead Draw. Even down to the last turn, playing as efficiently as possible. Really like the setup there of the Maestra, just because that gave him the most possible flexibility that last turn. And it mattered, right? Because
Yeah.
it let him have the ability to test for the secret at the end there and still have lethal no matter, you know, which way it went. Because if it's Ice Barrier, he doesn't attack with the Maestra. He just plays the Wicked Stab because he would have just needed the extra 4 damage regardless. So, nicely done. Dead Draw takes 3-0. Which is moving on to the quarterfinals out of Group A in first place.
Oh, TJ, he's one match away again from something big. It's been so close so many times,
you
and we're going to have to
dare
wait
say
until
it.
Sunday to find out what happens as well.
Don't you dare say it. Don't you
But
dare.
he is in the quarterfinals, and that's it. That's all I'm saying. You can work out the rest for yourselves.
Yep. And Levick not out. Levick will move down to the lower bracket decider match.
Thank
Lower
you.
bracket. It's kind of middle bracket, like with the way we, you know, the groups are visually laid out, right? It's in the middle. The decider match. It is. It is.
You can't make the middle bracket a thing unless we have triple elimination tournaments.
Yeah. Levick moving down to the middle bracket. The decider match where it will be decided based on the result who will move on to the quarterfinals
And who will be eliminated. Yeah.
and who will be eliminated. But I you know, it was a short one in terms of game, but it was a pretty good match. Got to see a pretty high level of play and fantastic start there for Dead Draw's Rogue, which I think was, you know, the big difference maker because that turnaround from Levick on the Savara Wildfire Reckless Apprentice turn, the Siren turn, was quite good. I didn't even think it was possible at that point, but nothing is impossible with Siren, it feels. There's so many ways that you can cheat a whole bunch of mana. If you can keep getting discovers on spells that cost less than 2, it means you're just gaining mana as you go. So there it is. We have Uchiha Sasuke versus Fury Hunter. Coming up next, that'll be an elimination match. Winner will go on to face Levick, and the winner of that will come out of Group A.
Levick might face the same lineup 3 times in the same day. he's one against it so far.
Yeah. See, look, it is a middle bracket. Look at that. Uchiha Sasuke, Fury Hunter, they're all the way down
It's
there.
more like the sort
Lower.
of 4/5 of the way down bracket.
Yeah.
Not in the middle, is it? I mean, it's in between them. I guess that makes it the middle, but it's not centered. I don't know. We have to talk about this later. It's important.
The lower middle bracket. There we go.
The lower middle bracket. Got it. Sorted.
Yep. It's settled. All sorted. And with that, we're now 3 matches in on the day. I believe we're going to be broadcasting 4 more. I think we're going to play throughout Group A and then play a couple matches from Group B before we call it. So whatever it is, there's plenty more Hearthstone to watch today if you're interested in that. So we're going to have to go to a quick break before we jump into our elimination match between Uchiha Sasuke and Fury Hunter. But don't go anywhere. More action here from the Summer Championship right after this.
Welcome back, everyone. We are ready to go with our next match. I'm Raven, and joining me for this one is Gia. We are going to be mixing up the usual pairings a little bit across the weekend. But we have our first elimination match. It was important that we introduced ourselves because I am not TJ, and you are definitely not Lorinda. So we've got ourselves right there. We'll get that fixed in a minute. But we have Sasuke versus Fury Hunter, and already we're in that elimination match, Gia.
Yeah, that means that either of these players could be on their last legs. This is something they've been working towards all year so far, the qualification through to the World Championship, but you only get 2 chances here, only 1 loss possible, and both of these players have already taken it earlier on today. And for Chia Sasuke, I would say it doesn't particularly bode well for him because he did take his loss against Deaddraw, who has the exact same lineup as Fury Hunter.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one, isn't it? We are going to see something a little bit different with the bans. So the Warrior's going to be banned away, and Sasuke is going to have access to that alignment druid. So we'll have to see if that's a benefit or, you know, a negative for either player here. But let's take a quick look at how Group A is looking so far. Deaddraw with their, I almost blinked and missed it, 3-0 victory over Levick means that he's done for the day. He's through his group, and then he can just chill and watch the rest of the tournament, eye up the competition to get ready for that top 8 a little bit later on this weekend. And then Levick is sitting in that Decicder match waiting for the winner of Sasuke and Fury Hunter.
That is right. Levick himself did take a pretty convincing win over Fury Hunter. We've had every possible match result today, 3-2, 3-1, and 3-0. I'm very interested to see how this one will pan out because, like you said, Raven, it's not the exact same variables as it was, even though it's the same lineup for Fury Hunter here. I am pretty curious if Fury Hunter had the time to discuss with Deaddraw at all as to how he thought the bans were supposed to go out, but either there's been a difference of opinion or Fury Hunter is just trying to mix it up and be a bit unexpected against Sasuke. And the fact that the alignment druid is up is not something that doesn't make any sense. I think it has some good matchups and bad matchups. There's merits to both leaving it up and banning it. For example, the rogue for Fury Hunter is a very, very favorable matchup into that druid, but the warrior could struggle.
Yeah, now just having a quick look at this Boar Priest. We've seen some highs and lows of it, both coming from Sasuke in the first match of the day. A bit of a slip in one of the earlier games, and then just a very clean display of what Boar Priest can do. How do you think it sits currently in this tournament meta with the, so much warrior, so much rogue knocking around in most players' lineups right now? Do you like the bring? Do you think it's going to do well across the whole weekend?
Yeah, I do like the Boar Priest bring. I think for this meta, it's situated slightly better than Naga Priest because I think that Boar Priest is favored against both Warrior and Rogue, whereas the Priest, I would only put it favored against Charge Warrior and not even necessarily against the other types of Warrior. And I don't think it's particularly good against Rogue either. The Boar Priest can be a little bit shaky against alignment druid if it's out there, but currently, at least in Group A, it's only Sasuke who's brought it, so I think his own Boar Priest is in a very good position. He has banned away the Boar Priest from Fury Hunter though, which I think makes sense because Sasuke is running a heavier controlled lineup.
All right, well, let's see how it goes. Game 1 of this series between Sasuke and Fury Hunter. And as I said at the beginning, this is an elimination match. The loser of this is done and dusted for the weekend, and they'll have to try again in the second part of the year here to try and make it to a champs a little bit later on. But for now, Rogue versus Priest, 2 of the decks we're going to be seeing a lot of for the rest of the weekend. So get used to it, basically. Looking at this one, Fury Hunter has Shroud in his opening hand, but is that the only keep? Okay, keep an Extortion as well.
Yeah, keeping any tradable, I'd say, is standard just for a deck that wants to get the Knolls out as soon as possible. Obviously, it's not as ideal as the Cutlass, but the Extortion will make it so that the Knoll most of the time gets a further discount starting as early as turn 1. I say most of the time because there's a couple whiffs in there in the Mr. Smite and in the version of Fury Hunter, the Blademaster Okani as well, which is a card that's not seen too often in Rogue, but one which I'm a fan of over Vanessa if you are running up into mashups other than the mirror. Oh, speaking of,
Yep, and look at this as well, just the double null in hand now. Like, this is going to be a potentially very explosive opening here for Fury Hunter. If he can just pile on the pressure, it might not give Sasuke the time that you do require as Boar Priest, right? Like, there are ways you can buy time, but that's the hard bit of the deck, isn't it? Just having enough time to actually be able to get those boars not only played and dead, but also get those trades with the amulet as well.
Yeah. That Okani pickup is a bit unfortunate for Fury Hunter because if he had gotten a rogue card here and if the Coin Shroud had gotten him 2 more rogue cards, we could have seen double null as early as turn 2. But between those all of those draws needing to be rogue cards, it didn't feel particularly likely. So the double null on turn 3 is still a very good consolation. This is the part where it starts to get scary because the nulls have a health breakpoint where the common heal spells, Flash Heal and Desperate Prayer, make for a very convenient Xyrella clear, but not as early as turn 4 without there being 5 health to heal up.
Yeah, a little bit scary as well because Fury saw the card draw come down, right? The switcheroo was played from Sasuke, so you know there's that 2 extra minions in hand, but still, I think other than the maybe the initial setup turn, once you've made this play, you just play as if Xyrella just isn't there for at least a turn or so.
That's right. Because you can say sometimes, oh, just leave them at full health, never give them enough health to activate Xyrella, the 4/4. But at that point, sometimes you're playing into a big pyro clear, which, you know, the mana that Priest has face up is not necessarily just that because of the Valish. It can make for full pyro clears. But here we see the power of Okani coming down for minion counter, which I completely agree with here because the board clears are in the form of minions, either pyro or Xyrella. And the Okani makes it so that Sasuke has, you know, he can throw out a cleric, for example, to eat up the Okani, but he absolutely cannot throw out a boar. Valish feels a little bit too valuable, and he's just kind of dying if he doesn't do anything about it next turn at the latest.
Yeah, this play's nice because it means Sasuke could clear most of this board with Xyrella if it was exactly Cleric, Desperate Prayer, Xyrella, right? Or, you know, 1-drop or 0-drop Desperate Prayer. So it requires Sasuke to have a very specific hand. And we can see, we're talking a lot about Xyrella, but it's one of those games where it isn't in hand quite yet. There is another switcheroo available for Sasuke, so he could go dig in once again. And at this point, I think he has to, because the 5 health on those nulls, and the 6 on Okani, to be fair, it's a lot. You're not really expecting a pyro to get that done without maybe like double devour or something.
Right. Switcheroo, I think, is guaranteed to get Pyro and Xyrella here. Those are the only minions left by my... Oh, sorry, the other Handmaiden as well. So it wasn't a guarantee. But I think Sasuke was just kind of working out in his head if he could get a Pyro clear somehow this turn, because he did have Valish to keep a train going. But given that he had to spend 1 mana on the Cleric to just proc the Okani, it didn't feel particularly likely. So he is just going to tank the damage for 1 more turn. And now Fury Hunter digging with his Reconnaissance, which is another sort of gotcha card in the matchup sometimes. If as the priest you do something a bit careless, like leave a boar on board where you don't have to, the rogue can just go like Najak Hexen, then kill the Najak, then step the Najak, I should say. And by that point, the priest has no win condition because they simply cannot get the boar on their side and kill it anymore. But we don't see that option for Fury, so I do think he should just take the best board refill potential for next turn if this board does get cleared by Xyrella, which is Jaime. Okay.
The interesting thing here as well is that the Flash Heal was used by Sasuke last turn. It means Flash Heal isn't available now. There's only Gift. Okay, I guess now there's Gift, so that's fine.
And with this many spells, it could be like a full draw turn and then end with Xyrella, because he will get a lot of refresh with the Valish. But this is where the math with Boar Priest can get a bit tricky. How much hand space do you work with here? I think Uchiha Sasuke already planned it out in his head on the previous turn. Going to get 4 draws with this order played. He hasn't played enough spells to refresh to the point where Xyrella is playable, though. So he needs just a lot of other cheap spells to actually kill off these minions.
They're not really there, right?
Yeah, it's only 2 spells played. I think the Valish only refreshes 2 here. So can't really do much with the rest of it because like he was looking for the other Devourer here, but he doesn't have the mana to play Thrive into second Devourer. Or does he have the hand space to keep digging with the gift? So it looks like he is just gonna end up leaving all this damage on board.
One off.
Yeah, with the smite.
Oh.
It's only 16. Oh man.
Yeah, and this is the second time already today we've seen Sasuke be a little bit more adventurous with his priest turns when he had like straightforward clears available, and chosen to go a little bit greedier with them. So we'll see if it pays off this time, because it certainly did not pay off the time before.
Fury Hunter starting with the trade, I guess, looking for Wicked Stab, because if he trades the Cutlass and gets Wicked Stab, it's lethal with Tooth and Stab. Not very likely though, so maybe he takes a halfway play where he clears 1 minion, probably the Cleric. I don't know. Is it even scary by this point? Maybe you have to clear the Pyro, because what I'm looking at for the rest of his turn is to play the Vessel, not so much for the 3/3s, but to just put the other 2 3/3s on the bottom, which with Smite, if he got Gone Fishing, represents 12 burst. But since he doesn't have Gone Fishing, he is going for clearing both the problematic minions, Cleric and Pyro, and pushing the damage he has.
Yeah, I really do like the Defector though over the Vessels, because the Defector is just an insane amount of damage to come out, as it's a 4 mana of charge minion for 5 attack. Like, that's pretty solid. So maybe he's just relying on that to maybe combine over a couple of turns with Smite if there's a lot of healing coming down.
Prayer means the board clear is there now with Zyrella. Gonna get the draw with the gift, and it's fine even though he heals Fury's board back up. The awkward part is he's a mana short of being able to end the turn with Handmaiden, which would have been ideal. So after Zyrella, the question is, do you play Thrive, do you Hero Power, or do you trade the Amulet and play a board? There's so many things that Sasuke has left on his checklist, right? Aside from stabilizing, he needs to get the other board dead, he needs to trade enough Amulets to have the 2 and 3 reses, and he needs to do all of that quickly because Smite is still threatening to push quite a bit of damage just with the Fillet Fighter. It's 10 from hand plus the weapon. No chance for lethal straight up here for Fury Hunter, I don't think.
I think the cycles aren't a big problem with Amulet, because there are still 2 Shard of the Naru in the deck, so there's a lot of just cycling through the cards. That's Smite.
He's one off again.
Oh.
He's one off again.
Can he just Smite face Shadow Step?
He could. That is a very real play. It means that you have lethal even through just Hero Power the next turn. But if there's more healing than that, and I don't think you've seen both flash heals yet, it starts to fall apart a little bit. So by playing the Vessel here, I think Fury Hunter's giving himself an out for Gun Fishing as a top deck for lethal.
Yeah, I think there's, outside of anything created, there's only 1 flash heal left as healing in the deck now. I think he's already seen one of them.
Okay, there's the other one. So if Sasuke goes up to 22, you can see Fury Hunter's reach from hand next turn is 14 with Smite, Fillet, Step Fillet. Plus the 6 on board, it's 20, plus the dagger, 21. So technically, Flash Heal keeps Sasuke alive against this hand. The other problem he has ongoing is there wasn't a way to kill the boar, but with the Holy Smite, boar can die. At least one of these amulets is on res 2 already. We can go for that preemptively if he wants. Okay, but he goes for the trade, can get everything done with the full proc next turn, I guess, already, with the Pyro.
At this point, if you're expecting the weapon, is there anything Fury can do to make this this board turn. Obviously just not as good for Sasuke. Of course, it's what his deck's built to do. It's meant to be good, but can he fight back? Can he build a big enough board?
It depends on the health of things he puts together, because if he's expecting Pyro, Amulet, and Devour that can fit in all of the mana, that is 4 damage AoE. Might has 5 health, but there will be minions left on board for Sasuke to trade, which is the difficult part here. Oh, Fillet on the 1/1 I think means that
Okay, dagger the
Sylvan will
1/1 as
survive.
well.
Yeah, okay. I think Fury's found a line to keep his Smite alive into a sword activation turn.
And there's still a dagger swing left as well for Fury, which could be very important too.
Right? Means that Sasuke cannot safely activate the sword this turn, and Zarella is not enough to stay alive either. So, question is, can he get away with just clearing the board this turn? I don't think he has any heal left, right? We've seen 2 prayer, 2 flash heal, so
He's only got another shard of the Naru left in the deck.
oh,
That's it. And
And
if he uses the Pyro, then Fury could maybe try and do something weird. Maybe not. I'm just saying, like, if there's no way to actually kill the boars with the amulets,
right.
get tricky.
He can kill everything and maintain a Shadow Word Devour, which is still not a guaranteed way to kill your boars, because there needs to be something else on board to target. So yeah, I think Fury Hunter has put Sasuke in a checkmate position. So Sasuke just goes for the full board clear, and he has to stay alive, because he cannot get the sword and kill the Smite this turn. Then Fury Hunter just plays Edwin, and then there's no way to kill the Edwin. I guess there's still the other shard that can silence it the next turn.
Right.
The Edwin feels so likely to find lethal, right?
Well, the thing with this as well, right? Like, this is looking strong, of course, but then there's also, it's not just Edwin, right? If the weapon doesn't come down now, then there's Edwin plus X, and there's fatigue damage as well, which is going to happen, which I didn't think about. But never mind, all that's gone. Wicked stab for Fury Hunter. He gets the win, and that was close. Fury Hunter was, what, 1 off lethal twice throughout that game?
Yes.
But he kept his cool, and he still piled on the pressure and set up a very nice final turn there into what was an expected weapon proc from Sasuke. So close one. I imagine he was sweating just a little bit towards the mid and end game there, but a good win for Fury in that game 1.
Very, very well played in terms of just knowledge of what the context of Sasuke's hand is. Like, a lot of the time, it's very difficult to say, I'm going to play the Smite into the sword turn and it's going to stick, or it takes the sword to kill it and then they would die in that case. It has to be a very specific situation where you have seen every card dredged up by Illuminate. You know that everything costs its full amount to guarantee that their AoE, from what you can see, is only 4 damage here. It was easy for us because, of course, we can see Sasuke's hand in full, but Fury Hunter had to work all of that out throughout the course of the whole game, and he did it very, very pristinely. You love to see it. Of course, this was helped by the early double nulls, but that end game, I think, was navigated very, very smartly.
Yeah, and you've got to think as well for both these players, as we said, this is elimination from the tournament, you know, hours into day 1. Like, this is not a position you really want to find yourself in so early on. So there are certain levels of pressure too, and being able to just handle that pressure and just say, right, okay, my opponent's got these cards left. If they do this, then I need to do that. If they do that, then I need to do this. And again, I think the setup was very, very strong. But we are going to jump over to the Celestial Druid here from Sasuke to see what this can do and see if there's any work that can be done with this Druid here. He's going to be running the Escaped Mana Saber, as we can see there, as one of the highlighted cards. But other than that, it's looking fairly standard for the alignment.
Yeah, the deck is looking a lot safer to queue now that Fury Hunter has his rogue out of the way, but I don't think that Celestial is that good of a matchup into Naga Mage either, which is still available for Fury Hunter. What Sasuke really wants to hit is the Boar Priest on the other side. But somehow I'm curious to see how the Naga Mage matchup would go, because it's definitely the least polarized of all of the available matchups in Fury Hunter's lineup into Alignment Druid. That 1 Mana Saber in there is sorry, the one Park Panther in there is not something that we were seeing in Alignment Druid a few weeks ago, but somehow after the mini set came out and after the nerfs and buffs, I've seen it way more often here, and perhaps it is to give more game against the likes of Nagamage, because a single Park Panther can answer a Spite Lash Siren.
Yeah, that's very, very true. And even, at least for me, what I've been seeing a lot of is the Demon Hunters on ladder as well. Can be useful versus stuff like that, killing most of their minions early on. But Fury Hunter is going to be on that Naga Mage. No real changes to the list. I did look at the new Legendary a little bit as well. I like the card. I'm just not sure, as not really a Naga Mage specialist, I'm not sure if it can fit in the list. But still a cool card to maybe look at for the future. But let's jump straight in. One thing Sasuke will be really not wanting to see is just the early stuff from Naga Mage, Fury Hunter. But Fury Hunter with the nods there. You're the Mulligan specialist, Gia. How is this looking for Fury?
It's ideal. He has not only the early stuff, but the Siren. And with the Amalgam of the DP, he's got a good chance of either picking up something to keep the curve rolling or fuel for the Spite Lash so he can pop off as early as turn 5. Meanwhile, for Sasuke, he has no hard ramp. It is looking like a disaster already. Oh, interesting pick for Fury Hunter, because Treasure Guard fits the curve, but Slither Spear means that he can pop off guaranteed on turn 5.
Gonna go Treasure Guard. Sasuke does have Coin, Innovate, and Scale in hand, though, and Guff now. So maybe this matchup just got a little bit more even, as he does have the ever-present comeback mechanic from Druid, which is ramp a little bit, get Scale, even out the board, and then start overpowering your opponent.
True. The Park Panther also can help alleviate some of this pressure, but with the Treasure Guard, it actually makes all of the breakpoints kind of awkward here. Like Sasuke, if he wanted to clear 2 minions, could commit the Earthen Scale as well. But it looks like he is just going to go straight away into Guff here, accepting that he's going to tank a bit of damage this turn and then go for the Park Panther and then the Scale next turn. Yeah, the curve works out nicely. And here we go. The Tempo Spite Lash. It is safe. It is safe.
I think the school teacher just made Fury stop for a second, and understandably so, because that gives him just more options next turn. But as you said, the Siren is just good to go, and he might not even need to School Teacher in the following turn. You know, there's even more options now going into turn 5, now that he's got this Siren on board, and it's, I think, almost unkillable, right?
Yeah, I think it actually just is with the base cards in Sasuke's deck. Perhaps there's something he could discover. Yeah.
I think double Innovate Gale, right, would have been the thing.
Sure, yeah.
That's it. But that is literally it.
Yeah.
Oh, true, yeah, he's already seen one. Yeah, you're completely right. Yeah, Innovate Guff. Yep, then, yeah, I'm with you.
Yep, so that's Siren pre-developed, very rarely seen, but completely effective here. It means that it straight away gets the refresh with the School Teacher. Fury Hunter can keep going with his Crush Claw Enforcer and keep going with Siphon Mana at worst. I'm not sure what's in the Nagaling, though.
Yeah, me neither. I imagine it's not super strong, because he probably would have just dropped it, right?
Yeah. Fury Hunter really wishing he had picked up a card draw spell. Currently he has Enforcer for card draw, but it picks up a minion guaranteed, whereas he needs to hit that balance of Nagas and spells, and he has way more Naga than spell. Oh, Wildfire. Okay, so you can just develop as much as possible. Weave in the ping, which is now a Hunter hero power. And he has way more stats than just a Scale can get through this turn.
Yeah, a little bit dangerous. I think the Scale can kill the Siren, but that ends up leaving up like School Teacher and the Slither Spear, potentially. So, because there's just so many stats to punch through with the taunts, that yes, you can remove the power play from the deck, but then the deck might just kill you anyway because you've left big minions on board. So, very, very risky spot.
It's awkward even if Sasuke goes for like the other play of ramp Localar Earthen Scales, because he does gain 9 health, but the Localar cannot kill the Siren with double Treasure Guard in the way. Might be worth it though, because Scale here just to kill 2 1/5s and the Siren, and you leave up the actual high damage minions of School Teacher and Slither Spear feels not quite good enough. It's really tough to say.
He could gain 4 armor as well, right? Is the Park Panther? Could scale and earthen?
Okay.
But scale. I'm just wondering if that's the go between kill the Siren, leave some damage up, but also gain some armor. It's a bit of a middle ground. I'm not sure if it's good enough, but it's just an option that was there.
True. Definitely a huge toss-up here. I think Sasuke is making an executive decision here of just getting rid of, or actually saving his health total as much as he could this turn, which is to get the 9 health armor, which involved playing Localar. You accept that you're leaving up a Siren, but he is hoping that he can clear the board on the next turn with the Scale of Onyxia.
Fury now just thinking about board space is the ever-present issue. He can trade off minions if he really wants to, but at the expense of dealing damage to the face.
And this freeze is actually such a backbreaker for Sasuke because it means less board space to play Scale of Onyxia, and it means he can't get the ramp from the Escape Mana Saber. And I think Fury will deliberately leave up this Localar at 9-2, even if he did get, like, say, a Ruined Orb or First Flame. That's going face.
Makes sense to me. Also pushing a lot of damage with this Slither Spear as well, right? It'll be up to 5. Oh, he's thinking about it.
Oh.
I would have already put this to face. Yeah, okay. Ooh, good Fury. We're all on the same wavelength here.
Indeed. Oh, another Fury. Honestly, not necessary, because I don't think there's anything Sasuke can do that's effective enough at this point.
Some really big guff stuff here.
That ain't the stuff. Onyxia, not playable. Saber cannot attack.
Alex doesn't really achieve much either, so that is going to be game 1 going to Fury, and you said it right at the beginning. Oh, game 2, sorry. Yeah, the first game was pretty fast. Yeah, game 2, apologies. Thanks for catching me there. But you said right at the start, right? Like, Fury will be looking to hit Druid with the Naga Mage. He got that matchup, and we saw why they probably wanted it, right? Naga Mage goes wide, he got the good opening, and even with ramping a little bit into Guff and having options, Sasuke just could not keep up. The damage had already been done at that point.
Yeah. Honestly, whatever mind game Fury had done with the ban strategy worked out for him because given that the alignment druid was left open, but it was one of its poor matchups that was banned away by Sasuke in the Boar Priest on Fury Hunter's side, it meant that Fury Hunter had 2 decks that were great into this druid, and one that's not too great. But this warrior definitely still has some teeth against that rogue for Sasuke. But I think it's not a huge stretch to assume that Sasuke would queue his 2 favored decks against Warrior first, and it could go down all the way to game 5, which would have Fury favored against the Rogue in the end.
Yeah, I can definitely see it happening. And with the Warrior, it seems to be just such a reliable deck. It's not one that's going to, breeze through every matchup, but it is one that's probably going to win you a matchup at some point. It definitely doesn't feel like a risk to the lineup. We are going to see Sasuke jump over to his Rogue, though. So he's going to be playing that into the next game and just saying, right, well, this has got to get through. So may as well try and get it through now.
Fair enough. Sasuke not messing around. He's not trying to get his highest percentages or highest percentage matchup first. He knows that he needs to win with the Rogue and the unfavorable anyway. And it's not a heavy unfavorable, I would say, because I keep banging my drum about this, but the Charge Warrior, when it's faced with the task of dealing with every single threat in Rogue's toolbox, it's simply not as consistent as the Control Warrior. It does have a higher potential of just killing the Rogue on the backswing, but if it does get to sort of that game state where the Rogue, for example, maybe they've lost their first couple of boards, but now they have the Edwin step game plan with Smite in hand, there's no Mutinous on the other side to mess with that.
Yeah, we have already seen the potential of this warrior, though. Even if it gets in a tough spot, which I do think it can do pretty often, it has ways to dig itself out, whether it's card draw, whether it's from the depths with Finley, or whether it's just killing their opponent. We've seen that kind of come out of nowhere before, where sometimes in the matchup, just a Galvanger and maybe a weapon swing just clutches it, right? Because it's still a lot of damage coming out of nowhere. So we'll see if Fiori can mimic a dead draw's success and make this a 3-0, or if Sasuke is going to get a clutch win with his rogue and fight back.
We shall see. Opening hand for Fury could be front to the front now, but that's a full toss if I've ever seen one. For Sasuke, Shroud definitely a plausible keep here. Even Reconnaissance against specifically Warrior has its merits, but I don't think you keep both Shroud and Reconnaissance because the whole point of Shroud on curve is that it still keeps discounting the null. So if you play Recon turn 2, then you already reveal yourself as a rogue. But the hand, even though it looks slow, heavy value against Warrior is not a bad thing. And he got a decent hero power that actually puts something on the board before that turn 3.
Yep, something to press definitely helps here. But Fiori has From the Depths locked and loaded. I've got the hammer as well, which again isn't. It's a bit of a surprise factor, and we did see him already tweet about some of the choices in his previous match and whether it was correct or not to play how he played. So these players already, as soon as the match is over, I'm sure with the help of their practice partners, just getting into the nitty gritty of what was correct and what was not.
Already one of the checkpoints missed though by Sasuke. The Shroud picked up no knolls. They would have cost 0 by this. Oh, sorry. No, he drew a smite. They would have cost 1. Speaking of smite,
yep,
he
there
could
you
get
go.
an early one for himself. But I think Brawl would be the responsible pick.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at those, all of those looked good, right? 0 mana Frozen Buckler, the Brawl, the cheap smite.
Yep. It's at this point, though, that as Warrior, you start to worry about Prep Vessel, Gone Fishing. And so without a guaranteed shield shatter to go with that Buckler, I think the Brawl made more sense. Okay, here is Null number 1 for Sasuke. Better late than never. And the stealth on it is a huge deal.
Interesting choice now. Yeah, well, there's Axe, but there's also just Teacher, right? Just to set up a potential Nargling for next turn plus something. But I think just taking guaranteed card draw and spending the mana on the Axe now is probably just more worthwhile than a minion is almost certainly going to die next turn.
Yeah, I completely agree, especially with the context of Fury's hand. It's mostly combo pieces. Rikara is fine, but he doesn't have shield shatter to go with her. The Brawl is his only real piece of big removal here. So he needed more resources. But Sasuke going in with a pretty early Edwin. He is not tunneled on the idea of holding on to this for a post-scabs and smite play, even though there's no mutinous. It is very effective here because it gets out of range of shield shatter and it puts a huge threat on board. He has 10 cards though. Is this an extort your own face line? Yeah, I love this.
Who needs 3 extra health, right?
Yep. Still gonna end the turn on 10 cards, but it's fine. He has a 10-10. And Fury doesn't have Buckler for this shield slam. He has tradable on the blacksmithing hammer. But he's gonna look what's in the Teacher. Shiver is not enough.
Okay. 1 mana off Snowed In, which would have been clutch.
Yeah, I mean, he could still like hit the Edwin and Snowden, but I hate it.
Just doesn't have that. Even with the coin, though, right? It's not. Oh yeah, sorry, it's Nargling. What am I talking about? Yeah, could.
Yeah.
Wait, he could hit. Yeah, sorry, he could hit the Null and Snowed In to just freeze the Edwin, right?
True.
If he wants to save the health.
That does seem more reasonable, and then just pray that you have a Brawl angle on the next turn to clear the Edwin. I think, yeah, that makes more sense. You just can't afford to take 10. Now Sasuke has... He's down a Vessel, but it's fine. This is a very clean Krakatoa.
I just hear a certain song every time we see Krakatoa.
I will not ask you to elaborate further, but I love the trade from Sasuke. Just makes Brawl even more awkward, but that is a clutch draw.
Especially when we know that one of them is on the bottom of the deck, right? Because we saw it in From the Depths earlier.
Yeah.
That's so big. So Buckler Shield Slam is available right now.
Problem is you're still leaving up Krakatoa, and for Fury Hunter, like Faceless on Krakatoa is an angle, but it just doesn't do enough here. He was really hoping to pick up something else to spend his mana on with the rest of that, but it is just going to be a Brawl to guarantee the full clear. On 2 minions, it doesn't feel amazing, but it is certainly necessary.
Yep. Especially when you look at his next turns, right? He has Rakara, has Nelly, has options as to how he wants to respond to whatever Sasuke does here. So I think just not being brought down to a point where you can just die this turn is the biggest priority here for Fury Hunter.
Vanessa currently gets Shield Slam, which is not great, but it could get a Nelly or a Rakara on the next turn, which
Or he gets the Shield Slam for this Kodo death rattle, right? He's going to gain some armor. He's prepared.
Amazing.
He's planned for this. I mean, simply though, he does have the 2 Phillips and Might as well, right? For just absurd damage.
Yep, 14 from hand. He's down an Edwin, which is obviously not... It means the huge heights of damage are out of reach now, but the trade-off is that the Edwin got Fury Hunter to a lower health total at this point.
Even wondering whether he just throws out a... just some damage to face, whether it's Tooth, whether it's Wicked Stab, whatever. Like, just throw it out. Just use the mana, get the damage locked in now, because even next turn, Smite double Philip is 8 mana, right? Like, that's his whole mana done.
Like this a lot. I didn't see how much like armor Fury ended up losing though. Was it the full 5? Because then throwing out damage doesn't make sense if he was going to be at 5 or below armor anyway.
Someone will have to check and let me know, because I'll be honest, I'm not sure. If it was 5 or below and damage was thrown out, then I completely agree. Suggestion of throwing out damage was dumb.
Anyway, it's still an awkward turn for Fury because Rakara's not a full clear. Nelly is, you know, relatively safe because he has seen the recon minion. Sometimes I'm just so scared to play Nelly because they always get Najak from the recon. And no smites. But Harbor's Cap can pull his natural smite from the deck.
Yes.
Is this lethal?
For a clean way to do 6.
Noel plus the 2 Philip battle cries. So that means you can send 15 face. I'm counting 2 off. And so, what's the next best thing? Like, maybe start with trade Cutlass. Like, the good thing about facing Charge Warrior is that you know you don't have to play around Mutinous. And so he can hold all of this burst in hand and set up for even more burst. For example, if he gets gun fishing, he can set up the Sunken Vessel at the bottom of his deck and then have the gun fishing plus smite plus double Fillet Fisher, and all of that can charge next turn. But there's no gun fishing right now.
Does? Oh, he's not really got the mana. Looking whether this was like some kind of Nelly steal to sell. Right.
Would have been cool. Unstable for the clear. Okay, just sets up the pirates as well, which also just have utility as the 2 burst stealths. I often forget about this because I always assume Warrior has a clear, but at the moment Fury Hunter does not. Oh. Uh-oh. He's in trouble. He needs a shield shatter stat.
Does he ever faceless this Kodo?
I don't think it's good enough. He has to look for shatter. I think that's the only card that's good enough here. And not afford to tank 10 from this board.
He can still trade the plate, get Shatter, and coin Rakara.
Oh, true, true. True. At the line?
I don't know if that's the line. I'm just saying he could. I don't know. It's
It
tricky.
might be the line. Because, like, you can go for a halfway play of just Rakara, go back to 20, but does that ever win the game, leaving 10 on board? I don't think so. Okay, he draws this way instead, which is also another chance at Shatter, but that's still not it. School
Could
teacher
get-
can Buckler. Heavy plate.
If he play what coin hero power?
Yep. And that's it.
Yeah, that's just not enough. Wow.
That is such a relief for Sasuke. Seeing all this armor, you already expect a Shatter to come out, but it's not there. He has the lethal. Smite, fillet, shadows. It's way over lethal. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
And he might just be favored from this point, Raven.
Yeah, approximately 1 million damage coming out here from Sasuke, and Fury Hunter would have really liked to end the series there, no doubts at all. But Sasuke fighting back, gets a win with the Rogue, and now he's seen what he can do against the Warrior once again for the rest of this series. And that is, although Charge Warriors definitely, it feels like the go-to warrior for the majority of players now, we do see why it's not the most unbeatable deck in the world, right? We saw, what, 3, maybe 4 combo pieces sat in the hand for Fury for a very long time. He didn't get the Finley to effectively re-roll the majority of his hand, and he kind of just got stuck with a lot of clunky cards for a chunk of the game, and it just wasn't quite enough. But I will say, Sasuke did a good job of even just showing us that although this Rogue feels aggressive, it can definitely play more of a value game if needed, right? And this is what we saw. Look how many cards Sasuke spent the majority of the game with in his hand. He was just setting up time and time again and just pushing bits of damage where needed, and it paid off as Fury just couldn't quite defend and couldn't quite clear the board every single turn, which honestly looked like he pretty much needed to.
That's right. It was very well approached in terms of a mid-range game plan for Sasuke, starting off with the Null as the initial threat and then doubling down with Edwin, getting it to a 10-10 state, which took so many resources from Fury to have to clear, right? He had to use a Brawl and a Shield Slam and some of his Snap Armor gain, and there just wasn't a Shield Shatter to make that more convenient. So Sasuke definitely with a well-deserved win there, but for Fury Hunter, even though he's still up 2-1 here, I am so scared for him because he's staring at Boar Priest and Alignment Druid as warrior. That's not a good feeling.
It really isn't, and that's the whole trick with Conquest, right? Like, we talk about this a lot, where even the player that's ahead 2 wins maybe is not necessarily overall favored to win the series, because you have to win with every single one of your decks. So now Fury is on that sort of chopping block with this warrior. He has to get it through somehow, whether it's against the Druid or the Priest. I don't know if you'll agree here, so I'll ask you when I've answered, but I feel like the Druid's going to be the potential easier one to get through with the Warrior. What do you think? Do you think it's Druid or Priest?
Close one, honestly. My inclination was to say Priest, but that is definitely dependent on sort of the game plan that Warrior ends up going for. Because I say this because Priest, like, half of their card draw comes from Handmaidens, the other half comes from the Cleric combo, right, with Pyro. And that usually requires there to be minions on the other side to actually draw more than 2 cards. Priest doesn't have too many of their own minions they can damage to get enough draw. So if Fury Hunter plays it in such a way where he doesn't need to get on board until very, very late, maybe Sasuke blanks on the important cards later on as Priest, and then Fury can get some sort of combo done by that point. But it's all kind of far-fetched because these are combo decks that are specifically tailored to prey on these slower control decks like Fury Hunter has. It is going to be the Alignment Druid first, which is definitely one that's tough for Warrior of any variant to get through, but I would say it has more teeth than just, I mean, this Charge variant has more teeth than just the regular control variant against Alignment, because into the Alignment turn you can like play a 9/9.
Yeah, you've got like more plans, haven't you? Whether they'll work is a different question, but you've got something a little bit more active to do. But we are going up against this Druid here, and let's see if Sasuke can make this work. Wild Growth and Guff, with more Wild Growths and stuff. This is looking pretty good, Gia. The ramps there, and then of course Guff as the natural card draw. This is looking filthy already.
It is! I was gonna say the only thing he was missing was the alignment. It was the perfect opening draw, and now the alignment's there, playable in 2 turns from now, and he can follow that up with Guff, second growth, Nourish for draw, and Fury will be grasping at straws. I mean, you cannot just play alignment without any game plan after against Warriors. Sometimes, for example, if they have like an immediate Nelly to follow up, it can be scary, but even then, like, if they have 2 mana, they can only play 2 pirates from the Nelly.
Right.
And the Nelly itself isn't too much pressure. And Galvangar isn't active at this point. I don't think there's anything really stopping Sasuke from going alignment on curve.
What did Fury even pick then? Because that was instant. I didn't even see.
What? I think. Gale? Alignment.
Yeah, well, there it is. The eye raise from Fury. He's like, for God's sake.
Right. Is this a Battlegrounds Battle Master? Is it just go time?
I mean, I've definitely seen worse plays. I was looking if... Yeah, I think it's just correct, right? Just pressure, pressure, pressure. There is 1 mana Rakara, to be fair, which is 5 damage from hand. Like, that's definitely not terrible.
This is also 5 damage, plus a 5/5 on board. But yeah, it doesn't stand up to scale. Fury's line was just hoping that it was further ramp from Sasuke and not also the board clear, but the board clear is there. And from this point, it is very difficult for Fury to win the game. Almost impossible.
Oh?
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Then you'll have 3 mana to play 3 pirates. It's all coming
True.
together.
Uh-huh. Cannoneer.
Know which pirate he needs, though.
Oh, he took Scamp. Okay, the Smite in deck does cost 1 as well now. I keep forgetting.
Yep.
Rebooter. Captain. A lot of damage.
Or, yeah, it's probably Captain. I was just looking at Trawler, just in case you want to fish for, like, the actual Smite or something. I don't know. There's
So
Rakara pushing 5.
Right? Has to go face.
I think so. It's doable, though. It's doable. I've seen worse situations to be in.
It's true. Thing is, he is not guaranteed to actually get the pirates next turn. Although, in most situations, if the Nelly 5/5 survives, then Fury Hunter is fine. So, can expect to get the pirate. Oh, okay, that's an Anaconda.
Oh, never mind.
And the enrich means the resources are not going anywhere anytime soon. All right. Oh, that's the miracle growth as well. So the scales can get Sasuke out of range of Smite shenanigans. And Fury goes to 10 cards. There's a chance he even overdraws the Smite that's in his deck.
Okay, though. There's the Puffer Fist and a Weapon Swing. We'll be fine.
Hello, Alps! 2 of them that'll be left at the end of this turn.
This armor gain doesn't matter because you can swing into the 12/12 to get rid of the armor. You gotta think about these things.
But yeah,
Ori
this is... Go ahead.
does have Brawl.
He does.
That's something.
It is.
I'm glad we agree.
Yes.
Good talk.
Okay,
It's
you can, no matter what, get the full board clear, right? With Brawl into Shield Block, Shield Slam, no matter the outcome.
Right. Oh?
Okay. Decides to take a slightly riskier Brawl to make sure he has the mana spent getting the Smite in hand, which I think is reasonable. Anaconda survives. He can still clear with Shield Slam. But I was going to say this is usually the point in the game where the warrior says, okay, maybe I can outvalue them and use Mutinous to eat their Kazakusan and just, you know, play like a full control deck. But this is Charge Warrior, so that world doesn't necessarily exist.
Right.
He even heals with
Alex.
this Alex.
Yeah,
Yeah, casual 46.
And the cycle of life is reborn anew.
Mind you, that's the one of Brawl in the deck as well. So he could go another alignment, and Fury couldn't do much about it. He could shield shatter, but it's not even enough to deal with this board.
Yeah.
But Kaz is already active. Doesn't matter. Just pick cards.
Yeah, this was like max acceleration alignment druid, wasn't it? It was just the full ramp into the combo, well, combo into alignment, into exactly Anacondra, into pop off. So uphill climb is probably being generous by describing this game for Fury Hunter, and he's going to concede. And this series very rapidly progresses to a 2-2 score. Just going to be the Boar Priest versus the Warrior. And on one hand, we've got the terrible matchup that is Boar Priest versus most kinds of Warrior, but also as well, we've seen Sasuke, out of all the decks he's played so far, the Priest, he looks the shakiest on. Some of the decisions he's made don't... It's not like the decisions are strictly terrible, it's just that they're more risky, it feels like. It leaves him open to things happening as opposed to just saying, well, if I clear this board, I'll buy the time anyway. So there is, I'm sure, that glimmer of hope from Fury that he can actually just outplay or just beat this Priest. But realistically talking, you know, Sasuke's not here for no reason, right? Like, he got here just like everyone else. And I think in a favored matchup, he's more than capable of getting this done and winning this series and saving himself, honestly, from being down 0-2 not too long ago to now potentially taking the series and surviving to fight another day in this championship.
Absolutely. I was going to mention something about it being a very rough time zone for Sasuke to have to play in, and he has already played a full 5-game series prior to today, and it is going to Game 5 again, and Boar Priest is perhaps one of the most, if not the most punishing deck in the current meta against one's own mistakes, I feel. Yeah. But Sasuke has shown time and time again that he is a seasoned player. He's been on the Masters Tour grind. He's used to playing in weird time zones. That's how he got here in the first place. So he can pretty much taste the victory, and even though it means he potentially has to play one more series, he can just see one win in front of him, one step at a time. It's this close. But for Fury Hunter, it's gotta feel terrible, right? He was so close just 2 games ago, but it's all slipping away now. The way the series panned out with the bans, the Warrior had to get the win against the Rogue to feel comfortable. It didn't, and now he's got a heavy unfavorable to try and win.
Yeah, one thing to always bear in mind, though, is that Warrior plays a card called From the Depths, which can basically just throw any regular matchup statistics straight out the window and then run outside and stamp on it a few times as well, because the second From the Depths pulls something, you know, really heavily impactful, it doesn't matter if the Priest or any deck is favored, because you could just get a Nelly on turn 4. You know what I mean? Like that's too much for Priest especially to deal with a lot of the time. So there's always that out that Fury Hunter will no doubt be looking for. But standard play, I imagine he's just going to do his best to just try and, you know, pressure to an extent and piece together the combo and hope that, like, Sasuke gets slow card draw, doesn't get hold of Maidens, for example, to try and slow that down. He does now have 2 From the Depths to play on curve, so we'll see how this pans out. Maybe I curse Sasuke, and if so, I do apologize.
It feels like this is the spiritual successor to the EU Encounter Slow. The EU in the Depths, it is also a blue card, and at one point, Encounter Slow costs 3 mana.
Yep. I feel like Incanter's Flow has cost every mana at one point. It's been changed that many times.
Cost 2.5 just a few months ago.
On average, 2.5 mana's worth of Incanter's Flow. I do enjoy the impact that one From the Depths has on the second one, if you have them both in hand, right? Like of whether you even play the second one or not, depending on what's been on offer. But here we go. To the front,
from Fury Hunter.
Battle Master.
2 combo pieces.
Yeah, and to the front being 0 is just raw mana gain at that point.
I am looking at Forged for the first pick, though, because he has Outrider's Axe, and over 2 turns, he could get full card draw from all of that.
He does already have a Forged in Flames, though.
True.
I know it's not 0 mana, but I wonder whether he picks up Battle Master and says, okay, at worst, I can play a 3 mana 5/5 against Priest. That's pretty difficult to kill.
Now that you brought up the second Fortune Flame, I am leaning more towards just the to the front because
Yeah,
while
also
the Battle
fine.
Master is tempting, what you said about second from the depths means it just gets even better, right? It goes down to a
Oh, yep.
deeper Battle Master after that. So, okay,
Okay.
Nelly. Worth mentioning that even turn 4 Nelly is not completely unreasonable for Priest because they can silence it, but just the body is still annoying.
Yeah. I think in this matchup, you just want stuff on the board hitting your opponent a lot of the time, right? Just anything that can put any amount of damage to stick, and then you hope you could do just even a quarter of the combo, right? To finish out the game somehow. Sasuke is doing okay though, still at full health. It does feel like Sasuke's done a lot less this game, but it's only because Fury's done so much with From the Depths that we've been discussing so far. Second to the front available now. From the Depths into, what was it, Minimum Forged in Flames, Battlemaster X. Okay, school teacher.
Has to take the Battle Master here because I think the game plan is very clear for Fury Hunter here. Just get super early combo, and with a 0 cost to the front, 0 cost Battle Master, it's so easy. He just needs to find Galvangar.
And gain the armor, right? Which he will have Rakara for, but he does still need the armor for Galvangar.
I mean, he can just spend all of next turn gaining
True.
13 armor.
Because he knows what his card draw is going to be, right? Because he picked Battlemaster, so he knows he's not going to just play a Battlemaster. So, yeah. Doesn't have the mana or a coin to play one of his 7 drops either. So, yeah, I can definitely see the armor gain coming out next turn.
Now, here's that awkward thing for Sasuke that we mentioned a while ago. Playing against a deck that doesn't get on board, you don't get full value from your Gift of the Naru Cleric turn necessarily. And the fact that the Pyro swapped its health to 1 made it that he even had to expend second Shadow Word Devourer to get this through. The first one was spent just to activate the Handmaiden.
You can see Sasuke's full focus on card draw, though, right? I believe, yeah, 2 balls are already dead, so he just needs to get to the amulets, which... Has he had any amulets so far?
I don't think so.
Yeah, because that's time, isn't it? You still got to take the time to do the trades. Faceless.
At this point, yeah, he doesn't even need double Faceless, right? It's just Galvangar.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, I have all of these combo pieces, but not the one I need.
But I think at any point he gets the Galvangar, it would just be lethal.
Also,
Oh, many things are cheap.
wouldn't Smite be enough as well?
Yes.
With the free to the front and then the actual to the front and the 0 cost Battlemaster. I've not worked out the numbers, but I'm just choosing to believe it'll be lethal too.
I think you're right, because the Smite would go down to 2 mana. You spend 2 onto the front, each Faceless costs 1. Yeah, it would be enough. So he has 2 outs to just win the game next turn. Meanwhile, Sasuke trading and trading and trading. I don't know where his amulets are at. I'm so sorry. But it is just a battle of who can get their combo online sooner. Field block is more cycle. I don't know if Fury should be bothered about anything other than that, because Nelly is just messing with your hand space, honestly. Rakara doesn't do much either. Trade that heavy plate.
Yeah, trades it. Oh my god. Armor. He needs not to be weaponed this turn. I think it's very unlikely, right? Because I think he's only traded. Is it 1 amulet once or 2 amulets once?
I think. Sorry, I'm honestly not sure, but
Yeah, I should have. He's done at least 1 amulet once. I know that because I saw the amulet go. But yeah, I'm not 100% sure. I've been trying to keep track of all these little things going on. Look at Fury praying to just 1 turn.
oh, still not the other amulet. Sasuke is looking like he's in physical pain.
But both players are having a nightmare, and each player doesn't realize that the other one is having just as unfun a time trying to find like the key card of the deck.
There is Thrive, so I think he should just get the other amulet whenever he needs it, but Oh, I didn't even see how many boars that was on. My bad. But if that other amulet was still on just one, then that means it takes a whole other turn for Sasuke to get this done, I think. It's a 3.
That was 3, right?
Okay. Alright. Smite or Galvangar? Smite or Galvangar? It is not it.
No
Sasuke.
draw. Wait, so what if he... I mean, it doesn't matter at this point, it feels like, but Nelly to try and get Smite? Is that the... But then he overdraws, right? If it dies?
He could... Oh, wait, no, he's at 10 right now, right? Okay, there's a cute play of Nelly, then Shield Slam, then Shield Shatter to make sure that you still get whatever is your natural draw next turn.
Can he... Can he do to the front, and then like Nelly faceless, and just fill the board? Is that... I guess not, because he knows Zyrella's available, but he doesn't do any damage.
True.
Just wondering if that's... And then play Battleground Battlemaster next turn. That's something he has to do.
I think he's doing it.
It's because it's too late now, right? Yeah, 3 cards left in the deck. He's seen multiple amulets shuffled. I think he has to just do something, just pile loads of stats on the board and hope that he's not dead, because he can Rakara faceless or just go for the Battlemaster next turn.
Yeah. Okay, I'm honestly unsure that if you faceless a Nelly, do the other boats get...
They don't.
Was in the first boat? Okay.
I'm almost certain they don't.
Yeah, so Shield Slam's the one with actual stuff in it to play around the Shard. But you're absolutely right about the Zyrella dilemma. Like, Sasuke just does not have a way to trigger her.
And if he's hit with the weapon, he still plays Smite and Battlemaster, right?
Yeah, because they're free. I mean, sorry, they're playable for 1 mana total. This was an incredible line. Good job, Raven.
I think this is still the board clear, though, right?
But it's still lethal. Right?
Wait, he didn't clear the board.
He couldn't.
Yeah, he could, right? Couldn't you have hit a Nelly and then flash heal Zyrella?
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, when he hit, I thought that swing was going on to the Nelly. That's a huge win for Fury. He's still in the tournament. And he wins with the heads up line. What a win. Fury's ecstatic. I'm shocked. Maybe I'm crazy. I'm sure someone will tell me. Maybe the other casters will tell me instantly. But I thought he was on 30 with no armor, right? He just hits a Nelly, heals Zyrella. I think he ended on 5 or 6 mana. I can't... Yeah, I'm sure he had enough mana. Anyway, and then, I mean, we can see it now, no doubt, but I thought he was going to just clear with Zyrella, and then Fury's left that we can see with 1 mana Smite, 0 mana Battlemaster, but that just shouldn't be enough, right? Because Sasuke has Zyrella as well.
No,
sorry, the hero
right.
Zyrella as well.
You're absolutely right, because he ended at 5 mana, so he could have gone Flash Heal Zyrella.
He had prayer as well, like whatever. Like, yeah, he had plenty.
And I at first thought, oh, the taunts were in the way, but of course he silenced them, so he could then hit a Nelly, have enough damage to heal up to activate the Zyrella. And in that world, then Fury still has Smite Battlegrounds to go face, and then Sasuke has Zyrella and cannot clear the rest of it. Sorry, the hero card Zyrella and can't clear the rest of it, but certainly wasn't over right on the spot there. That was just such a multi-layered sequence of endgame scenarios that I honestly don't know how this would have panned out if he did go for the board clear. But this way, certainly, I think we saw with Sasuke's facial expression that he missed on this first level of board clear that he could have gotten. Right at the end, he saw it.
What a series, honestly. First, it looked like Fury Hunter was going to dominate and go for a quick 3-0 win. Then Sasuke fought back, evened it up, and arguably not even evened it up by winning with his rogue. It put him in a very favored position to take the series, because we saw the struggle that Fury Hunter had with this warrior for the last 3 games. It looked grim for Fury, but that last one, I mean, fair play to Fury as well. He was digging and digging deep for that Galvanger and the smite. He made the Nelly play, got that smite instead, and it does mean he is still alive in the tournament. Of course, this unfortunately means that Sasuke is going to be eliminated, but again, all these players have got here once. I expect that they can do it again in the second half of the year, so we'll no doubt be seeing Sasuke in the Masters Tours going forward, but now Gia, Fury has to do it again if he wants to stay alive. He's going to be going up against Levick in the Group A Decider match coming up next.
And that's gonna be such a difficult one for Fury Hunter to come off the high that he's no doubt still on here. I'm sure he felt over and over that he had already lost that series at multiple points, praying for the perfect outs, didn't find Smite or Galvangar, but found a different way towards the lethal. Such a creative line, very, very cool spot. And I think it's fair to say that he did just outplay Sasuke at the end there of the very last game. Not too much time to gather his breath though, because Levick is waiting to try and take that spot away from him.
Yeah, 100%. Pretty crazy series overall, and there's plenty more Hearthstone coming where that came from. So we're going to go to a quick break while we set up the next match. It's going to be Levick versus Fury Hunter to see who joins Dead Draw to make it out of Group A on day one. Stay tuned.
The beast has returned. You are in my realm now, serpent.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Masters Tour Summer Championship. My name is TJ. I'm joined by my good pal. It's Sottle. Sottle, I haven't asked you today. How you doing?
Wait, was that pause just to mentally check whether you've already asked me that question today?
Yeah, because then I want to ask you something else.
Right. Yeah, no, I'm doing good. I'm doing good. It was an early start, as it has been for these European time zone events this year around, but the hype of the tournament is slowly bringing me back to the land of the living, and particularly I think that Fury Hunter closeout in the previous series has really laser focused me on Summer Championships now. That's the kind of moment we needed. Fury Hunter finding the inspired line to clutch out a position where it looked like he was dead and buried, really, and because of that now finds himself in this decider match against Levick.
That's right. He's going to be looking to ride that momentum into a win. Lots riding on this match. This is the final match of Group A. The winner moves on to the quarterfinals. The loser is completely out of the tournament. Yeah, sure, they get the consolation prize of not finishing last in their group, but it is not worth anything to these players. It's all or nothing. And by all, I mean World Championship.
So we are dealing with the Ping Mage here for Levick. We have been, or at least my series involved the regular Naga Ignite version of the deck. This time we are seeing the Mordresh Ping focused version of the deck, which is a little bit interesting, I would say. I think generally Raven and I were talking about it kind of a China region versus everyone else kind of divide, which I think is an oversimplification, but is somewhat accurate. So it's interesting here to see a non-China player going with the Ping variation this time.
Yeah, and I like the Ping variation. I do feel like, you know, having that little bit of additional reach, having the ability to, you know, deal with pretty much every board without having to use resources that could be spent on a Naga turn. If you get Wildfires early with Reckless Apprentice and things like that. You do sacrifice some of the consistency once you do reach a Naga turn, right? Your turns, you can't pop off as much usually. But I think what you gain very slightly, like 1.3% outweighs that. That's an official number that I pulled right out of my...
Right out of your sweaty cast, TJ.
Hey, nobody knows about that.
What do they think you've just left the tag on your shirt or something? Like, what's the explanation? I don't really understand.
Yeah, you're right. Whatever. Out there in the open now. All right. Well, one of the other things.
Like a big baby, everyone.
No, it's fractured. Okay. Moving on. One of the things we didn't talk about, Levick actually changed his ban coming into this series.
Yeah.
Was banning Priest against this lineup, which Dead Draw has the same lineup, ban Priest against Dead Draw, and ban Priest earlier when he played in his initial match against Fury Hunter, which he won, but decided that he wanted to change his ban to Rogue going into this decider match against Fury Hunter. Maybe realized something along the way. Maybe was just getting blasted by Rogues, but I did feel like Rogue was one of the weak points. Maybe not in the first series. It seemed like Warrior was the weak point for Fury Hunter in that first series. But alas.
No, I would agree. The only thing that I can really pin it on is, like, sometimes if you feel like you're playing the same matchup over and over again, particularly against people who you know are communicating with each other or practice partners, whatever else, have similar lineups, you might feel like you become exploitable if you're just doing the same thing over and over again, if you allow your opponent to predict exactly what your ban is going to be. But I don't put too much stock in that, because honestly I feel like in Conquest in particular, both players can predict each other's ban with 85-90% accuracy, and it doesn't really solve anything for either player most of the time, right? They just continue to go with whatever the best ban is that they have.
Yeah. And a lot of times when you're looking at these Conquest lineups, your ban, while there is sometimes a mathematically correct choice, it's not always, that cut and dry. Sometimes it's a difference of very small percentage points, and banning Rogue or banning Priest may hurt some matchups but help others, and at the end of the day, it's a net positive. We could talk about Q order, but I don't want to.
No. No, it's a wise decision. Because I would leave.
All right, I'm going to talk about Q order. Some players
every time
also...
I've said that, someone's made that joke every single time, without fail.
Some players are more inclined to queue specific decks first, and if you can read that, and if they're in their own heads or whatever, then you can exploit that by changing your ban, getting a good matchup first. Or mind gamesing your opponent. Oh, they changed their ban. I've been queuing the same deck first. Now I have to switch which deck I queue first to throw them off. And then you go the next level, deeper, and you already knew that they were going to queue another deck first. You already knew that they were going to change their strategy based on your change of ban. And so you think 2 steps ahead, but then your opponent thinks 3 steps ahead and already predicted that you changed your ban, they changed their pick, so you changed your pick, and so they changed your pick. Conquest pick order. Woo!
Well, TJ, I hope you enjoy casting the rest of this series with 1 caster, 1 arm, and half a brain.
I've cast every series with half a brain, so... Yeah.
Right, yeah, the combined total of you and Lorinda is half a brain. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Hey, it's like 60% of a brain. Meanwhile...
Yeah, you did just sort of, do a bit over an entire Naga turn, but that's okay. We're fine. Everyone saw it. It's okay.
Yeah. Made a big board, got a bunch of spells, got a 4 damage hero power now, Naga things.
Standard stuff, yeah.
Yeah, but this is a problem for Fury Hunter, who does have a shield shatter, but currently no way to gain armor, no way to deal with this. So Outriders X is a good start. The Nagaling was Whirlwind or Snowed In, I believe. Didn't see exactly which one it was. It's Snowed In. Okay.
It's snowed, yeah.
So can do that. Get rid of the Siren. Use the Snowed In. Lock up all the board space for Levick. Buy Fury Hunter some time. Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good.
Yeah, seems fine. Still, problem he's dealing with later, but plenty of card draw towards finding a solution. Does have Finley now, which means he can start setting up some sort of counter game plan as well. And as you mentioned, just the lock on the board space here is so crucial because most of Mage's most powerful plays involve spewing things onto the board in some variety or the other, whether it's gaining value with Amalgam, whether you need that board space for Reckless Apprentice Mordresh or that kind of stuff. So locking down the board space here certainly removes a lot of options from Levick.
All right. Well, Levick just going to take the opportunity to get some cards out of hand. Draw some cards. Thought about Reckless Apprentice first, probably just in the vein of pushing damage, right? That would have been an 8 damage push to face. But there was a From the Depths played, so there are a couple reduced cards. Oh, okay. Just all the armor gain.
Imagine both of these cards will be getting traded. Okay, well. Fury Hunter would like that weapon back, please. That one will do.
I still think you trade another heavy plate. Oh, never mind. Just going to cast it. Okay. Wants to make hand space for the Rakara plus Forged in Flame.
Yeah, I think this makes sense. You're gaining so much armor here this turn, particularly some of that fake armor as well, that I don't think there's any real reason to react to this board and clear it. As we were talking about on the previous turn, cutting down on the board space is actually very, very helpful here. And, health is your one luxury right now, so I think you can totally afford to tank as much as possible.
Yeah. and still leaves his board full. Knows that outside of the Slither Spear, there's not much extra damage that Levick can push. I mean, still a lot of damage. But can't do anything crazy.
I think this is fine, just committing to that last board space. It can be a little bit dangerous, but there's no way that Warrior is really going to lock this out without killing at least one minion. Like, even the Snowed In that we saw does involve killing at least one of these minions, which will open up another board space for whatever else you need it to be. Savara, Mordresh, whatever it ends up being. So I think Levick needs to put on maximum pressure. All right. Good enough to get the Brawl out Fury's hand.
Time to go. All right, what other tangent can I go on during this Siren turn? Oh, I'm out of ideas.
Wasn't for these Amalgam, Levick would probably be out of Naga here.
Yeah, doesn't find a cheap one, but still has plenty of mana to work with, so.
DJ, new card alert. Actual real life new card in Summer Championships. What? Say it isn't so. Lady Nerd's Jar, if you cast an arcane spell, it turns into this variation, which discounts your hand. Fire spell turns it into a deal damage variation, and a frost spell turns it into a gain armor variation. Nice little flexible card.
Is it 8 armor?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. That is a ton of damage. 6 damage hero power. Woo!
Fury just not really finding the gas to deal with this.
No. Can go Rikara Forged in Flame, but that was a generated secret, right? The Oasis ally.
Yes.
So could be potentially worried about counterspell. But at this point, there's nothing he could really do to. I guess you could get rid of a to the front.
Unless you want to burn it to the front. Yeah, like 0 mana to the front seems like the way you're going to scam this game if it's going to happen, right? Because even best case scenario, you are not going to survive 3-4 more turns against this. There's still a Mordresh, there's still the hero, there's still everything that you could possibly need. Fury does end up going for it though, does now rip the Forged in Flame. Is going to pick up 5 draws here, and does in the end find the Shield Shatter to clear the board. And actually now that board has been cleared with the 0 mana Shield Shatter, which I confess I had not considered to be factored into this. That is a couple of extra turns bought, but you can see now already just how much extra damage is going to start coming through from this hero.
Oh, God. It's 8.
Yeah. And that is full cost everything in terms of combo pieces at the very least.
Yeah.
Nothing to really left. Well, I suppose there's still Battle Master that can get hit. Or you can just use the Smite instead. Okay.
Might.
You don't necessarily... That's the thing, right? You don't necessarily have to take it now, but just the knowledge that you have a discounted combo piece is at least somewhat useful, since you only have 1 to the front remaining now to be able to do the combo.
Yeah.
But it might still be more useful to just pick up School Teacher immediately. Try and find some extra clear or extra damage from a Nagaling.
A bash, perhaps?
Let's see.
Sure. That's what tickles your fancy, TJ. No, did put it on top.
Yep. And time to start pushing. Knows the to the front is not on the bottom at least. The other one.
That's true. Yeah.
The to the front is picked up. We're looking at how much damage? 24? Because right now it'd just be to the front, Galvanger, Faceless, Mr. Smite. Be 9 mana.
Yep.
A Battle Master. Hui. Cool. Just push the 9
just
now.
gonna dump this out as a 9. I was just trying to work out when he put the Smite on top. I was trying to work out like, what's the line here? Is he gonna go like Smite Faceless into Galvanger Faceless or something like that with it to the front somewhere along the line? Is he trying to split this up over 2 turns? But yeah, I think this is the way that makes the most sense. Is you just dump it out there as a 9/9, get the 9 damage in, and try and go from there. But I think you know as soon as you start playing minions that there's going to be a Mordresh very rapidly in your future.
Yep.
It's just too much damage.
Oh, God. Oh, what about a Nelly?
Impossible.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
Try. He knew there was a second flame and he knew there was a generated first flame in hand. From the Savara.
Yeah.
So he knew that he was dead. That would be able to deal with the Nelly, and then he could just push the 16 to face with Mordresh plus the hero power. So, all right, game 1 in the books. Levick takes the win with the Ping Mage and Fury Hunter. The Warrior has been the deck that he struggled with most today, and struggled with, you know, not struggled with in terms of has played it poorly, but struggled with in terms of just not being able to find the win with it early on in the series. In the first series against Levick, that was the deck that Levick was able to beat multiple times for the series win. So now still got it up. And here's where we're going to start to see if Levick's, well, maybe not here, but, you know, here in a general sense, if Levick's change of ban is going to pay off. Well, no, because he won the... Never mind.
But he's already on level 4 of the mind games, TJ. No, I think we've seen this in quite a few tournaments when Charge Warrior has been involved, where it just seems like such an awkward deck list. And I know that this deck is good and this deck can perform, and there are absolutely reasons why you do bring this. You don't want to be the one caught with like straight up Control Warrior in a situation where everyone else is able to charge out 30+ damage at your face. But whenever we go into a tournament and Charge Warrior seems like a relatively popular meta pick, it really does seem to come down to these Charge Warrior matchups where, you know, we just see exactly 2 combo pieces in hand all game and they're just unusable, right? It's not drawing none, it's not drawing 5, it's just drawing exactly the wrong number of them. So it's a very awkward deck overall, but I do think the ability to get some of those big combo pieces more cheaply now with the From the Depths combo, with Sir Finley and so on, like it's not just the old school Charge Warrior where you actually had to just turbo through your deck, right? And if any of your combo pieces were in your bottom 7 or 8 cards, you probably just lost the game. Against a variety of decks in the metagame. Like this one actually has tricks and scams and weird ways out of games that you can find. You know, in particular, we saw one from Fury Hunter in the previous series. So I do think this version in this meta does have a little bit more merit to it, but it is just interesting to see yet another big tournament and yet another set of players struggling with the Charge Warrior.
Too good of a deck to be struggling this much, Subtle. I'm just kidding. It's not that good. It's good. It's not that good. All right, moving on. This is the deck that Levick was banning throughout the course of the day. Dead Draw is the same lineup as Fury Hunter. Levick banned it. And Levick's win against Fury Hunter earlier, Levick banned it. So let's see if Fury Hunter's going to be able to have success on the Boar Priest.
Amulet trade on 1. Pretty much best case scenario.
How many cards do you want to give him? None? 1? 2?
Consider.
3. Wait, hear me out. 4.
Now we're getting a little crazy. What about 0? If you just
0
tempo.
sounds fairly reasonable.
There we go.
Yeah, I like
Love it. Shadowward Devourer is a pretty premium card in the deck, but so is Peasant. Apparently, your opponent having more cards is also quite bad. Oh,
That is already both amulets to 2, so that is a lot of early game progress for Fury. Problem is, he is now pretty starved of card draw, but that Gift of the Naru is a nice pickup. It means that just with the coin and that gift, he'll be able to activate at least the left-hand side Handmaiden to be able to start drawing some cards.
yeah. This is a lot of tempo.
Yes, it is.
Gonna hold back the Knoll to not play too hard into Zyrella on this turn. Zyrella primarily, but other things as well.
Yeah, because coin's still available, right? It's not specifically Prayer Zyrella. You're throwing Flash Heal into the mix as well with the coin. So I think it's a reasonable thing to play around.
Yeah.
Levick playing lightning fast here as well.
Trade the
Everything
Defector
through
in.
these turns.
Just traded the Defector in and then gone fishing and get the
Should you though?
the thing.
Counter argument. Firstly, what thing do you get, TJ? Secondly, are you sure you want it?
The the thing that it puts on in the bottom of your deck.
You
It's got
started
charge.
this line of discussion, okay? You're not allowed to not know the answer.
It's
You
got
brought it up.
charge. That's all that matters.
Okay. Alright, that's
5 damage
amulets.
charge minion.
That is amulets done. For Fury. He has 2 and 3 in the deck now. Still only the first boar though.
What's the card called so I can do a quick search in my brain?
A quick rummage through the old brain filing cabinet. That's what I need to do right now.
Okay, it's a Sunken Defector. There we go. You can pull out the Sunken Defector from the bottom of the deck.
Out in
Has
the
charge.
brain under D for Defector. Of course. Why didn't we look there originally?
Ah, silly me. Oh, still got another Gone Fishing though. So can still get it.
Ooh. He can almost try and take the forbidden 1 boar route here if he really wants to go for it. Seems unlikely.
That amulet at 3.
The one in his hand is at 3, and the one he's about to draw next turn is at 2, I believe.
Okay.
But I think he's only played 1 natural boar at this point.
He's only played 1 natural boar, yeah. Well, he's just dead. Oh, this is the Defector I told you!
Yes, but counterpoint, the reason that was lethal is that he didn't just trade away his existing 5 attack minion a turn earlier for no reason. He left it on board.
Fine. Okay? He had 2 Gone Fishings, okay? He could go fishing twice. And the second time, that's when you pick the Sunken Defector saddle. It was in there all along.
Yep.
In there all along. But Fury Hunter is in some trouble. That was a very quick win for Levick. And, you know, leave up the priests. Just do it. Kill him.
Yep.
Kill him on turn 6 or 7 or whatever it was.
Yeah,
got some help, but you know, the early game death rattle minis from reconnaissance has helped out a lot, right? The heavy tempo reconnaissance, Kravito and curve, things worked out. But that, I mean, that's how the deck is built, right? It's built to do those kinds of things.
Yeah, I think the original one, obviously the cleric tempo play to kill the peasant, and then the response to that, finding a rush minion off the reconnaissance to be able to answer the cleric immediately. That was crucial, because without that, Fury would have been popping off immediately with Pyro, whatever else. And the game probably just would have snowballed out of control for Levick. He wouldn't have even been able to stick the board. Fury would have drawn quicker. It was a very fast game in terms of amulets, so if he was able to draw more heavily and stay alive, then he would have eventually found that second boar and the game would have been over. So that initial pickup of the 5-3 rush was insane in answer to the cleric on the other side. And then from there, I think just very well sequenced, clean aggro game from Levick on the other side. There was a comment that I was tagged in on Twitter. There's a certain rhythm that like hardcore ladder grinders play the game at, and I think you're seeing that from Levick. You see it from Gabby and from Blythe and so on in Europe Grandmasters. These are people that just play 100 games of Hearthstone every single day. So they're past the point where they're thinking about their plays. They just know what the lines are because they've done it all a million times already. And I think Levick is starting to give off some of those vibes as well with the way he's jamming through some of these games.
Yeah, it's just instinctual at that point. And, you know, there's also the other category of players who also jam 100 games of Hearthstone a day and play instinctually, but don't play well. So they're still incredible players. It's not just because they're jamming 100 games a day. They're also just smart.
Yeah. It's the bell curve, right? It starts off down here as jam 100 games a day, don't think about anything, and then halfway through it's like, wow, I can consider all my opponent's options and really set up 3-turn plans, and wow, what if my opponent randomly generates this card? And then right down at the extreme end of the very best players, it's just jam 100 games a day and don't think about anything.
Yeah. Love a good bell curve.
Mm-hmm.
It's Hearthstone casting as well. Say a bunch of words and don't think about anything is the beginning. The top of the bell curve is. Okay, I really need to stop and think about all these words that I'm spewing, and you know, make sure that my analysis is correct. And then at the very end of it is spew a bunch of words and don't think about anything.
I don't think that's any kind of curve. That's just the narrative of your career sequentially. You started off not caring, then you got good at the game and took your analysis seriously, and then Lorinda came along and ruined your life. That's basically what you've described there.
No, but you know, that's the curve. So at the end, I don't think about anything and I just spew nonsense. But
you curve out. It all works. That's what you're saying.
It all works.
Yeah.
At least that's what I tell myself.
Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, there's a 6-9 on the board.
Yeah.
Is someone injured?
Yeah. There's nothing else to be said. Fury Hunter has 0 answers. Bless.
Oh, the bless as well. So close. It's turn 4. And Levick almost just kills him this turn. Was
not gonna rip
3 off? Yeah, 3 off with bless and everything face, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, because Slither Spear would have gained 1 as well.
Yep.
All right.
And just like that, Fury's winning again.
Yep. That's a lot of cards.
You're just trying to work out whether this is a priestess turn or not, or whether he's happy just ending on shard.
Must consider.
What would he use the priestess for is the question. That would be, what, 2 additional mana? What would you do with that 2 additional mana? It would just be like Thrive.
Okay, cool.
No shard. All right.
Yeah, just going to leave up the 6/6. Very interesting. Not even a line that I'd really looked at particularly.
Well, Levik's turn last turn was just draw some cards and push face, no buffs, no nothing. So maybe he thinks that there's a bunch of reload there. Like, he wouldn't have killed off the Queen's Guard. So if he just did the shard and then the Queen's Guard just got buffed again by whatever was in hand that Levik was holding on to, then he might have had trouble dealing with that after the fact. So
It's very fair. Devour picked again. Now the shard is going to get ripped.
and now Priestess and Handmaiden since he dumped a bunch.
Yep.
Okay, 1 more mana. Efficient.
I was wondering whether there was ever like Devour right, Smite middle, and then draw from there to clear out the 5/4 instead, but I don't think that's really worth. I think if you're going to do that, you might just play your Priestess first and, you know, burn the extra mana that you're gaining off that, and then use that as the Devour target to then smite the 5/4. Could have been interesting, but it's less mana efficient as you were talking about, so I think this is just probably the best way to go about it.
Ooh. Stormpike Aid Station. What a card.
It's one of those cards that's like right on the cusp, right? Like every time it's randomly generated, you're like, this card's kind of good. And then as soon as you put it in your deck, you're like, this card's terrible and I'm removing it from my deck. It's just right on that borderline between playable and unplayable.
And it's hard to even think of other cards that are like that. Like, try right now.
I am trying.
I can't.
There's not a single
Sharn Defector.
It's there you go. Nailed it.
Stars provide.
We're going to devour away this 5/1. We are not.
Yeah, I mean,
The Queen's trove is forbidden.
Levick has to pull a miracle here,
Yep. Agreed.
and that's not it. Play a 1/5, play a 3/2, and hit face. Oh, I forgot about the Stormpike Aid Station.
Like to play with fire?
Or devour. Amulet, amulet.
Yep. Amulet,
Yep,
amulet.
looks good to me.
Oh, wow. I was like, does he need to keep this arrow alive? Hey, it's just 4 extra damage.
I mean, yeah, why not?
Yeah, why not?
Does he
Probably
need to?
doesn't matter,
No.
but
Is it
Fury
the
Hunter
most
just going through the
efficient thing to do
motions.
this
Yep.
turn? Yeah, exactly. Like it's just optimal this turn, so Fury sees it and does it. You know, whether it matters or not, it does not matter. This is just how Fury plays the game.
Yeah,
He's just
that's,
good at Hearthstone, TJ.
Crazy concept. Crazy concept. But keeps himself alive. Puts a win on the board. So this Blessed Priest, Naga Priest, Wig Priest, I don't know. I always refer to it as Naga Priest, but then I get around all you casters who are just huge bullies. and you guys are calling it something else, and I just feel out of place. Just feel awkward calling it Naga Priest.
Look, you are special, TJ, and your naming conventions are valid, and don't let anyone ever take that away from you. If you want to call it Naga Priest, you just go ahead and do that.
Thank you, Subtle.
As long as we can all agree that it's not Control Warrior, and that's an incredibly inappropriate name for the deck that everyone calls Control Warrior, I'm not picky about anything else right now.
Well, there are some that are Control Warrior.
There aren't.
I don't think it.
There's just some that play more removal cards and then still play a Nelly on turn 4.
Nelly's a control card.
Oh, sure, yeah. That makes sense.
That one's a
I
taunt
was in
minion.
Pirate Warrior.
What's the definition of control?
Oh, no. Don't start this one, TJ. This way madness lies.
Okay, I won't start.
This is the definition.
Unless there's a siren turn. First siren turn, I'm going down the rabbit hole.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah. Well, you can give us your full and precise definition of what a control deck is on Fury Hunter's Spite Lash turn.
It's any deck that gains armor.
Oh, perfect. So, Pirate Warrior.
Control.
Yeah, well, sounds right.
Every mage, because they can. That even has the ability to generate an ice barrier.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. All right. Wig Priest. I've given in.
Oh. Don't become one of them, TJ. And by one of them, I mean also me.
Could also call it Guard Priest because it's got 2 cards in the deck that have the word guard in it.
Mm-hmm.
Treasure Guard and Queen's Guard.
Treasure Garden?
Treasure Guard and
Yeah.
Treasure Guard space and Queen's Guard. No space. All caps.
Ellipses.
End quote.
Square brackets. Stage directions. Exit stage left.
Fine.
Who here can spell Zinjari? Anybody?
Ooh.
Ooh. This is not the ping variation.
No, but it is the Ignite variation. Being offered both of those cards is somewhat interesting.
Did he have an identity crisis or not? I believe he picked Ignite. I can never tell. I always happen to blink right as that split-second animation of which one they picked happens.
Yeah, I think if you start off with Ignite Naga Mage and then you pick up an Ignite on your Nagaling, then you might as well start calling this priest Wig Priest, right?
Yeah.
You've just given up all of your ideals.
Yeah.
Sorry, Squishy, I'm working.
Oh! That was some hesitation. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
It was some hesitation.
It was Cone of Cold. It wasn't either. Cone of Cold actually makes way more sense. It shuts down everything that Guard Priest wants to do.
Yeah. I think if you told me that I was going to draw Spite Lash off the top, I would still rather have the Ignite for this turn exactly. But as a long-term option, right, that Nargaling could sit in your hand, which is probably your plan. You're not necessarily expecting to draw exactly Spite Lash off the top next turn, and you're probably planning to hold on to the Nargaling until you do. So in theory, by the time that Spite Lash turn comes, then Cone of Cold will be a better card, so it does make a lot of sense.
Yeah. Could.
Savara not bad here, right on time.
Multicaster.
Yep, and will do.
Or
As I was saying, Savara picked up
premium resource, however.
Well, that's the thing with that Savara. I hate you so much.
Go ahead, Sal.
All right. Yeah, one more time, and then can we agree it's out of your system? Am I still allowed to talk now?
I cede the floor
Talking. Okay.
to the representative from the UK.
Thank you. On behalf of this great nation that still has 2 representatives in the Summer Championship, I feel like I have some authority to speak, whereas the representative from the Americas region should shut the hell up. Savara having been picked up is pretty clutch here because that allows him to use what is a premium resource with the Flurry and still put another one inside the Savara. However, potentially the sequencing was a little bit janky because he could have maybe got the Savara in hand before casting some of the other spells, whether that would have been better or not anyway. Like, can you plan that you're always trading the Viper towards the start of the turn, and if so, would you do it anyway? But I think overall, the execution and the plan of the turn was pretty strong, ending with the multicaster, perhaps not giving himself enough time to react to the draws, but I don't think punished too hard for it in the end.
Well, the representative from the UK was blabbing on. Najik Hexen came down and took the Siren and proceeded to do very cool things with it. By making it a very weird stat line of 522.
Well, now all you have to do is kill a 22 health minion, and then you get it back. That seems fairly straightforward. Another Flurry is absolutely insane, though, actually.
Yeah, also had a Snap Freeze option there, but couldn't play the Savara yet to get Flurry to get Snap Freeze to isolate the Magic.
Right.
Or to freeze it and then kill it. So that would have been thinking multiple steps ahead.
My blade seeks vengeance.
It's the card that you didn't want to see in this spot.
Yep. They're quite large. No board. Starts from 0.
Pick me! Pick me!
Still plenty of card draw. The commander is live now as well, so Flurry can be found yet again.
My blood boils for war.
Double Flurry.
Yeah, can end with First Flame Flurry here. Lock out the 522 again. However, he is starting to stare longingly at that Snap Freeze that he could have had at some point this game.
Yeah, Limit gets quite low, however. And the Slither Spear doesn't seem like it's going anywhere.
Sorry, meanwhile, our esteemed colleagues are just posting things like Najacked Flexen and Gain Master Samabro in our chat, which, you know, fine. Can't argue with either of those. No second Spite Lash, and it's going to have to be sometime soon. Either that or more generation. emphatically not it.
Nah.
I can still trade down 2 of the 4 big targets remaining. Be able to hit with the flurry. Do you want to share that one with the class, TJ?
Nope. I need to stop looking.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I mean, low-key, that just took the least damage possible off the board.
Well, there's still a bless in the deck.
There is still a bless in the
See?
deck, it's true. Not currently in hand, but there it is. Wow, turns it down for the card
Needs
draw
a
as
Naga.
well. Mine's gas.
Oh, yeah. Anybody? Yeah. Wanted to be able to keep these serpent wigs moving along here. And School Teacher is actually fantastic because it gets the double up on the serpent wigs. So that was quite the nice pickup. A nice choice there. Just needed healing. Push a little damage. Okay, not a little damage. A lot of damage. Did he not get the attack?
Amount of Damahe. There's no way he didn't get the attack in. He... what? Hello? Okay.
Okay.
I was going to say, he might have not played all the wigs he could have.
Missed the
If there is
6.
one thing you do not allow yourself to do, it's miss the attack with the 14.
He missed the 6, though, didn't he? From the school teacher? The damaged school teacher? Am I incorrect in this?
Oh, did he?
Yeah, unless it attacked something else. It could have attacked something. Yeah, it attacked the Savara. Okay, yeah.
It attacked the Savara, yeah.
Yeah. Papa Naga.
6 minutes past 1 p.m. June 3rd, 2022. It's over. TJ has finally cracked.
Beyond your comprehension.
Only 8:06 here. So much freeze. Holy moly.
It really is, and he's got another Savara jacked up as well now. Fury is actually in a pretty strong position from this point, I think, with the minions on the right being able to be taken care of very easily, and then another Cone of Cold locked up and ready to go. I think Fury can just continue to lock out this board for the turns that he needs from this position.
Time to wash away the filth.
Yeah, shake of the head from Levick. He knows what that means. It's just Cone, Flurry, Cone. Zola it back.
Another one from...
Cast the same 3 free spells. You just loop them. Blade Master gone. Removal gone. Smile gone and transplanted onto the face of Fury Hunter, who looked down and out a matter of a few turns ago. But through navigating these Savaras, the Flurries, the Cone of Colds,
But wait.
There's more. Just kidding.
Treasure Guard keeps him alive, technically.
The Queen's trove is forbidden.
Nine. It's 2, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13, 15, plus a Flame Strike right now. So yeah, it won't be lethal through all of this. The Fury can just freeze it all up again with Savara. The Taunt is big enough to actually trade some board space away for Fury now.
Yeah.
Just get a flurry in, play the Savara again, freeze the board for one whole more turn. And then Levick is going to have to find something else miraculous off the top to keep him alive in this one.
I think even Levick's trying to figure out, all right, how do I do it?
Oh, Fury's actually Naga spelling from here. Okay. Yeah, makes sense, actually. Just play the Savara now, get some mana cheap back. Gets 2 freezes and a flame strike back this time.
Flurry. Yeah.
And then has just the natural, yeah, the natural rank 3 flurry, exactly.
I'm out of cards.
Oh, it's not natural.
Yeah, true. It is only, what, 3 degrees removed from the original flurry in the deck at this point.
Why do you ignite a minion?
Because he's down to Cone of Colds of freezes at this point, so in case something stupid and random happens and he needs to be able to freeze, he'd rather have the board be narrower so the Cone of Cold hits where he needs it to hit.
Gotcha.
Again, it's one of those things where, like, I'm sure Fury doesn't even necessarily have a combination of outs in his head. He's just like, if something happens, this is probably better, so I will do it this way, because he just has so much overkill in terms of damage otherwise.
Yep. All right, and that means we're coming down to game 5. Levick on the Blessed Priest. Fury Hunter on the Warrior, which has been in the struggle deck. That's
It
the
certainly
one.
has been.
The Warrior.
Yeah, and this is a matchup that is fairly interesting to watch. Honestly, it reminds me a lot of classic Season 1 or Season 2. Can't remember which one exactly it was. Season 2, because I was there in person. Grandmasters with Nausea Cleric, Divine Spirit, Inner Fire Priest, and the Control Warrior variant that was around back then, and the sort of chronic debates over which deck wins, because, you know, if Warrior hits their removal, then how do you ever stick a minion? However, if you miss one removal, suddenly you're getting hit in the face with the 2020 kind of deal. So I think it's an interesting matchup to potentially finish out the series with.
Yeah, if you can go real big real early and there's not access to like Frozen Buckler Shield Slam, then you can win games. Also, we saw Levick earlier. You just tempo. You just jam your minions on curve because Warrior just doesn't really deal with them. Outside of Frozen Buckler Shield Shatter, they're not really killing things until turn 4 or turn 3 with the coin when they have access to Outrider's Axe. So you can sort of play aggressively and force them to have it earlier in the game. And Levick did just that in their first series together. So see if he can do it again.
He can, yeah. It's a difficult matchup to navigate in that regard, because obviously if you go too all in, what's your problem, TJ? You good? Okay.
There's a lot of weird stuff going on in my house right now. You could probably hear
Whatever
it.
you're looking at back there, that's it. No, like, this is the first time all cast I haven't been able to hear your background. But where? Down there? There?
I think they're gone now. I don't know. It's my one of my son's birthday today. Turns 2. It's 2 today. There's balloons everywhere. There's cats flying all over the place. Dogs biting balloons.
Happy birthday, Noah.
Hey. You said that with such enthusiasm. Happy birthday, Noah.
I don't know what you wanted.
Yeah, much more.
I said it.
I gave you.
I was contractually obliged to say it. No one said I had to say it with enthusiasm.
True.
Unless that was in the fine print.
Yeah, I made sure. It was the very last thing I did when I worked for Blizzard. I was like, make sure in all the talent contracts you put that they have to wish my sons happy birthday every year.
And also, which one of the casters actually sends your children birthday presents? Huh?
You do.
Huh? Yeah, that's damn right. I mean, to be fair, my wife does. I have very little to do with it. Let's be real here.
I don't know if you're the one going out there picking baby clothes. It's a funny image in my head, though.
It is. Yeah, I hope you're enjoying it.
I am very much.
All right, here we go.
All right, here we go. I told you.
TJ. Yeah.
I told you. Can't kill it.
Nails are being bitten. Buffs are being slammed. I'm gonna go Treasure Guard here over Crush Claw Enforcer. Which makes sense. Shield Slam is not the draw. But this Treasure Guard plays very nicely around exactly this eventuality. Not everyone else playing this weapon in the deck, but in this case, having that protection down is very, very nice. And Fury Hunter just continuing to pray for that armor card to go with the Shield Shatter. And for the second time in as many series, he is punished massively with the hammer, getting busted by the Viper. And I think slowly but surely, you cannot count Fury Hunter out. Of everyone in Hearthstone, I think Fury Hunter is the last person that I would call a game early for. But this one is looking very, very troublesome already.
Levick does have a lack of spells, which is one thing that Fury Hunter has going for him right now. But that could change very quickly with this Thrive in the Shadows. A nice wig, perhaps? Yep. Gonna activate it with the Crush Claw Enforcer.
He is indeed. Seven health now, meaning just the Shield Shatter is not going to get there.
Oh!
Okay.
Can save some health, too, and go Heavy Plate, Armor Up, Shield Slam, the Slither Spear, and then Shield Shatter?
I wonder.
Yeah, it looks clean.
And you start the next turn with Fortune
Should also
Flame.
do the same thing. No, it doesn't quite work. Yeah, you start next turn with Fortune Flame. I was trying to find ways of squeezing it in this turn, but yeah, it just doesn't work out. Looks like he is going to face tank the 9, though.
Yep.
Hold on to that Shield Slam for a rainy day.
Swim back from whence
I think this is the same philosophy you were talking about before, where he's seen the wigs now, right? He knows that big minions are going to continue coming down for the next few turns. Doesn't have the armor to play with right now, but I think Shield Slam is still a very useful resource for answering one of these board states that will come down in the next 2 or 3 turns.
Ooh. Did he not hit armor again? Oh, Frozen Buckler, okay.
And Buckler at least keeps him alive.
But then there goes his armor for the Shield Slam again.
Exactly, yeah.
Oh. Wait,
Oh, the Handmaiden.
this is
Gonna return to
a lot of
hand. It's gonna
damage.
return to hand again. It is, yeah. And the
Then-
Handmaiden's gonna get activated here as well with the Priestess.
Oh, it can Zola no, it doesn't have board space. I was gonna say can Zola the Priestess and then just
Just
go
it.
forever.
It's just
That's
lethal.
lethal, yep.
It's just lethal with the Bless. Heartbreaker for Fury, but ecstasy for Levick as he finds his way through 3 games to 2. Twice now defeating Fury Hunter, which is no mean feat even to do a single time. And as I mentioned, he is giving off those ladder grinder vibes, right? He looks comfortable. He looks concise in the plays that he's making. It looks like he's encountered every single situation before. And even against a player of Fury Hunter's caliber who specializes in putting you in situations you haven't seen before because he's just that good at kind of finding weird lines and different ways out of games. I think Levick just continued to be incredibly comfortable, like water off a duck's back. He'd seen it all. He just kept playing his game, and in the end, he is the one who has got there.
Yeah, it came down to sort of what ended up, or what have ended up being the weak links in both players' lineups across the day. Levick with the Blessed Priest, and now Fury Hunter with the Warrior. Out of all of his losses, what do you have, like 6 losses total in the series? 7 losses total? I think 6 of them were with Warrior. Wait, 5 of them?
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6 losses with Warrior.
Damn. Yeah, it's seeming to be a very problematic deck for him at the very least. Again, just looking at Group A as we have done so far, and now we will be moving on into a different set of players after we have wrapped up here, can give you a very warped idea, kind of a microcosm of the meta that we have. And certainly it just seems, based on the limited amount of lineups that we did have in Group A, particularly warped by the fact that 2 people were bringing essentially card-for-card identical lineups, it has seemed like the Warrior has struggled overall. But there's still plenty of tournament left to go. There's still plenty of day 1 left to go. There's 3 more groups left to go. Who knows? Like, Charge Warrior might be the absolute king deck in one of these groups that we see out, just the way the lineups are breaking down.
Yeah, definitely a possibility. Yeah, only 4 players in this one, but there's 12 more players in the tournament. So, but that is Group A complete. Dedra and Levick, the 2 players moving on to the quarterfinals. They are both now 1 match away from making it to that World Championship, which is a goal in every player's mind. So, Group A is finished, but we are not finished. We are going to kick off Group B. Oh, yeah. See you, Subtle.
Bye.
We, as a collective, without Subtle, are not done. We're going to kick off Group B, do a couple matches, initial matches of Group B, before we end for the day. But before we jump into those matches, we are going to have to go to a quick break. But don't go anywhere. More Hearthstone action to come here from the Summer Championship right after this.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Summer Championships. And what a tournament it has been so far. Group A is sealed. Dead Draw and Levick coming through that. So time to move on to Group number B. And with me for that is Derek. Derek, what do you make of this group? What do you make of what's happened so far?
Having a great time so far. Obviously, I am, as a fellow Englishman and a friend of Dead Draw, very, very happy to see him go through. And even though it was a bit of a heartbreaker for Fury Hunter at the end, I think Levick, as a representative of the ladder grinders, showing them that it is truly able for them to do very well in tournaments as well as just on ladder, will be making a lot of people happy. But moving on to group number B, as you so eloquently put it, we have now a little bit of representation from the other major region in this tournament, which is China. Because of course we've seen plenty of representatives from Europe, as they do make up the majority of the field. But there's only one Americas player who's already out, one APAC player in Possessi ready to come, and everybody else is representing China, which I'm very, very excited to see what they've cooked up for this tournament.
Yeah, we are going to get some differences in decks. Obviously, Group A was kind of the same 4 decks over and over again to some degree, or at least the same 4 classes. But Deads in this first one is going to be playing the Demon Hunter. Have you had a chance to see much of this? It is one of the decks that actually plays a new card or two. Well, one.
Yeah, well, kind of. It's more so old cards that are actually having life breathed into them with the buff to Zhelag of the Abyss. Base Zhelag? I don't actually know how to pronounce that properly. I'm afraid my law...
I am very good at pronunciation. I'm definitely the person to ask.
Yeah, well, with each of the tentacles being buffed up from 1 to 2 damage per hit, and of course Carrier Fell Soul functioning as basically a new Barnes in the deck as one of these cards that's just very, very powerful if you draw it before a certain other card in your deck, makes the power of Zillag very, very strong indeed. And I really like that Zhou Chenyu is bringing it to the tournament, because even though Demon Hunter completely fell off the face of the earth, it seemed like after the most recent patches of nerfs, with Dreki T and of course Multi-Strike both being absolutely gutted, there's still something there. I think, you know, Multi-Strike at 2 mana is still a good card, and rightly so. He is still playing it when you slot it in alongside the Fossil Fanatic that's now in the list as well, to give yourself a little bit of extra consistency in your card draw. It comes together to be not a necessarily super aggressive deck, but a deck with some real aggressive potential that goes a long way against some of these more mid-rangey decks.
And talking of consistency, Masters Tour Silver Moon, which Zhou Chenyu won last year, was not this year, and he's managed to get a 17-7 record without reaching a top 16, I think, this year as well. Might have reached 1, just constantly just plugging away, getting those wins for that 71% win rate. And he was somebody we didn't know much about in Silver Moon, or coming into Silver Moon, but boy, do we know a lot about him now in terms of his play and his just the fact he keeps winning. That's the main thing we know.
Yeah, I seem to remember from his performance at Silver Moon, there were some what felt like nerves were getting in the way of his play at times, but for the most part, very, very high level of play, which will, of course, serve him very well. We know already some of the representatives going through to the World Championships from either Grandmasters or from the Gold Series in China, XC being one of them, who is far and away the highest win rate Masters Tour player with any kind of a decent sample size at all. But Zhou Chenyu is starting to crawl his way back up there, give him a run for his money, and be part of this this new guard that we keep talking about. Very, very strong Chinese Hearthstone players that I think have a real good shot of taking the year, taking down the World Championships later on.
Yeah, XC a fantastic start, and just more power to add after this tournament, and of course after the second seasonal championships later in the year. 3 more Masters Tours before that, so I won't go down that rabbit hole too far, but there's a lot more Hearthstone to go for all of these players after this tournament. But they want to get it done here and now, get into that top 4, get into that World Championships. And we are going to open up with the Rogue, which we've seen a lot of. What did you think of the Peasants we saw in Levick's deck? That's a question to ask Derek, who loves his Rogue.
I didn't think much of them, to be perfectly honest. I think in a deck that is just so incredibly streamlined, like, I don't know, the deck doesn't even really want to play one-drops, right? Like, you have Fillet Fighter, but it's not a one-drop, really. You rarely play it on one unless it's very specific matchups where you know it can go face for a lot of damage. It's more often a card to cycle through with Edwin. It's obviously very powerful with Mr. Smite, and it's a decent Shadow Step target some of the time to just control against some of the aggro decks. Whereas, you know, playing Peasant on turn one, yes, it's a tournament, so players know that you are the rogue. The Maestro is not fooling anyone like it could do on ladder. But as Gia put, when you draw it while you are still disguised as another class, it doesn't reduce the null, which is pretty devastating. There's a reason why most of these lists play one, maybe two class cards, and literally all the rest are just rogue cards.
Yeah, it turns out it's a good card, Daruk. The Null, not the Peasant. Quick look at Deads there. Very similar to what we're going to see time and time again in terms of 2022 records. That's because we picked the 13 people with the highest win rate to go with the 3 champions. Strange how that works. Or the highest number of wins, just to be accurate there. But we are going to get to see this Demon Hunter, which we spoke a little bit about. And again, I'm surprised we haven't seen a little bit more of it brought to this tournament. But first of all, sorry, just going to cut back. It's Rogue Mirror.
It is Rogue Mirror, yeah. Taking a look at the list, it is pretty much just the 30 for 30 identical lists, I believe, with the Blade Master Okani slotted in there as opposed to Vanessa that some of the lists have been playing, and of course the Peasants, as you pointed out as well. I think you know, you would rather have Vanessa in the mirror because of the power of Vanessa into Wild Paw Null, but this is not a bad card. If you can get ahead nice and early, whether you go for minion or spell, both are really disruptive, because weirdly enough, for a class that is almost its signature attribute is that it has strong single target removal in Rogue. Rogue does not have very good strong single target removal in its most popular iteration at the moment. And so being able to just play a Blade Master Akani, if you're ahead on board, it's very, very tough for them to answer, because if they go for a prep and it gets dispelled is the best case scenario, that still means they have less mana available to go with their tooths, their their wicked stabs, whatever else it may be that they need to clear it off. So obviously the Akani is good, but it really leads back to the main point of you want to be ahead in the matchup, which means you need to find Null and you need to find Vessel.
Yeah, it's Akani on one side, Viper on the other, so both cards.
Oh, my bad. Okay.
No, it's fine. It's just going to be very little difference between the two. Basically, Akani possibly a fraction better, but if somebody draws Nulls and somebody else doesn't, those fractions just won't matter anywhere near as much as actually just smashing your opponent in the face with 4/5s. Okay.
Whoa. Not a bad start for both players. Deads has the trading half of what you're looking for, but doesn't have the nulls. Zhou Chenyu has the null half of it, but doesn't have the trading part of it quite yet. Picking up an extortion definitely helps with that, because just getting this as cheap as possible is very important. He needs to get this going nice and quickly, because Deads has got himself, even ignoring the null part, just prep coin, or coin prep Vessel specifically, available on this turn if he wanted to go for it.
Yeah, and a life tap just thrown in for good measure, of course. Why wouldn't you have a life tap in your rogue deck? Oh my goodness.
Wow. Well, yes, let's do the thing.
Yeah, just do the things.
I think holding back on the null is reasonable at this point in the game, because it's not like you play the Vessel, play the null, and then you start just killing them the next turn. They're going to play some minions on the other side, and so being able to go null, step, null to clear it off a little bit more efficiently and not give them any counterplay with like their own null, for example, getting to dictate the trades, I think was very reasonable. But at the same time, shut up and spend your mana, idiot, is a very reasonable way to go about it, even if that mana is 0.
Yeah, early Vessels make the most noise, damn it. That's what I was always told.
I'm going to begin to understand that one.
They're going to do 6 damage. That's a lot of noise. It's the big noise. Okay.
Good for you, Neil.
I'll try again later. Where's TJ when I need him to laugh and nod and pretend he understands anything? Okay. Noted.
None of these especially impactful. Yeah, the Cabal Outfitter, is that what it's called? Does seem to make the most sense. I guess you can get a nice trade with the Null right now with the +1/+1 making a nice big difference. Saves you the Fillet Fighter instead.
All right, I'll shoot face then, I guess, because my Null's too large.
Oh, man, these are brutal top decks for Deads. Getting the Gone Fishing, I mean, brutal in the good way, like hardcore. This is the best of the best. Being able to get the Sunken Vessel as well as the Ajaron Vessel means even more statage online as soon as possible. The only thing that can make this better would be another Null. But that's not bad either.
Not bad with coin in hand. Just a giant crab that's going to beat your opponent senseless. Yeah, I'd say it's pretty good. Oh my, where do you even start?
Well, you could start by bumping into the Outfitter and hope for the 50-50 that it buffs Null. Or if you want to go for the Fillet Fighter, you can give yourself the 100% chance to clear the board. I guess just by killing the Outfitter last, you may as well. It doesn't really make a difference. But the problem is, of course, that you are then leaving yourself using the coin on turn 4 when you have 2 premium 6-cost cards that want to come down. So it's a pretty big omission or a pretty big setback in terms of his power next turn. But with Prep and Reconnaissance, I think it's reasonable enough for Deads because he should be able to get himself a decent bridge turn before Krakatoa comes online to close things out.
Yeah, he's almost guaranteed. Well, okay, that's pretty grim, but he was pretty guaranteed to draw something he could at least cast, whatever happened there, because he's drawn the 8 of the 2 6s in his deck already. It was reasonable to assume he'd at least get a turn out of it, and that's what's going to happen.
All right, so 3 mana Ajaron Defector. I mean, it's pretty unlikely that you're going to see the Sunken variant, just because you've already used a Gone Fishing, and there's no more of the 2-drop Pirate's Dredge in this deck anymore instead. So just going with the Cookie, because, hey, when it dies, it's going to deal 6 damage to the opponent, just hitting them in the face with the spoon every turn.
Did you ever dream you'd be saying that live to thousands of people? Just talking about somebody hitting you with a spoon?
And yeah, this is exactly what my life was meant to be, Neil.
It's just panned out perfectly for you. Well done.
Absolutely crushed it.
Nothing going on at the top here, though. Obviously, Edwin looking a bit slow right now. Tooth, sure.
Uh-huh.
But we can see what's coming back the other way, and it looks like Deads is going to have control of this over the next 2 or 3 turns to me.
I mean, it's not a bad turn. Like, Zhou Shenyu is dying is the biggest problem. He's just taking a little bit too much damage. But, you know, he has Dredge here to get the Sunken Vessel. He has Tooth if he wanted it on this turn. He is instead going with Edwin here, which I didn't necessarily expect. But if he can go Weapon into Null, that is absolutely filthy. Wow, not even wanting to go for the Gone Fishing there at the end is a little surprising to me, if I'm honest. He still had a full board clear available and could have gotten 2 more stealthed 3/3s in addition to what he had here. But the point is he gets to save as much damage as possible here if he doesn't want to face tank the 3/1 and gets a very impressive board indeed.
Yep. Deads does have quite a lot of face damage over the next 2 or 3 turns, but now he has a 10-10 to worry about, obviously. Of course, he's used the coin. The Scabs is going to be rather slow in this game. And yeah, he's got his own issues now.
Sending it all upstairs as well. Whew.
Yeah, just forces the trade back.
You obviously got to be looking at, I think, Krakatoa here, most likely, with just trade on both the 3/3 Pirates with the Claws, Cookie into the 4/2, and probably swinging face for 4, I think, with one of the Claws, and then just overwrite the other Claw with the Ladle.
I find any other sensible option here.
Because you are afraid of dying. Like, there's lethal on the other side. You have to do something here. And given that he didn't pick the Ajaron Defector, that's obviously not an option to get the sunken variant.
Problem is the turn after, right? Like this turn's reasonable, clears up the stuff, but then you're expecting to just be facing the same kind of board, probably a bit smaller, on the next turn as well.
I mean, this all kind of leads back to what I was thinking of why I would have expected the Fillet Fighter to actually be Shadow Stepped a couple turns ago. Like, you play it to get the benefit to deal the 1 extra damage, and then you just Shadow Step it and keep it in hand with Mr. Smite, and you have a Pyroblast for 6 mana instead of just 4 damage AoE. Whereas now, yes, there are some good top decks with the Shadow Step, but overall, it's not getting the job done. As here, Zhou Chenyu manages to hit the lethal Mr. Smite, Sunken Vessel, plus the Edwin. A very, very nice setup here to close out the game. In a victory I did not see him taking. Deads looked so far in the lead there in the mid-game.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously holding onto the Sunken Vessel attempt there just made the lethal nice and tidy. Looks like he's... even if he's not going to say he's not looking particularly nervous, even if he's looking a bit nervous, he's definitely playing very sharp at the first match of the day. So, yeah, 1-0, and the Rogue out of the way. And I know TJ was sort of the viewpoint that the Rogue might be one of the weaker decks that people are having to bring. Do you agree with that? I think I agree with that.
No, I don't think I do agree with that. I think that it's... a volatile deck. It's not a reliable deck at all, because it's not like, you're playing Zoo or whatever that has 10, 12 1-drops and you're always going to hit them. Some games you just don't hit the Null. Some games you don't hit the Vessel. Sometimes you draw Scab, Smite, Krakatoa, whatever, a whole bunch of your top-end nonsense that you just never want to see. Sometimes it's all spells. Like, there are some disparate halves of the deck that you don't want to be up against. But it's a rogue deck with a huge amount of burst damage. I don't think that's ever been bad in the history of Hearthstone. Like, it's always been on some level playable, because even if it's not Leroy Shadow Step now as it was before, and Eviscerate or whatever the goodness was back then, it's Mr. Smite and Wicked Stab, which is very, very similar a lot of the time. And there are a lot of decks right now that I think, a little bit too vulnerable to burst damage. Because even though there's Warrior that can gain armor, yes, that one's a little bit tougher. Priest can heal somewhat. The minions that you're generating along the way are actually pretty awkward for those decks to deal with some of the time. And so, while I don't think that Rogue is as powerful as its ladder representation would suggest it should be, I do still think it's a very strong deck.
So just down to his final 2 decks now, which is the Ping Mage and the Boar Priest. So there's different decks in this lineup, Dark. I'm not used to it today. But Ping Mage, very popular still. I thought that the Ping variant would die out, but it seems to be just as strong as ever in terms of competitive play, at least.
Yeah, I mean, as I think it was sort of was saying earlier on today, it does seem to be a little bit more popular in the Chinese region, which who knows why. Sometimes these differences just arise between the servers, obviously more so with the somewhat insular Chinese Hearthstone region. But I think that there's a lot of merit to it still, of course. If you can get yourself up to Mordresh, it's one of the more powerful things you can do in the game right now. The real criticism I have, or the doubts I have with it, is specifically with Magister Dawngrasp. I don't really see that card coming online and getting the repeat value that you need that often nowadays. Because if we think back to the previous metagame, there are a few matchups where you just keep Magister Dawngrasp because it was so powerful. And yes, you're going to do that against some of the warriors that are still existing now, but even just surviving up until that turn 7 against warrior is not easy. If they're getting down an early Mutinous, an early Rakara, Nelly, Kazakhstan, and Nixia, like, they have a lot of threats. Or they could just be playing the charge variant. And so I think the early ping package with Wildfire and Reckless Apprentice, very strong. Magister Dawngrasp in this metagame, I don't necessarily see it quite so much.
And there you go, drawn in the opening hand and thrown away. So it's 100% proven to be rubbish. That's how that works, right? Dead's decisions to make here, because all the cards individually are fairly decent, but actually don't really want much of it. So just keep the Thrive. Makes a lot of sense. He is playing the same 120, by the way, as Habu Gabu.
Interesting.
They presumably play tested together. I thought it was a huge coincidence, yeah.
Yeah, I'd imagine so, right? They're both representing Finland as well, aren't they?
Yeah,
so,
absolutely.
yeah, would make sense. All right, nice start to the game. You very often see this play when you start playing Wig Priest, a little bit of just coin Queen's Guard, get your Totem Golem down and stick some health on the board. It's very, very strong if it lives, and it feels absolutely awful if it doesn't in this situation here. As Deads has to make do with just Thrive in the Shadows here on turn 2. I was wondering if you ever go for Thrive number 2, just because you can play another spell, even if you're kind of wasting your mana next turn, going Thrive to find the Wig that you could have got anyway, just because it's a little bit easier to activate the Handmaiden. But I guess with repeat Wigs, you're going to be able to get there anyway.
Repeat Wigs, indeed. We're going to see a lot of Wigs. Whole load of Wigs in this tournament. Right, so do you take a card that lives in your deck? They all do.
Yeah, they do. I think it's Gift. Like, usually I would say Wildfire, but I guess Gift does only draw 1 card, doesn't it? Instead of the 2 you'd usually need off the Nargling. Very close, though.
Both players not quite getting the turbo starts going on here. They're both doing okay. They're both be not terribly unhappy, but neither have got like just the auto start.
Yeah, I mean, Dead's hand is pretty good. He's missing the Radiant Elemental to really make it pop, but just having even 1 Wig in your starting hand improves your win rate so drastically.
This is why we call it Blessed Priest, right? Or Guard Priest. I think TJ's nailed it with that one.
2 types of guard. Wow.
Mm-hmm. Just how it goes, right? Okay. Obviously just trying to limit the amount of health on all of these minions, as you do with any sort of Silence Priest variant, which this kind of is. Big health minion priest, whatever you want to call it.
And these are all kind of tempting, actually. It's the actual spell that's not on a Nargling, right? So Fire Sale could be picked and traded away.
Siphon also super tempting, like you say, because ones in hand just becoming zeros is so much mana.
Yeah, I guess that is probably just about the best one. It's just there's no good target for it right now, and you're kind of floating a bit of mana anyway. He's just keeping the board clear. It's, I think, a good middle ground for Zhou Qianyu here, who is keeping the board clear, absolutely, which you want to do against Wig Priest. You can't let them stick these high health minions unless you have a polymorph or a strong removal effect to be able to clear it. But he still has a good hand for if he top decks Spite Lash Siren, which you always have to bear in mind when you're playing Naga Mage. As soon as that comes off the top, he pops off, and I think he just wins the game at this point. But he's only got a 1 or 2 turn window to find it and really get that easy win before Dead just starts running away with things.
Yeah, does have the flurry in hand, so can sort of go for the strategy we saw Fury Hunter employ, which is just try and get recursive freezes going on. But a little bit different in this deck, of course, with it being slightly less focused on the Naga play and slightly more focused on the pings. Not a huge difference, but when TJ went through the list earlier, there's slightly more you need for the Mordresh package than you'd first imagine.
It should just be a whole lot of first and second flames, and a little bit more card draw, which is obviously nice as well.
Oh, this Cypher mana he took a turn ago, Darak, is now, look at all this. It's not just reducing, like, cheap stuff, it's turning stuff into zeros, it's monstrous.
Yeah, that's filth. That's so big. Ooh. Interesting. So you could theoretically go like Serpent Wig for 3/5 and then Najak it, and Serpent Wig your Najak. You don't necessarily know that they have an answer for it. But that feels a little risky, I guess, even though there should be half-decent Najak targets. The problem is, though, that if Deads doesn't keep putting stats on board every single turn, Zhou Qianyu's going to start value trading, he's going to have mana to draw, and he will find the Spite Lash Siren eventually. And so for Decicder, taking a card draw turn, a setup turn before he pops off, finding that Radiant Elemental is absolutely vital because it's going to give him the mana discount he needs next turn to actually utilize all his cards that he's filled his hand with now.
Yeah, and he is going to be able to pop off, and he'll just be praying that there's not a pop-off coming back the other way first, because your removal is your big minions in this deck, or your opponent's face. You don't really have much way of stopping them if they get out of control on the other side. We saw that again with the Fury Hunter game. It's just a lineup of 3/3s just got the job done, and this has a little bit more punch than that, so...
Okay, thinking of adding the Savara back to hand. I like where his head is at because he can really start to curate what spells it will be giving him. With the Flurry in hand, he could consider playing it now just to obviously get it in the 3 spells that Savara will give back.
Finally finds himself a Siren halfway through his deck, and now he's just got to plan how to get that going next turn.
Wildfire Ping looks fairly clean to me. I think he still has enough cheap spells to be moving on with. You know, it's not like he's going to run out of spells and just have a bunch of Nagas in hand, especially with the Spell Coiler and the Runed Orb as well. He should have absolutely plenty to be moving on with, which means Deds has to get a monstrous pop-off turn here. He does have double Shadow Word Devour to clear up both the minions on Zhou Chuanyu's side of the board, leave himself with a truly monstrous Radiant Elemental.
The problem is, of course, that Flurry, he also needs to put health on some other minions as well, if he possibly can, so that the Flurry doesn't just like murderize one minion over and over again. If he can split it somehow, so there's 2 or 3 or 3 or 4 larger minions that aren't completely out of control, that might be a thing he wants to do once he's out of Flame Strike range.
Well, he can do that, you know, with splitting up these Shadow Devours. He could put a couple here, a couple there, leave him with all roughly similar sized minions. But instead, he is going as all in on one as you can.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I think this is a little bit more sensible. A couple mid-sized minions should be very survivable for the moment.
Yeah, much harder to deal with this, I think. Well, not much harder, but noticeably harder, let's go with.
So,
oh, another Flurry!
Oh, another Flurry is so big.
He really is.
Okay, now the Savara have hand space, that's fine. Very nice.
Wonder if you could flame
spell.
down the 4/4 in a different way first, then guarantee the Flurry to land on the 10 health minions, but we're here now.
Possibly, yeah. I mean, I think he can just kill the Radiant, actually. I feel like this worked out
Fair enough.
kind of well for him, weirdly. Because he has so much mana, and with 3 board spaces left, he'll be able to actually play all these Nagas and get the damage down. Like there, Fireball, boom, it's dead. Or the second Flames as well will do the job too.
And another Flurry in hand, so he can do it all again next turn.
Now needs to start thinking about what he wants to get inside the Savara, but honestly, I think you just play. Like, there's not enough time to keep roping out here. Just play as much as you can, and it'll be good enough. He's played 2 spells now, so he can start the turn with Flurry and get that back off the Savara as well. It's a beautiful turn from Zhou Chuanyu, which I think he piloted very, very well.
Yep, looks good. Looked like he had plenty of time. And again, like you said, just making sure there's space to start off with Flurry next turn so he can get yet another Flurry the turn after.
Here it is, though. The Spylash Siren is good in Mage, but in Priest, it turns out it's absolutely filthy. With like Radiant Serpent Wigs, you have infinite mana, infinite buffs. It's truly absurd. It's just board space that's holding you back.
Go, go, go. I always watch the blue bar on the left-hand side halfway through these turns. It seems to go so fast sometimes. Spoilers, it goes the same speed every time, but you know.
Yeah, again, I like that he's splitting it up. The Najak is your first instinct to protect at all costs. But I think it's very important to also buff these taunts in the way you want to make it so one Flurry will not save them.
Yeah.
At any point, you can just go bless, win the game.
And that's where he's at with double bless as well, so Gets 2 bites at it, although he's not going to need 2 bites at it. But now,
Oh my goodness. But this is a 3 damage ping, I think.
yeah, I think so. He's played at least 2. It might be more. It's not less, I don't think.
Yeah, I do think it's 3. In which case you could go double-double with both the Reckless Apprentices, deal 6 to everything on the other side, leave them with just a couple of 4 health minions and a 1 health minion, which is very answerable, right?
Oh, yeah. There's flames everywhere. There's Flurry is your emergency card. Yeah, do what you like. Pew, 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 pew. The world's slowest animation. Come on, ping faster. Oh my, he's got to do it all again.
Yeah, he spent the whole turn trying to find something better because, you know, again, Najak Hexen messes with your instincts. You start thinking, I want to kill that first before I kill the Siren because I want to get that back and start having a pop-off turn and this and that and this and that. And no, don't let it get to your head. Just kill off the entire board, play your powerful cards, push a bunch of damage phase, and you are still winning this game. That was before, however, the top deck of Samuro with the Wigs, with the Bless, whatever you need to delete this board from the other side.
Yeah, no pop-off available next turn. And also something that I think Zhou Yu was trying to do last turn was get that Flurry into the minion again and couldn't get it done. I think that's what part of the thinking was about as well, because he only had that 1 space left in there, into the Savara.
Okay, clearly think if there's any way you can get this done with Wigs instead, you could go Samuro, Radiant, Amalgam, Wig, or...
Sure.
Yeah, I think you just throw down a Bless. Like, there might be something there, but I'm actually not seeing it right now, if I'm honest. Like, sorry, it is there, but you would have to use the unactivated copies of Wig, which you really don't want to do. Because the problem with Murkwater Scribe, which is what I think he's thinking of here, is you can't go Scribe, then Wig. You have to go Scribe, then Bless if you want to get it all played alongside the Samuro. And I think he just realized that after playing the Radiant.
Yeah.
Which is not necessarily wrong at all, because, you know, it's a 2-3 on board and you have another... Oh, sorry, you don't have another one in hand. It was the other golden thing. Which means that this is, you know, I would say an inopportune use of the Radiant Elemental. This is not the time when you want to throw it down.
But he doesn't want to see Noah's and Mordresh anytime soon either. Okay, now that's what he's trying to work out on top of the other things. Still not enough though. Gonna have to do this the hard way. No pop-offs available, no Mordresh available.
Yeah, I cannot for the life of me remember what's inside this Savara.
I think it's a series of just like flames and stuff.
Yeah, you might be right. Fireball.
It was kind of rubbish.
Fireball, Ruined Orb.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. You can remember. Well done.
Almost. I have an approximate knowledge of many things. Okay, well, if we were to go Fire Sail and then Second Flame, that doesn't clear. So I do agree it has to be a freeze of some kind. We'd obviously like to kill the Radiant Elemental at the same time, however, which could just be achieved with Ping. Sounds fine to me. But I do think that has to die.
Just decided to dig through all the stuff because he's only got 8 cards left. There's been some cycling as well. He's got a lot of card draw. I think he's just banking on actually getting a decent card off the top of his deck next turn. On top of all the removal he has available, of course. It's running low on stuff suddenly. Doesn't have that many more uses of the wig left now. It's quite a few, but...
I mean, he can go Wig, Wig, Amalgam, Wig, Wig, Valish for 4 mana, Wig, Wig, Bless, which would give him an absolutely monstrous singular minion if he wanted it. But again, as we saw from Fury Hunter, is that necessarily good enough when they have a whole bunch of freezes? You've already seen 2 Sivaras, though. You've seen the Flurry as well. So I think actually in this particular instance, going fairly all in with these wigs actually makes sense. I think there's fairly limited counterplay available to Zhou Shanyu, which is exactly what Deads is preying on here with his Valish Wig Wig. Because he discovered another one, he can actually go all in again if he wants to. But I think the rope is going to stop him from going that far.
He just got too far behind, and I think the point here is that gone are the times to be cute and play around the freezes. If they've got it now. You've got it. You're not going to kill them with your army of 7/7s anymore. Siren finally for Zhou Shanyu gets to go again.
Mass poly
Sheeps.
Oh. Okay, so he's going to go back up to 6 mana now. So then he can just go Bell. He can play Second Flame and then just poly everything.
Yeah.
Or Ruined Orb, then play the 1-drop, then play the poly.
Yeah, either way, good luck getting it done if you're Deads at that point.
Pyro? Oh, okay. And he is staunchly sticking to Naga Spell, not breaking it for anything, even for a mass poly.
It's just stuck in everybody's head at this point.
Still works. He can still just go 2-drop Naga, then play the 1st or 2nd Flame, then the poly. Naga Giant to round out the turn is filthy as well. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, this is nutty at this point.
Oh. Like, I love that it's 7 mana and it's just like strictly worse than a 4-mana polymorph would be here because he has to delete his entire board alongside it. But you know what? An army of sheep here is actually just not that bad.
It's a lot. It's lethal next turn at the moment. Plus the fireball and the ping's just so much damage. Well.
Yeah, he just needs to make a board that's big enough to not get traded away and hope that he's not dead, which he can kind of do. Goes for Bless here for +2 health. Wig, Valish.
But he's got to kill the giant as well.
Not from his perspective. Oh no, wait, he knows the fireball is there. He knows it is. Yeah, you're right. So it's just over. It doesn't. Or sorry, he has to trade right with the sheep, and then yeah, he can't even go face. Yeah, he's just forgotten.
I mean, it's fair enough. There's a lot going on in these games.
Yep. And 9 times out of 10, it would be the correct play to go. Like, if you didn't know and you're just working off hidden information, you'd never make the read that they have it there, right? But it's now just 10, 14, 3 from the ping. It's well over lethal.
Yeah, I'm wondering what the pause is. Okay, there we go.
Just triple checking.
And we start how we finish how we started with Magister being the last card after Damak said he didn't like the card in the deck, and there it is. The opening hand didn't do anything in the final hand.
Yeah, well, not even needed because the ping version is just so superior in the early half of the deck that you just don't even need the Magister later on. As again, the mage just looking strong, man. It's hitting the Spitelash Sirens on curve. It's doing powerful stuff even outside of that, honestly. Like, Zhou Shanyu for the entirety of that early game, he was just chaining first flame, second flame over and over again. Getting the dual copy of Wildfire as well, thanks to the first Commander Savara, was absolutely huge to be able to clear the board continually with the Reckless Apprentices as well. I think there was a severe blip from Deads where he didn't correctly count his mana in terms of the Murkwater Scribe plus the Radiant Elemental. He thought he'd be able to fit in the Bless after the Serpent Wigs, but that's not exactly how that works. But I think even then, it probably wouldn't have been enough to counteract the Polymorph that we saw there to close things out.
It feels like the discovered tools from the mage are just too much for this priest deck as well. Like there's not that many cards you can discover, and so many of them seem to do enough to keep you alive, whether it's freezing, whether it's polymorphs. You just seem to have a lot of options to keep going. But that's only a sample size of 2 that we've seen, so yeah, nothing's proven. Boar Priest, again. The deck I keep finding new ways to lose with. That's how versatile it is. I can lose with it in so many different ways.
Yeah, honestly, I'm not even saying this to be mean. Like, it was kind of impressive how many ranks you lost with Boar Priest without giving up, because I would have given up so long ago. I do not have the tenacity to stick out being that bad at a deck for that long. I just go back to playing Rogue and be bad at that, at least at a 50% win rate.
I played it again yesterday, and I found some new ways to lose. It was great. Get your boars down, about to win. Oh, I'm against the Paladin. They buffed all my boars. My boars won't die. They're going to beat me now. Like, I'm still discovering new ways to lose with the deck. It's fantastic, just showing the infinite versatility of Boar Priest. But luckily for the players at the top end of the spectrum, there's also quite a lot of versatility in how you survive and how you win games of Hearthstone as well, which is the part I enjoy watching.
Alrighty, Joe Chen, you having Switcheroo as a nice way to just draw some cards, as you want to do in the starting hand. The only other really important card, aside from your card drawer engines, is obviously the Shard, which can be so impactful in this matchup against the Wig Priest to shut down any really dominant starting board in terms of Wigs and Blesses. However, for Deads, he doesn't have an especially spell-heavy hand, because he doesn't have any spells at all. This is a decent curve. Like, this is kind of scary for the Boar Priest in these starting turns. Treasure Guard as well, fantastic.
Yeah, just minions with some health on them is the Boar Priest's worst nightmare. Their second worst nightmare just being minions.
Yeah, cards in Hearthstone.
Pass back. Play Treasure Guard. Off you go.
Oh, there's no way you play Handmaiden, right? That's so BM to play that for Treasure Guard. Yeah, I think so.
Plus, he needs some stuff, right?
Oh, it would be funny, though, if he's just like, nah, 3 attack. It's 3 times as good of a play as the Treasure Guard.
Yeah, just wear this. 3.
All right. Good job. Making the adult play.
Or pretending to, at least. Yeah, didn't attack for anything there.
Okay, yeah, that's reasonable. Whoa, now we're getting somewhere. Pyro, admittedly a Pyro with 1 health, which is an awful lot worse. But with Pyro and Cleric, just a healing spell away from starting to draw some real cardage.
Here's some real cardage.
Nargling that casts Switcheroo. That sounds pretty good.
Yeah.
Wow.
Amit positioning. The Nargling with a mystery ability.
Oh yeah, true. Okay, Pyro plus Shadower Devour obviously covers up for the fact that it only has 1 health. But he's still missing a little bit extra. I think you're holding off 1 turn here before you start going in, because Coin, Pyro, Shadower, North Cleric, like, you know, you still need a little bit more in the form of either the Desperate Prayer or the Naru.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how he goes about this, actually, because Valish is there as well, so could just have some sort of draw a lot of cards if he can empty enough out of his hand turn with all these 1-mana spells with it.
Deads knows this is a combo deck, right? Like, eventually he will be able to kill you with his combo.
I think so. It's a reasonable assumption.
I know what he's doing is very reasonable to play around Zyrella by not attacking, but it is just funny that with your deck as the aggressor, you're just not attacking and let them draw cards for 50 turns instead of doing anything.
Yeah. Yeah, here's the play I thought that might happen here. Actually, I wonder if the Valish is needed even.
What, in the form of cleric lash?
Yeah, just to empty space, heal loads of stuff, draw a million cards. You've got to be careful though, because your opponent can make you overdraw if you're not relentlessly careful here.
That's a decent point. Yeah, it could happen. A little unlikely in this deck, but it could do. Yeah.
I mean, just literally heal them with your hero power. They draw too. If you're not careful enough. I'm not saying he's going to do that. I'm saying I would do.
No. That's a good point. That's a good point. One card overdrawn, if it's the amulet or the boar, can just mean death for the boar priest.
But yep, gets himself up to 7, which is the perfect number because his opponent heals something, goes to 9, then you draw the 10th one. That's nice.
Man, did Deads put spells in this deck? It is just pure minions. This is a straight up arena deck right now.
Oh.
Does Deliverance get him anywhere? Turn down that banjo music. It's not happening today. I think it's just another switcheroo.
Wow. Yeah.
Must consider.
Okay.
Because, I mean...
imagine if you drew Gift there.
Yeah. Well, you don't play Gift in the list, right?
No, if you got it from the...
Oh, sorry. Right. That would be hilarious, indeed.
It would have just been game there and then.
Yeah, he would actually have just drawn his entire deck like 5 times over.
Pick me!
I don't even know what he's digging for. Like, Radiant Elemental, what does that even do? He has no spells.
I'm not sure he knows what he's digging for anymore. It's just stuff and hope.
Okay, so do you want to kill off the Pyro? Is the first question you need to ask yourself. If you're having brain overload, it's a perfectly fine way to start the turn because you can still draw cards with the clerics. You can juice up this Handmaiden as well to start getting through to the bottom of your deck.
Yeah, he's going to get rid of a cleric or two now.
Sure. Yeah.
Of accidents. He's just saw a possibility where he would actually straight up have lost the game here.
Okay, 2 health Piggy. Worth to bear that in mind that it doesn't die to just 1 activation of the Pyro.
Thanks. Where were you 20 games ago for my poor MMR? And now it is a case of how he's going to dump stuff, really.
Yeah, I'm thinking like Thrive and then trade the amulet that you hopefully get. As it looks like, yeah, that's what he's gearing up for. He needs to get trading here. These amulets are not juiced up enough for how far through his deck he is. Yeah, it just decides to play the boar instead. I think I would have ended up on trading at the end there. Yeah, that felt messy, actually, because he played... he reduced the cost of a spell in his deck after he'd already drawn the amulet, right? And you want to get the amulet to reduce that because it's like the best one to get to dredge up to the top, trade it, make it cost 0. It makes your combo a lot quicker. But he did it afterwards, didn't even kill the boar. It felt like a slightly poorly timed Illuminate there, I think.
Yeah, depending how this goes... Actually, it's not going to go that great. I was going to say, depending how this goes, he could find himself in trouble, but Dead's just not having enough mana, I don't think, to cause a real problem.
I mean,
might be wrong.
He's doing something here. He found the wig and he's activated it 4 times on this turn with a Handmaiden slotted in there as well. It's pretty impressive of a turn here. Shard is kind of becoming necessary if Jurchenyu wants to actually answer this board.
He does only have 9 cards left in his deck, though, and 2 of them are shards, I believe, so... No, just the 1. Just checking.
Just the 1.
No, 2. Sorry. It is 2.
Oh. Oh yeah, it's dead. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong list.
I did exactly that.
Sorry.
Exactly what you did. So yeah, Handmaidens should find one, you would think.
Okay, with the Thrive there, it's guaranteed if he wants it, I believe. But Zyrella is a very interesting top deck in its own right. Currently able to get up to 4 damage. Very annoyingly. 5 would be a lot better here. So maybe we have to start looking in alternate directions, like the Devour with the Pyro.
Mm-hmm. And Smite and Trade, is there anything better than that?
Yeah, you don't want to heal up first, do you, with the Blessing of the Naru?
Don't.
Or Gift of the Naru, sorry.
Yeah.
No time.
Oh.
Shot at Shard.
Again, do you even one-shot? Like, you need to pick the amulets and start trading them again. They're not big enough. Like, one is 1, one is 2. You need to trade twice more before your combo is actually active at this point.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, gets the clear.
This battle is far.
But yeah, needs to get some amulets going. He's nearly there.
So I think basically to have an easy path through this game, Zhou Changyu needs to basically be able to pass his next turn in terms of board clear, because he just wants to go trade, and get lethal that way. Maybe there's some way he can fit in enough mana to go like trade, draw the perfect cards, find, play Pyro and then go amulet. But his mana without Priestess Valish is going to be very tight indeed. It would have to involve an Illuminate that's left in his deck to reduce one of these amulets down to 0, I think, for him to have a chance.
Yeah, and Zyrella's not going to cut it because both players are on 30. All minions are full health. So Dead can just put out a big board, which he definitely can. Go again.
And these are getting big. We play Queen's Guard. That's another pretty juicy minion. Play 2 more Wigs.
Who makes these decks? Who sits at home and goes, I know, I'm just going to play infinite Wigs and see if it works?
Okay, decent draw. So you trade. Gets the Shard. That's big too.
Yeah. That one's on 2.
Yeah, he's just thinking about... I guess you trade first, because even if you draw the other amulet, you still then have 1 amulet in the deck overall for the Illuminate.
The second Shard, which is handy in terms of not dying after he completes.
Oh man, this is just too much brain power to work through. You have to go like, Illuminate, trade. There's just not enough mana without Valish. Like the Handmaiden needs to come in as well, I think, for you to guarantee to be able to hit the cards you need, and that's just not going to happen. So even though the amulets are at the right size now of 2 and 3, which is what you need to get the 4 extra boars, they're not coming down on this turn.
But now they're the right size, he can draw them for next turn.
Yeah, next turn it is. That'll get there for sure.
And has the Shard in hand in case of accidents, but the accident might be you are dead. So let's find out.
All right, he's just passing. He's saying, Deads, give me what you got. Show me if you can close out the game right now. And with the mana that Deads has available, I don't see it. I think that the Radiant Elemental losing that effect is what's going to do him in here. Maybe if that was still available, he could get it done. But it's just too tight.
Yep. So he knows what's left in the deck as well. He will have a very legal deck tracker available to him. So there's this. He's got to count this fatigue. He's got to count the damage he can just do naturally. See how much he can get through in the 2 turns.
All right, so he can play 4 Wigs, which is plus 8 health on the Slither Spear. That gets him up to 11, 13 with the Bless. He can play another Bless. So it's like 18, 22, 23, I think I get to here.
And there's 3 points of fatigue on the other side, but you know we can see, and he knows that there'll be the double gift still hanging around for some healing as well.
It's 1 point of fatigue, right? He hasn't even.
Yeah, so over the 2 turns that.
Oh, sorry. Yeah,
has,
yeah. Okay. Yeah. Good point. Good point. Yeah, makes it as big as he can, but it's not quite big enough. And with the shard still in hand as well, it means that Zhou Chenyu is not even going to be vulnerable to the minions left on board, because even if he goes for the board turn, it should still be plenty fine to go alongside the silence to close it out. I think that'll do it.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah. Just making sure he was clearing everything, and he is, so, or enough at least.
Yeah, okay, as long as you heal the pyro. Yep, good job. Yeah. He's got it. Gets himself the full clear as well, in case there was any doubt whatsoever as to his ability to close out the game. This one is 100% over now, and Deads throws down the concede. Zhou Chenyu coming through with a 3-0 sweep in his initial match of the Hearthstone Summer Championship, securing his spot in the winner's bracket match. What a performance.
Yeah, absolutely. For somebody who's won a tournament, we know he suffers a little bit with nerves, but yeah, he just played really good Hearthstone, as we're expecting for most of the players. I think Deads struggled just a tiny bit in places from what we saw. A couple of turns on both sides looked a tiny bit messy, I guess, but wow, that was just a thrashing of 3-0 there through no fault of Deads' to some degree. Zhou Chenyu just knows exactly what to do, when to do it, it seems.
Yeah, it was very, very nice. There were a couple of points from Zhou Chenyu's side where it felt like slightly like he hadn't thought through every single mana point for the turn. He started making a turn and then maybe realized he wanted to do something a little bit different halfway through. But honestly, if that's the worst thing you're doing in Boar Priest, you're pretty good at the deck. It's a really, really difficult deck to get right. And even as I'm picking up on those more obvious mistakes that you might see, there's many, many more things that I haven't even picked up on. I'm sure that he did very, very well, as shows the level of his understanding with the deck. And so I do think that Zhou Chenyu is in a great spot to go the distance here in Group B, even if he has some very, very stiff competition in the form of MSBC and Gabby.
Yeah, Gabby, of course. The talk of last year didn't win Worlds. The talk of you winning Worlds in Hearthstone,
neither did I.
Like, just shows how good people regard him, right? It's like one person in a Hearthstone tournament didn't win it. It's like, oh yeah, how would you? But he has got every chance of getting back there, and that is going to be our second match against MSBC.
Yeah, so much on the line. I love all the storylines that we have going on here. Obviously, for Gabby, we thought it was going to be his year last year. And, you know, even though he didn't win the World Championship, it kind of was his year last year. It was him and Fury Hunter that were just absolutely dominating every single tournament that they were playing in, it felt like. Maybe Fury Hunter a little bit more so this year. But it was a very, very impressive performance from Gabby. And this year, it's for him a chance to get that redemption, get back to the World Championship and take his title. But for MSBC, it's a chance for another one of these Chinese players to show that in addition to Masters Tour dominators, they can also go the entire distance and take down the World Championship once again.
Yep, these 16-player tournaments are a little bit different. And they're a little bit different because I get to throw to a break and tell you exactly what is coming up next. So give us a moment. We'll set up MSBC versus Gabby in just a couple of minutes.
The beast has returned. serpent.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Summer Championship. I'm Raven, and joining me to end the day is going to be Mr. TJ Sanders, and we've got a great match to end today on. It's going to be Gabby versus MSBC. Honestly, out of the initial matches, at least for me, TJ, the highlight one so far, just looking at the two players.
Yeah, two of the most, successful players over the past year and a half, however long it's been. I don't know, it's probably been even longer, but Gabby, I will always consider him like the breakout player, even 10 years down the line when he's...
I mean, in 10 years, he'll
16
still be 16
years old because that's how it works.
Exactly. Yeah. just like Amnesiac, right? It's never aged, even though 4 years passed up, still a kid. Done. We do see that as the bans come in. We've got double Priest ban. Priest is a class we've been seeing a lot on stream today, but now as we can see, we are going to see them both banned out, and we have Rogue Warrior Mage versus Rogue Warrior Mage. So mirrors at least in terms of classes, but when we can look at the deck list, there are a few interesting choices in there from both players. So I'm excited to get into that and see what we're gonna see and see what these players have basically submitted to give themselves the best possible chance at making top 4, because that is priority number 1. Yes, it's awesome to be the summer champion, to get that extra prize pool in there as well, 100%, but the main goal, top 4 equals a world spot, and that's got to be what these players have had in mind when creating their lineups. We see MSBC on the Naga Mage, but it is this ping variant that seems to be generally favored from a lot of the Chinese players that we've seen since this kind of archetype has existed. Are you a fan of this one, TJ, or do you prefer the more standard full Naga?
I prefer the ping variation, just because I feel like it gives you more flexibility in terms of game plan. You're not all in on Siren, right? You have ways to push damage, to deal with boards. Maybe not so much to generate resources as Siren can be good at. It is a little bit more reactive, right? And your Siren turns are a little bit less consistent because you're playing less Naga. But I tend to prefer this one over the I don't know, standard version. Is that what we're calling it?
Sure.
But yeah, the Chinese players seem to favor this one, and the European players seem to favor the pingless Naga Mage, which is exactly the case going into this series in terms of generalizations, whereas Gabby is also playing the Naga Mage, but his is the Ignite version, not the ping version. So that's the biggest difference in their lineup, is in those two decks.
Right.
In what we're going to see. The Thief Rogue. it has a knoll and reconnaissance.
I mean, to be fair, I think I was talking to the other casters, I think right at the beginning of the show when we were talking about archetypes, and I was like, wait, this is Thief Rogue? I just call this Tempo Rogue. Honestly, you just play stuff and get them. But hey, who am I to say anything? This is one of those interesting lists, though, I was talking about just at the start there, where Gabby is bringing, you know, Control Warrior, there's the Onyxian Drakes in there, there's Kazaka-san, Raid Boss Onyxia, but there is Captain Galvanga as well, so there is that ability to, yes, there's no huge pop-off combo with like to the fronts and everything, but at the end of the day, it's 6 mana, 9 attack charge, right? Like that is still just a relevant tool in most matchups, honestly. Obviously not as good in the matchups where you're trying to be very defensive, but in some of the slower matchups, just having it to just throw out there and push is a threat in itself, and a threat that their opponents will have to be aware of, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, it still does the normal warrior things. Gustavo's going to get mad if I lump them all into control warrior categories. Slower warriors, we'll put it that way. From the depths and Sir Finley, which allows you to get a bunch of cheap cards, play some powerful stuff for very cheap early on in the game. And, you know, big ones for a lot of matchups, you know, if you can get like Bran with Mutinous down, right? Just being able to disrupt Mutinous, you can find a lot easier with Gorlock Ravager. Being able to get like a Nelly down on turn 4, right? Or, you know, turn 5, I guess, if you have to from the depths and Finley on 4.
Right.
Those types of things can be devastating for for anybody.
Yeah, and looking at the mulligans, both players reasonably happy. There's a Siren in MSBC's hand, but one final thing I wanted to point out, it's kind of funny as well, where at least I believe if you're going against Nagamage as Warrior, you'd probably rather play this version, because I feel like this has got a bit more consistency in not dying to the first Naga board, but also like MSBC is playing the ping version, so I think that's also maybe the better version against specifically Warrior, because you just push so much consistent damage. So both players have kind of one-upped each other in a very weird way, but already Gabby's going to lock in at first from the depths. Options not fantastic, but it never seems terrible to have a 0-cost Bran knocking around. But again, with Forged in Flame as an option when Outrider's Axe is already there, it looks like a very reasonable pickup.
Yeah, Forged in Flame seems quite good. MSBC finally finds Wildfire. I was about to say, you know, this deck can sometimes seem lackluster, like a less efficient variation of the normal Nagamage, if you're not actually picking up the Wildfires, the hero power buff, early on in the game, because then it takes so long for everything to come online, like more Drush, to be able to use, and that consistent ping damage each and every turn.
And also, it's such a big difference if you Wildfire, if you've already cast at least a Wildfire going into the Varden hero, right? Because like that adds so much extra damage to your ping every turn that if you're just going in just with no Wildfires played, it's a little bit lackluster. And here though, Gabby has the option. He knows 2 out of the 3 cards he's going to be shown. There's the Bran and Shield Chatter again, but now has the option of a 0-mana School Teacher. So next turn, he has like Outrider Axe, School Teacher, Swing, Forged in Flames with the Nagaling if he really wants to.
I could very well be wrong, but it looked like he picked Shield Chatter there.
Oh, did he? Oh, okay. I could also.
I don't know.
Definitely more likely to be wrong than you, TJ. Let's be honest. If we go off track record.
No, because I'm terrible at seeing those things.
And I'm just terrible.
Split second highlight. Well, me and you both, buddy.
Yeah, great pair to end the day.
Who in their right mind?
Worse and worse.
Put us. We're just for show. That's all we're for.
Yeah, we come on, say hello to everyone, and then. Yeah, hope so people listen now and again.
Yeah, so we're just going to come on here and say hello for an hour and a half or however long this match lasts. And just say the names of cards. Ooh, Wildfire.
Ooh, Gorlock.
Oh, it was Shield. Oh, it was Shield Shatter.
Yeah, good. See, I told you, you're bad, but I'm worse.
Oh, because he wanted to pick the card that he wanted the least because he knew that he was going to be playing Gorlock Ravager this turn, thus picking up the Sir Finley. That's why he didn't set up the Outriders Axe last turn, because he wants to get rid of it. He planned this out. He played the double from the depths, picked the card that he wanted the least. Well, now it's a Siren turn, so he might want it more, but, you know, whatever.
Yeah, well, what
Give us some options.
Yeah, and what this does actually with the Siren maybe popping off or maybe not. Okay, yeah, doing okay with the Fury. I couldn't see that then. But with this turn, the fact that he has a reduced shield chatter means it's extremely easy to activate, right? Like it's already 4 mana on 0 armor, right? So this is just going to be a board clear for him in almost every outcome here. And he can still play Finley afterwards, so it's kind of a win-win scenario here for Gabby.
God, he's smart.
Wish I was half as smart.
I wish both of us combined were half as smart.
And that would still be an upgrade, yeah, I think I agree. Yeah, though, solid turn from MSBC.
Resources generated.
Yeah.
Yeah, even if this gets cleared with shield chatter, which it will, still was able to dig through the deck, get some spells going, get another wildfire with the Savara in hand, so get that hero power damage up. So Gabby does have a decision to make, like whether or not he does want to play the Finley this turn.
I personally feel like this is a hand you would like to re-roll. The only other thing is, does he wait one more turn so he can at least equip Outrider's Axe? Right, because that's still, Outrider's Axe is going to be good against Naga Mage. Maybe he waits one more turn. But when you look at the hand in general, like Mutinous, yeah, there are a few cards you can hit, maybe specifically Modresh in this instance. But outside of that, there's nothing that's really sticking out to me that, oh no, he needs to keep his hand because of this.
Yeah.
And already you start to see the sort of additional fear level of the ping variant, right? Because yes, there's no hero card in hand, yes, there's no Modresh yet, but those pings will start stacking up. Gabby's sitting on 2 armor total right now, so it's not as if he's managed to stack a lot of health to survive those, pings turn after turn after turn. And he's already looking vulnerable to an extent.
Build a
to counter
snowman?
raid boss.
Okay.
I think MSBC should start thinking about what are the bad things that can happen to me in this game, in this matchup, because damage should never really be a problem, right? Like, he will just start pinging him for like 8 at some point every single turn, so that won't be a problem. Like, what actually beats him? And I think, raid boss with no great answer and then just hit them for 1 million, the Onyxia's unkillable. Stuff like that is something you should think about. And obviously he has the Kazaka-san timer, so to speak. Oh, yeah, okay, perfect time. Look at the value though. Bran, school teacher for a total of 0 mana. But just block shield slam this if he really wanted to.
Yeah. Or at least just start with block and see what happens.
Yeah.
Then he can make a decision from there.
Because again,
you're gonna take it a little slower.
He knows the damage is coming eventually, right? So he doesn't want to just leave a 5/4 to just hit him in the face for a turn or two, because that's just damage he can just simply avoid. There's second wildfire, TJ. Starting to stack.
That's 3rd wildfire, right? Because he played one and then he Savara'd it back and played it again.
Oh, you're right. That's insane.
This is going to be 4 damage now.
Who needs Varden? Could do that and even just play the Reckless. He does need to empty some hand space here. I'm not saying he should just throw loads of cards away, but Reckless kills Finley and pushes the additional damage. Maybe he's going to save it for after Dawngrasp has been played and he's turned into the hero. It's just an extra high-powered ping target, because it's one way to actually heavily stack up the bonus effect from the hero card with the Reckless, but again, Warrior not normally going to go wide enough on board for that to hit that often. Gabby's heading to Value Town, TJ.
Oh god.
From the
That's a
depths.
scary place.
The tiniest Nagaling ever there. Oh, was that Nelly?
No. It was something else.
No, it was Nelly.
Oh,
he's from the depths twice, right? So it was
Yeah.
Nelly in there, yeah.
Well, it was Nelly, but he didn't choose.
He didn't pick
Nelly.
it, yeah.
Yeah, but now he gets to.
Oh, the
mute
double
this with
mute.
Bran. And free amalgam with Bran also. Well, there goes all MSBC's stuff. Conditioning. He's big conditioning.
Why is there so much stuff, TJ?
Oh my goodness.
That is a disgusting turn. Still 0 mana, Amalgam in hand. There's the Kazakhstan for a grand total of 2 mana. MSBC feels pretty good about this Blizzard choice, doesn't he? And Blizzard and then
Blizzard
Deep Freeze.
Snap freeze.
Oh, is it Snap Freeze? Sorry. That's deep. Bad.
Deep freeze is 8 mana.
I'm sorry.
Freeze a character and summon 2 water elementals. Come on.
Yeah, and in World of Warcraft, it didn't have anything to do with water elementals. That's why I'm always confused.
I just tried to Google deep freeze just to make sure, but I didn't put Hearthstone next to it. So I just got a bunch of freezers.
I thought you were going to say, oh yeah, so I found the mage spell in WoW that does something completely different. You're like, nope, just got a,
No.
just a freezer company.
Oh, freezers. Yep.
Freezers of all sizes. Bye now. Try and discover more dragons.
You can get Kazakhstan down this turn. Not quite. Never mind. Oh yeah, no. No, he.
You okay, TJ?
Not yet. Yeah, I'm good. Next turn, if he wants it.
Still though, an
Okay,
extra raid boss
conditioning.
Elixir. Not bad.
He could have given his minions +1/+1 first.
Yeah, probably just waiting on discovers, right? Still.
Yeah, that's true.
Missed a little bit of buffs, but still, I think it's okay for now.
Yeah, not necessarily a miss.
Oh, all kicking off now, TJ. Dawngrasper's showing up.
Wish to match wits with me.
Still a lot of damage on this side, though. There is the freeze for the Mutinous to stop the most damage. Although maybe this is actually
Ooh! It was a 50-50. Oh no, it was. He had cast 2 flurries. Oh yeah, he can freeze.
Yeah, shame one of them didn't get frozen because then he had their first flame to kill one of the school teachers, but I guess one of those got frozen, so it kind of works the same, right?
Yeah. Well, it could have cast Blizzard.
Rude. Gabby now finds himself pushing damage himself. Got a huge board that simply has to be answered soon, so MSBC no doubt looking for Modresh in the next draw. But Gabby piling on the pressure and also on a lot of health. He's under no pressure at all himself now. There's Modresh though.
It's not even active yet.
It has to be active after a ping, surely.
It'll be active after a ping. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that ping is 8 damage.
Wait, he's not going to do it though. It can't be active then, right? There's no world in the MSBC.
He did at least.
wouldn't have
He did 4 damage with a ping. Maybe he thinks that he's going to get up to 8 mana again. Well, he'd have to get even more than 8 mana because he would have to ping first.
Yes, yeah. Or Reckless, I guess.
Oh, Siphon mana. Oh, Reckless is
What damage is his ping at?
Stay where you are.
Is it 8?
Because if it's 8, Reckless will buff it, right? As well. Unless he's just going to ping it himself if he's not going to go for the Reckless. Wow. Because Reckless is kind of like an AoE clear. It basically is Moltres right now, to be fair. There we go. Okay.
Oh no, it's 6.
6. Okay, yeah, that makes sense why he did First Flame, right?
Oh no, it's 5.
Wait. You've lied to me so many times in the last 30 seconds.
I know. I don't know why I thought it was 8.
Still though, he clears the board, piles on the pressure himself, and asks Gabby to say, well, you know, can you clear this board? And Gabby goes, yep, pretty much. Shield Shatter, let's go.
What fire spell did Dawngrasp cast? It must have cast like a First Flame, right?
I think it was First Flame, yeah, which is where the second flame in hand came from, I think. So Gabby, I think, could play the Onyxian Drake and Kaz, or he could just drop Raid Boss, and I think I like Raid Boss and Onyxia, just put him under the pressure again. This is a little bit less susceptible to the Modresh as well, right? Because the Onyxia will be immune. And with only a ping for what, 6? That Onyxia is just chilling, right?
Is it even 6 now?
Oh, I don't. 5, 6, 7, 1. I don't know anymore, TJ.
I don't think he even honorable killed anything last time.
Oh, okay. Even worse. Yeah, so MSBC has to bail out of the Modresh.
Yeah.
Pick me.
Ruined Orb for 5 mana. What can he find for 5 mana?
Nothing. Wow.
Game Brilliance.
Game 1 going to Gabby, and that just looked clean, if I'm going to be completely honest there. Gabby had some big pop-off turns with the help of the 0 mana Bran, and really going crazy that turn with from the depths, of course, as well. But Gabby, at least visually, just looked like, man, another day at the office. Show up, destroy Game 1. I'm ready for Game 2. Let's go. And a very convincing win there. And Gabby goes up 1-0, looking strong.
Yeah, the sequence of things early on, right? Not playing the Outrider's Axe, but instead going for the second from the depths, setting up the Gorlock Ravager, knowing that it would pick up Sir Finley, so that at any point, Gabby could get the double reduced hand at the bottom of his deck, and still have the Shield Shatter in hand in case he needed it, which he did the very next turn. Yeah. Just very intelligent play overall to get to that point. And was able to get a ton of value from the 0 mana Bran, and plus School Teachers, plus Mutinous, right? It just all kind of fell into place from there.
And I think what's kind of weird is, like, it's looked more impressive from Gabby because MSBC played very well too, right? He put on tons of pressure. He popped off with the first Naga turn. He got hold of Dawngrasp at a reasonable time, popped off again, and Gabby just had the answers. He put himself in that solid position. Now we are going to look at MSBC's Warrior, which is also that sort of control/value style, and he's running that Smothering Starfish as well in there, not running Galvanga though, so that's one of the key differences between the two players' submissions. But again, feels weird to be seeing a Control Warrior to sort of end day 1 with, after seeing so many players bring just raw Charge Warrior.
Yeah, and that's kind of the cool thing, that we kind of get to see these smaller metas within the meta as a whole, right? Because we play them out in groups, and for the first part of this tournament, you just play against your group, so you get to see what metas kind of develop within each individual group. And while Group A was filled with Charge Warriors Group B, filled with the Control Warrior, and judging by that, Ping Mage was destroying Charge Warrior. Not so much for Control Warrior, it seems. A lot more disruption, access to a little bit more removal. Just makes all the difference, I guess.
And that's the X factor of Warrior, though, right? At the moment, with especially from the depths, Finley, some of the threats that they play is, even though we talk in very broad, average matchup outcomes, you always feel as Warrior that you have a chance, right? Because if you from the depths something strong and then you pop off exactly like Gabby did, you can win any matchup in that case. But here we are going to see the players classes flipped, as Gabby now is on the Naga Mage, but he is playing like the pure Naga Mage, so there's none of the ping bonuses or effects in this list. It is just all Naga, draw, and then the ignite in the list to sort of start stacking damage, as well as any generated spells. MSBC, I am sure, hoping to have as good a game as Gabby did in the previous one.
Yeah, and Gabby hoping to have a better game than MSBC.
Yeah, 100%. But that's what's terrible, right? Like, MSBC had a good game. He played well. It just wasn't good enough. Right? It's one of those games where you've got to kind of just forget about, because it's, whether it's true or false, it's a game you feel like you couldn't do anything else to change it, right? Like, he did the good turns, he pushed damage, and it just wasn't enough.
Yeah. Well, this is a great opening hand for Gabby. The Slither Spear on 1, into the Gifts of Ashara on 2, into Arcane Intellect on 3.
Or Treasure Guard now, yeah.
It's better guard.
Also, as well, second Slither Spear in hand, so that if Gabby does get a Siren soon, he can actually pop off early if he really wants to. We see from the depths here from MSBC and Rakara Raid Boss Brawl. Now, I'd be half tempted at the Brawl, because that's the thing MSBC doesn't have.
Yeah.
I do like a potentially early Raid Boss Onyxia. But I'd probably
Well, he's in the same position that Gabby was in the previous game, right? Where he could pick the Brawl as, like, okay, I need to hold on to removal. But then Gorlock Ravager the Finley from the deck, if need be, to get the Rakara and Onyxia into hand, to be able to have some higher power plays. And again, I did not see which one it was. I guess
about to find out.
Yep, it was Brawl.
Gabby chose to play off curve, then wanted to keep some of the Naga in hand. Obviously, if you started just playing Spell Coiler, then you'd run out of Naga. Did Arcane Intellect into the Siren, though, so he has options at the pop-off. Gorlock Ravager, as you said, is played. Finley, available for 0 mana.
Oh, I was thinking to myself, wait, why is Finley 0 mana? But it was because it was in one of the not seen buffed reduced cards from the depths.
I wonder.
Well, he hasn't started playing cards yet, so.
And if he's starting with Slither Spear, I imagine he's not going for the Siren turn right now.
Yeah.
Do you think he's potentially just trying to dig for just better spells in general? Maybe trying to get to Ignite a little bit earlier so he can start just at least play it, push damage, and chuck a buffed one in the deck?
Yeah. Or just hoping that the Slither Spears are going to stick, because if both stick during a Siren turn, you could
You just kill them.
put out a lot of damage. Yeah. Sometimes.
Maybe as well, Gabby deciding that he doesn't have to just go all in as soon as possible, because there are brawls, there are shield chatters. If he goes all like this deck, this version of the Naga Mage, if you go all in and you don't actually put out that much damage and it's just shield chatter and you've got no refill, this is much more difficult to come back from than if you were Ping Mage, at least from my experience.
Yeah. Okay. This is Outriders X Finley.
Tricky, isn't it? because there are some... This is like the opposite of what we were saying about Gabby's hand in the previous game. I feel like there are actually a good chunk of like solid cards in MSBC's hand. Obviously, Finley will get a load of reduced cards, which is part of the point, but throwing away the brawl's got to feel a little bit bad. He's just got to hope for a shield chatter, I imagine.
Ooh, animations. Ew. Oh, the Slither Spear's stuck. Oh, no.
That's a lot of stuff.
Gabby just sat up and smiled.
He let them live. There is Buckler and Shield Chatter for MSBC in hand if he survives long enough to play it. But I imagine Gabby's just there putting his foot down on the accelerator right now because, as you said, if one lives, you're probably not taking 22, right? If two live, well, now we can talk. Especially now with the Ignite, too. Another hot streak, TJ. I forgot hot streak was
oh my
in there.
gosh.
I think Gabby was just he's got Tori up, but I think he was just visually surprised that like the Slither Spears actually lived.
Yeah, he's got to kind of move.
Yeah. He doesn't have any more burn spells.
So he needs to play 4 more spells.
He can only do 2, right? I mean, still,
Yeah.
it's a lot of puts him to 4, right?
Yeah. He didn't have enough cheaper Nagas. Like, he would have had to play second Siren. That was the only Naga he had left. So
Right.
I think he maximized everything there. Also picked Drakefire Amulet.
Yeah, also has the... Where's this going to go here? Is there a minion going to be played? Because he has... what's it called? Explosive Rune live as well, right? So if a minion's played, that's pushing a little bit extra. It's all going to add up when Gabby's so close to finishing this game. Going to test the secret with Finley. He also knows it's not counterspell.
Yep.
So there's Oasis, Explosive, and
Well,
that's...
He knew it wasn't Oasis because he...
Oh, he killed a minion, right? He killed a minion, yeah, sorry. Yeah. You're right.
I believe he has it narrowed down to Explosive Runes.
Yeah, you're right.
Who here can spell Zinjari? Anybody?
Oh, Ignite.
Ooh. Siphon Mana could also be good, but he might not have targets. I think he did pick Siphon Mana.
Oh, really? Okay.
That's what it looked like.
Well, we've already proven this series that you're better at this than me, TJ, so I'll trust you on this one.
Nobody's great at it.
You're currently 1-0, though, so you are the current champion. I just assumed at this point, with MSBC being on relatively low health, that it might just be, well, what if I put 2 Ignites in the deck, right, and draw cards? Oh, that's gonna hurt.
Yeah.
The best play around Explosive Runes. Just play an immune minion, you're fine. What's the problem? Boop.
All right, Siren number 2.
Got to be good. And really, this flurry just... Hey, what? You are bloody hell, TJ. 2 out of 2. Good job. Yeah, he's got to hope that this gets some kind of freeze or stop this Elixir just hitting him for another 8.
Ooh, Shooting Star? Or Volcanomancy?
Yeah, Volcano's a little bit funky because it's all minions.
Yeah. Yeah, he does just pick Shooting Star.
Yeah.
I've heard of it.
Still going.
Yep. Rune Door, big pickup. If it wasn't going to be Ignite, then the Runed Orb is a nice second place prize.
Oh! Oh!
Aura as well.
Another Savara. Looking for burn here. Doesn't find it.
Again, though, got to be
Savara has a
feeling
orb.
relatively safe at this point. He's built the board up again. He's seen a shield chatter. The Onyxia's frozen, or at least for now, because there's the starfish.
So MSBC can, from the depths, and look for shield chatter, and then could have drawn it with shield block. But he knows that shield chatter can't be at the bottom of his deck because of the Finley. He didn't have a shield chatter in his original deck. He did have a brawl though.
Yeah, the Brawl's somewhere in, what, the bottom 6, 7-ish cards, I think? Was how many he took
I think
back
even
as Finley?
8. He had a full hand.
Forge, draw 5. Okay. Got the shield chatter.
And
Huge.
he shook his head though. He discarded something good maybe?
Shield Slam and Bran. Shield Bran.
That's not the biggest of deals. I think he's still fine.
I mean, if it was that or don't clear the board, then...
Yeah. So he can. Right now, there's just a Runed Orb in the Savara.
Yeah, couldn't he just Ignite Flurry Savara?
Yeah, and he would get a Runed Orb and Ignite. Maybe he wants to get greedy and get 2 Ignites.
Yeah, well, I was
If he
just
gets the
wondering...
3 damage Ignite. He could kill the Onyxia with it, and the next turn start with Ignite.
Okay.
And then that would be the 3rd spell.
Okay.
Oh, this is the 3 damage Ignite. Okay.
Yeah. I was just wondering if he
He
wanted
only has 1 Ignite. He didn't pick the other one.
Oh, yeah. I was just wondering if he wanted a Flurry in there, in the Savara, that's all.
Yeah. That's...
But again, having...
He still has the option to.
He does, yes. And having double Ignite obviously will massively accelerate the game from Gabby's side, right? So maybe he's thinking, well, I won't need to outlast and freeze things if my opponent's just dead.
Yeah.
A good strategy when thinking about how to win games is, can my opponent beat me if they're already dead?
No. The answer to that is a definitive no.
Doesn't often happen. Just have to play some things out though for now. Obviously he needs one more spell. But you will need space as well.
Yeah. Maybe there's something better in the spell coiler that he could get back with Savara.
Well, it's also one thing I'm thinking about is, does he need a third Ignite? Because he's only drawing 1 a turn in most cases, right?
Yeah.
I guess he has Drake Fire
Firestone could be
Amulet.
used to keep trading.
Well, he has Drake Fire Amulet to trade, right? So
Yeah, he does.
maybe that's just good enough. And again, that's another reason to go the double Ignites in here, which I like the plan.
Time runs out on me.
I think Gabby's a little bit unsure of it himself, honestly.
Oh.
Oh, nice. Yeah, and the Viper as well. We just didn't see all the tradables. Pretty good.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, still hasn't played Savara, but it is double Ignite, right?
Yeah.
Oh, no, it's Runed Orb, Ignite. Ignite, yeah, it's Runed Orb, Ignite, Ignite.
We've said Ignite too many times in this game. Oh, what does MSBC do? He knows there's just flurry of Ignites coming. at some point soon. They are starting. What was that last one? 5? Like, they're starting to stack up.
Yeah, it was 5.
And it's like, well, great. He can play Nelly and Hero Power. Cool. You know, like that doesn't actually do a lot. Yeah, nice one. But Gabby can also, even if he's scared, he can actually just flurry this and like make MSBC have to self-kill the boat. Which again, I'm not sure how well Gabby's been, or like Gabby's knowledge of the cards, but I don't think there are that many ways left to actually kill it off. I guess the Drake. Rebooter?
Just damage at this point, right? Smite.
Scoundrel and start igniting back?
Oh, Scoundrel.
Almost out of cards.
No, because I don't know.
When Warrior ignites you. It's just lethal.
It's 6, 7, 8, so no. Not this turn, right? Oh wait, no, it is because no, you can't.
Stop leading me on this roller coaster of emotions, TJ. I can't handle it.
He has infinite mana.
How am I supposed to do my
It's
job?
just a waste of mana.
How am I supposed to do my job and bring us to a nice close of this game if I don't know when it's going to end? You keep lying to me.
Like, as soon as Gabby starts throwing burn spells to the face quickly, you're like, ah, yeah, he's dead.
Yeah, you just assume it's lethal. You never count.
Yeah.
And also, it's just funny that after all this, Savara's just in hand. It's just not going to be needed.
I know. We spent so much time thinking about it and talking about it, and he's just, now I'm just going to pick a bunch of tradables and use the same ignite because
it's like, what?
bigger.
It's like, what if I just keep igniting and don't really worry about anything else? This is it, right? That flurry at the end, very nice as well. Bash.
No, hit it very hard.
But talk to me about, I've seen that card too many times today in the first match. Yeah, Gabby just does not care, right? Like, those ignites are hitting for 1,000,000 right now.
Yeah. 9 damage, the next one.
Oh, not good.
And he's got 2 tradables.
Yeah.
Okay, so
It's
he on the
just
top. Now there is a
1,000,000.
chance. Oh no, there's not. He has the gift of Mashara. I was about to say, if he didn't have another card draw source, he could have just infinitely traded all of his tradable back. Yeah.
Okay, well, yet again, Gabby just doing his job, right? Like, again, just confident, pretty smooth game, had the game plan for the ignites and got to it quickly. Didn't get caught by any of the silly traps me and TJ were talking about of like, what about this? And maybe, no, I'll just ignite them for 1,000,000. It's fine, guys. It's like, no, but what about this?
Yeah.
No. I'm sat here playing. You two idiots are just talking about the game. Again, MSBC, though, just couldn't really do much as soon as the Ignite train started going, right? He did do okay enough defense, but I do think leaving those Slither Spears up was the beginning of the end for me, TJ.
Yeah, he could no longer play like resource generation. He had to try and play for tempo every turn. He couldn't leave a board up from that point on because he was taking too much damage. And it gave Gabby, time, a lot of time, to try and piece those things together. So, pretty big deal. But now Gabby just 1 win away. Last deck remaining for Mr. Rogue?
I believe so, yeah, because the priests are banned, right?
Yeah. So I do think Rogue might be the deck that can struggle the most against this lineup, looking at the other side. It does have a mirror match to go up against, if anything. But they can sometimes have trouble dealing with like the tempo of a Naga Mage, right? Like a massive board that happens in the mid game. If they haven't hit enough mana for scabs yet, there's not much they can do.
I definitely agree, but I do think that because it's against the ping mage, right? I think that leaves gaps that, in the opposite way to warrior, like rogue can actually jump through those gaps, right? Because okay, if they draw reckless early, well, does that do much versus a null that you've played on turn 2? Or, you know, not really. And then they can start just pushing through the damage if they don't get hold of exactly the big pop off Naga turns. But it looks like, TJ, we're going to start off with a rogue mirror, because I believe that was MSBC's rogue list. And again, I think rogues, there's a card here and there, but I think very quickly, at least with the day or so the players had to prepare from the mini set, I think very quickly people have just said, this is the rogue list.
Yeah, they are carded, both these players at least are card for card the same.
Yeah.
Looking at the list side by side. And, you know, there's not that much wiggle room, as you said, so at least with what players have been fiddling with for a while now. So I like how it was Tempo Rogue earlier, now it's Thief, back to Thief Rogue again. That's why it's shown up as Thief.
You can tell that different people fill out these things that fill out the graphics for us, because someone earlier in the day, me, did Tempo Rogue, and then someone later in the day changed to Thief. It's fine though.
Oh, Raven, it's Priest versus Demon Hunter. Ooh.
Wait a minute. I thought one was banned and one wasn't submitted. What could be happening?
We need an admin.
Great joke. Gabby keeping the tradable with the null. Everything looking good, apart from the other two cards he mulliganed into. A little bit weaker there, but still, just having the null early in a way to really reduce it down is definitely a nice start. MSBC, though, on the other hand, does have Shroud, which is a good pickup too.
Yes.
Imagine a player new to the game tuning in right now, TJ, just staring at these two hands and these two portraits and going, what's going on? Like, this is wrong.
And the free pack pops up on the screen and they say, oh, I don't care anymore.
Yeah, cool. Gods.
Yeah.
Is this the turn for the null, or is this a shroud?
I think if you're gonna play anything, you play null, and then shroud beyond that, and then coin into vessel after that.
That does, in fact, sound like a reasonable curve. Oh!
Yeah.
Abby, serious about this game. Yeah. Not, whoa.
Yeah.
TJ, please, do nothing.
Oh, sorry.
Hero power your opponent, pass. That's not a nothing play.
Forgot to emote, though.
Yeah, that's the only, Abby's too young to remember the hero power face emote. He wasn't around in those days. Oh, wow. I've heard those are cards, TJ. The fact that one's stealthed as well is very nice.
Yeah. I was gonna say, that one has stealth.
The card wasn't strong enough.
Yeah. Alright, and we're off.
Okay.
Ugh.
There is Edwin prep. Like, that's something.
Yeah, but you gotta hit a spell off the top. In order for that.
I mean, it's that or pass, TJ. So I think MSBC has to, he can't just like...
Well, you could like start with like trade the Viper.
Does he step this? Okay, yeah, I could get behind stepping this.
Yeah. Gabby's like he's in pain. Which is reasonable, considering you might expect a giant Edwin next turn.
Yeah. Still gonna coin out.
Play to the curve.
Yeah, the vessel. And even if there's a giant Edwin, well, this adds 6 power to the board, right? Like, that will help if he needs to kill it. He has Tooth, Wicked Stab, and all those minions on board. Also just has Smite, Shadow Step in the near future over the 2 turns if he wants it.
Stone by stone.
Gonna have to be big for MSBC because he needs to either clear this board or deal 1 million to Gabby.
More meat.
Went straight into Scabs though.
I know, that's
Really
so
what he's
bad.
after here.
Bring a sword.
Yeah. Is he gonna prep Wicked Stab Dagger down the second null? That sounds a little or Play Fighter.
Yeah, okay. Pretty big.
Never bring a sword to a
Yeah.
fish fight.
Because if that null hit face, Gabby could have gone all face, Wicked Stab Tooth face, and then just Smite next turn. Doing it anyway. Got the mana to go fishing.
Yeah. Yep, and then just pick the Sunken Vessel and then
Yeah.
mix her with Mr. Smite, and that's just leave the setup
Oh.
with not really a way for it
No.
to be stopped.
And this early without Scabs, of course, that's like Rogue's major weakness. They don't have a great way to stop you doing things, right? Other than just killing minions you have on board. That's it. There's no way to really defend against this. There's nothing that's really going to stop the lethal outside of a generated minion. There is Gigafin.
Gigafin?
Yeah.
Gigafin?
Oh my god. Gabby's face. We need to slow-mo this.
Wait, this is
There we go.
still lethal. You play Mr. Smite,
Oh, and
you
Dagger.
attack, you hit it with the dagger, it resummons the minions. Oh, never mind. You gotta kill Gigafin. So he would need he would also need to be able
He
to
needed to
a
not.
Wicked
He
Stab.
needed to not Wicked Stab last turn, basically, for this to work. But obviously, he didn't know that.
Yeah.
Um,
I mean, nobody ever plays around Gigafin.
their mistake, isn't it? Yeah, and there's the concede. It's just too much. As I said, Rogue does not have a way to deal with that kind of setup unless you generate the perfect answer, and MSBC did. And you can see the surprise, and you can't even blame Gabby there, because it had to be what exactly Gigafin at that point, or at least close to exactly
Essentially.
Gigafin to stop him. Like, because there was a taunt in the way that helped Gabby not even realistically able to set up the 2-turn anyway. The damage on the backswing from Gigafin is relatively high too, which makes the race impossible. So I think exactly Gigafin was the way MSBC got out of that game, and clearly Gabby was not prepared for that. But it does mean MSBC is not done yet, and now there's still the Warrior and the Mage to go up against this Rogue from Gabby.
Yeah, every time I see Gigafin, I always get it backwards. The death rattles.
Oh, like
is
the
a very
taunt,
bad
the
thing
taunt
to do.
releases, yeah.
The taunt releases and Gigafin destroys, but it's the other way around.
Imagine how bad that card would be, TJ.
Taunt destroys them.
Card would be so
I
bad.
mean, would it be because the taunt has more health? I don't know.
But if you have, yeah, I guess, but it's just like the fact that it's the
Because you're
taunt,
destroying
right?
all the minions, so there's no minions on the board to attack through the taunt, so the taunt is
Oh.
irrelevant.
I guess
It's all
like
damage from hand.
spells and weapon swings, right, would be a big one as well. So that's
Okay,
that's
weapon
a spicy
swings.
one.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But yeah, we are going to be going into game number 4, and honestly, I thought after seeing that setup from Gabby and not really look at the Gigafin too much, that that was going to be one of the smoothest 3-0s I've seen in a very long time. That just looked like it was a paint by numbers from Gabby there. But MSBC is still in. He's jumping over to the Naga Ping Mage. And again, this is a deck that I think the Rogue can sort of attack through. It's not really as scared of those big Naga boards because they simply just don't happen as often, right?
Yeah. And this is a fantastic hand for Gabby and not a bad hand for MSBC. I wouldn't even be surprised if he just 3 keeps, goes Wildfire into Spellcoiler into Gifts of Ashara. Yep.
Yeah.
There it is.
I was a little bit suspect on the Wildfire keep for me, just because, okay, it's the only other thing you really got to draw is a Slither Spear that's better, right? But Wildfire on 1, well, what are you pinging on 2? What are you pinging on 3? If you ping it on those turns, then you're not really doing much anyway, right? I think that was my fear, but having the 2 drop now into first and second flame is really huge for MSBC here. Oh, TJ is at it again. This double null gamer. Gabby.
Yeah, but he could just abandon ship and coin prep vessel, but I think you wait one more turn just because get the nulls 1 cheaper, you get to hold on the coin. He doesn't have any way to fetch the sunken vessel at the moment. Like he doesn't have the Gone Fishing, so.
After seeing Priest as the class 2 times in a row as MSBC, I wonder if he's like, are you playing Priest? I thought I banned this. Because like, you'd see it twice in a row and his hero-powered face on turn 2 twice in a row. You'd be like, wait a minute. This card's actually getting me.
I think MSBC wants to play Gifts of Ashara, but wants to hold on to mana in case he hits like Wildfire. But if he doesn't, then he'd want to have the Slither Spear buffed to protect it against being attacked by a null, or it would do more damage to a null that was attacked.
Oh. Okay. Spike Lash double Slither Spear.
Yes.
This is some cheap Naga.
Yeah.
More meat.
Never bring a sword to a fish fight.
Gonna hold the coin, gonna hold the prep. Do you think he's holding on for scabs with the coin?
Perhaps, yeah. That's really the only way to deal with a Siren turn.
Yeah. And you'd imagine it's going to be tough with coin, but without coin, you just can't expect to scabs a Siren on a relevant turn, right? It's just not going to be, it's not going to happen.
MSBC really wants to hold on to the second flame.
Yeah, I think you take the 3 here, honestly. I think you just pass, because it's worth so much more to have a guaranteed cheap spell.
Yeah.
Okay, doesn't want to take the damage.
Okay.
And prep vessel, and then what? Have the mana to float.
Yeah. I think that's fine, just to make sure, again, he has access to scabs with the coin.
Yeah.
Just a couple turns away now.
And no doubt he'll be hoping that there's no Reckless Apprentice for the scabs turn, because that'll suck.
Yeah.
But here comes MSBC going off with the Naga turn. Going to be piling on as much damage and going as wide as possible. I imagine it's one thing that Gabby will struggle with, which is, again, I think why we've been seeing that coin kept for scabs. But going this wide, like, Rogue doesn't really have a way to efficiently deal with wide boards. You know, we're long gone are the Plunderer days, right? Where it can be like Plunderer, Shadow Step, Plunderer, Plunderer, and you've just cleared like 3 huge minions.
Yeah. MSBC did leave himself in an awkward spot.
Someone's out on me.
This now has to stop. Ah, he has a second Siren in hand. He's good. Oh, Tooth. Hello.
Why, hello. Maybe Spirit Mount. It's cheap. It's a death rattle that summons another minion.
Yeah.
I mean, Fortune Flame doesn't look great, especially if he's going to scab soon. Bring the trap. Deal 3 damage to a minion for 4 mana. He just used a card for 2 mana and discovers a card that does that, TJ. Spell damage isn't something to be completely ignored.
A couple of colorlesses in the deck. Oh, yeah.
Okay,
See?
okay.
Here we go. Also could be just emergency card draw, even if he draws 1.
Cool. I mean, he's running a little bit dry, isn't he? Like, there is just really scabs right now. And that's still quite the way off. Go Siren now? Okay.
No. Yeah. He's got the juice for it. That reduces the amalgam.
Oh!
Another siren. Is out of spells though. After the runes.
Yeah.
Could trade away the Rustrat Viper to try and find something.
I think Gabby really needed this to happen next turn.
Yeah.
Because on 6 mana...
his board's not getting cleaned up, right? Like, so he could trade off a lot of this stuff.
Yeah, I guess, but then what, right? That's the problem. Then he literally does just have scabs. Yes, the Forged Inner Flame can help him a little bit.
What do you start with? Prep Forged?
I guess so, because at this point in the game, what else is he prepping? You know, right now, I don't really see anything worthwhile. He'll want to forge before he does anything else, because he still have the mana to re-dagger if he needs to.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
He's going to get the stealth, right? Or at least as an option.
He can get a Sunken Vessel. Yeah.
Oh, okay. These are cards. Okay, now he can play for a bit of a more long-term game plan. He will most likely be quite upset to see Spitelash Siren 3, though.
Oh, yep, because he also left 2 Slither Spears on the board, though there's nothing that can be done because he would have to play Treasure Guard.
Right.
And then he wouldn't have enough mana to Arcane Intellect. So Siren's not available this turn. Well, it's available, but not really. Or MSBC.
But do you think he just goes
play it and then play Treasure Guard and ping?
What if he just goes Intellect and then Teacher, depending on what Intellect draws? I think that just seems fine. Now he has a 0 mana spell.
Time runs out on me.
Who here can spell Zinjari? Anybody?
Rune Door.
You sure? Be 3 for 3 if you want. No pressure. But this might be a record.
% sure. But I'm pretty sure. Ooh.
Okay. Pack coin scabs. Like it. Kind of crazy that other than the so the Wildfire, MSBC hasn't drawn any of the ping synergy stuff. He is just playing Naga Mage. Oh, is he gonna go Krakatoa?
Krakatoa. Yeah.
You can't always trust what you see.
Gonna test the secret. Oh, he thinks he's safe. Oh no, he's gonna get the full clear. Okay, I didn't know if he was gonna prep, but he's gonna full clear. Yeah, I was a bit afraid for him there. Where he's like, yeah, they're both Spylash are dead. I'm fine. So, no, they're not.
I mean, there's still a chance he dies.
Oh, Wildfire with pings now for 3.
Because that's Ruined Orb. He can Zol it.
True. Ignite.
Ignite. Oh, that's definitely lethal. Yeah, and then you Zola,
That's enough, right?
And then you Ignite, and then you Noggling, and then you ping.
Oh,
Yep.
what a lethal and what a game there for MSBC. He took 3 Spite Lash, but he got there, and that's going to even up the series. Suddenly it's going to come down to what? Warrior versus Rogue?
Yeah.
That was
last game of the series, last game of the day.
That was a crazy last game there, honestly. Like, MSBC just got away with it, right? He got the 3 Spite Lash. He did all of the Naga mage things with just the wildfires being like his additional juice in there. And Gabby could just not get hold of anything strong. The boards were cleared time after time, and it just wasn't enough. Rough game there for Gabby, but again, I think MSBC played pretty well there, kept his cool, and kept the pressure on.
And Gabby's probably going to be kicking himself for that stolen game last game. Also, maybe even for scabsing that turn. But I think it was the right decision to not scabs. Just because if he had scabs that turn, then MSBC would have had a Siren pop off regardless. And even though Gabby wouldn't have died, like then he would just be facing down a Siren board. But I guess he would have had a chance to kill him.
Yeah, I think, would he have had a Siren pop off? Because a lot of the cards he had wouldn't be able to target face, right? And there were no minions. I'm not sure. We'd have to look back on it. Anyway, what do you make of this matchup? I think we've seen a lot of the Rogue versus Charge Warrior, TJ. But what about the control version? Is there any big changes? Does this favor one or the other more than in the Charge matchup?
I think you have a slightly more time than against Charge Warrior, right? If you don't get to an early start against Charge Warrior, and they clear like your first board or your first and second board, like it's just inevitable that they're going to pick up combo pieces and kill you. Whereas against Control Warrior, you do have a slightly more time, like to try and pick up like an Edwin Smite combo, or piece together like Sunken Vessel and Smite plus from hand burn damage. But at the same time, it's not that much more time because this deck can still put on a lot of pressure. It still has big stuff. It can still play an early Nelly. It can still play a reasonably early Onyxia, which outside of Scabs is nearly impossible to deal with.
Right.
For Rogue. And they also have generally more removal. It's not that much more, but it is more, right? You have access to like Onyxian Drakes, for example, in the mid game to try and help you clear things.
Yeah, and also even as just taunts you can play on curve, right? It's still something relevant against Rogue, so not too bad at all. We are going to see the From the Depths nice and early for MSBC. No Gorlock Ravager yet, though, so there's none of the old guaranteed Finley plays.
Nope, but did pick Shield Shatter, so we'll have heavy play push Shield Shatter at any point in order to deal with the board.
Who here can spell Zinjari? Anybody?
Shield block? Seems good.
Yeah, I mean, 1 mana shield block for that Shield Shatter, right? Seems pretty solid to me. Gabby does have a lot of juice with double Shroud in hand. Can access a ton of minions, of course, but he does just have to work out how he pieces this out, because it's not like he wants to dump everything on board, right? Because they are prone and weak to being shield shatter, brawl, stuff like that. So he wants to just push maximum damage without overcommitting.
Yeah.
Totem getting in for the old push, the 1 damage here.
It's pushed a couple damage now.
Yeah, it's MVP of the game. The totem turns around. It's like, wait, why am I on a rogue board? What's going on here? I was working for a shaman.
Yeah, holding on to shield shatter. Very disciplined.
Point crab.
Krakatoa! Go!
This is one of Rogue's few sort of comeback cards, right? Like, this helps a lot fight back for the board, because outside of Krakatoa, things weren't looking great, were they?
No. There's have a lot of like generation, card draw, resource generation, you know, whatever you want to call it, available. So can piece together some pretty good turns here. Reconnaissance could be quite huge. Baba Naga. School teacher's just better.
Good, so I'm going to clean up the Krakatoa. Gabby, you'll need to pile on pressure from somewhere. Guess it's starting, yeah. See what you can discover. Oh, hi, man. Always gets there.
Oh, okay.
Going old school. Gabby's like, wait, what does this card do? I don't remember ever seeing this card in my Hearthstone career.
What were the other two from the depths cards that we saw? I don't remember.
Me neither. I thought shield block, but I think I might be wrong. Even so, I wonder if it's just worth the Finley anyway. Just to instead of specifically digging for from the depths, to just re-roll the hand.
Yeah, but then both your shield shatters are at the bottom of your deck.
You could just play one first if you want. So it's not.
Yeah,
at
I
the bottom.
suppose.
Okay, there's Edwin.
Was he looking for Knowles, probably? Threw his hands up like, come on, give me something.
Did he like tooth through this maybe? Or do you think he's saving all damage?
2-1 and then extortion. Yeah, I think you tooth because you can find way more potential damage with tooth than anything else. Okay, shell shot. Fine.
The reason I was thinking about it was if ever Philip gets more damage with maybe the smite later on. He's choosing to use it to kill off the amalgam anyway.
Mm-hmm. Ah, yeah, this hand is getting awkward. He needs those shield shatters. But he also wants to Finley.
Oh, okay. He's got from the surely depths. Now. Another from the depths and Finley. That has to be more powerful than having a shield shatter. Surely.
I think it depends what you are offered.
Never depends. It's always more powerful.
From the depths.
I mean, look at those cards, TJ. Do you not want all of those cards in your hand to play this turn?
I want the shield shatters forever. That's what I want.
Disappointed.
Stone by stone,
Disappointed!
Okay, well, that's a good first card off Edwin. And go Vessel.
Don't you want that shield shatter? Cookie the Cook.
I mean, it's a good amount of damage, right? Like 6 damage from the weapon.
Or you could pick Fangbound Druid and reduce the cost of your Shot Viper.
Oh.
Ooh.
Okay, he's making a big push. We can see the board's going to be shield shattered. Fine. But Gabby's still got a lot of stuff going anyway, right? There's the shield block. Gabby visibly upset. MSBC visibly confused.
Yeah.
He's like, that wasn't the card I planned to draw.
They both have the same. They both have the same exact body language. They put their hands behind their head at the same time.
I'm just started thinking, you both can't look exactly the same because someone has to be winning.
Yeah.
Makes no sense.
I mean, at this point, I feel like he's just looking for a weapon for this Forged in Flame before he goes for Finley. But he's just not hitting it. I mean, he could hit it very hard, but he's not hitting a weapon. Yeah.
Well, now, Gabby is starting to piece together a lot of damage. This Van Cleef, what was that, 8-8 right now?
Yeah, it's an 8-8.
And again, this weapon from Cookie actually is pretty solid, right? Just pushing 6 across 3 turns. Doesn't sound like much, but when you're adding that damage, sort of chip damage that doesn't cost you any mana at this point, onto everything else you can do in any given turn, it does start to become a bit of a threat here.
Yeah. Ooh, he's going for it.
He has to smack. You have to cash this in. Right?
You have
to cash this in. You take this to the bank and cash it straight in for 10 damage to the face. Now suddenly, rank 3 Wicked Stab. There's a tooth in hand as well. Starting to add up. And also, quite simply, MSBC needs to kill this Van Cleef somehow. Does have Starfish.
Yeah.
Can clear this with Starfish Shield Chatter. Just. And then maybe we'll see Spinley next turn.
It's going to be so weak. There's no cards in his hand. He needs a weapon. He needs Rikara, Outrider's Axe.
Could have had these cards if he Finley'd earlier, TJ.
Yeah. But then he wouldn't have had Shield Shatters, so he would have died.
Would have already been ahead. They wouldn't have died.
Fair enough. You got me.
Ooh, step a little bit too late.
I know.
Would have loved to Shadow Step Mr. Smite there.
Hey.
Kick that Null right out of the party. Shown up way too late.
Both Knolls show up way too late.
Let's go fishing again for an additional 3/3s. Oh yeah, the other Wicked Stab's still there as well. It's on the bottom, but Gabby's very quickly getting to the bottom of his deck, so there's a lot of damage coming, TJ. Even if there's a brawl here, MSBC still has the problem where the longer he holds on and the longer he holds off on doing the Finley play, the worse the Finley play gets.
Yeah.
Suddenly now it's like, well, now is it Brawl Finley? And then suddenly it's Finley for 2 cards? Oh, 3, I guess.
There's a Frozen Buckler.
Yeah.
At the bottom. There's a Frozen Buckler. We notice he has some immediate armor gain at the very end of things.
Gabby does have refill with the 2 Null as well, right?
Yeah.
He has a half-decent refill available. MSBC drawing nearly but full mana. Still 14 cards in the deck as well.
Yeah.
You remember what his Nargling was?
No. Bash?
Finley for 3. winners are the Buckler, there's the Bran, and Gorlock Ravager. Okay. I think that was the card we didn't know, right?
Oh, wait. No, there's one more. Oh, never mind. No, it's not. Buckler.
Does he have to save Bran for next turn? Oh, he's going now. I wondered if it was Bran Mutinous Amalgam.
War leader.
We're Murloc Warrior now, too.
Tiny Finn.
Oh, this is so tricky. Does he ever kill Bran and then just scabs?
I don't think so. I think you tooth. Because he needs something. He needs a little bit of extra oomph. Oh, power infusion. That's oomph.
Let me check the card text. Power infusion. Okay, yep, got it.
Yep.
Right, he's got scabs now. Okay. Gets the Knolls to replay on the board, I imagine.
Yep.
Solid play.
And Gorlock Ravager and Tiny Finn by themselves are not the strongest.
Bad. I think is the word you're looking
Yeah,
for, TJ.
Yeah. He knows there's a Mutinous in hand, too. He also knows that there's no removal left. So he could actually hero power out the
Maestra?
Maestra, too.
Yeah. Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Gonna
He's
hold?
holding. I'm really surprised. Hasn't he seen a brawl and...
Raid Boss and Nixia.
Okay.
But it would have to be off the top, because he knew that the last card was Mutinous. He knew that one was a discovered Murloc. And then the two that he put back in hand, so it'd have to be off the top, so it would have been like a 1 in 12. What other removal would he have?
I don't know. He's also...
None, yeah.
He's also 2 off, right? Next turn? Which, unless I might be counting badly, but if I counted right, I think he's 2 off, in which I would have liked to have seen at least one Null played. Or the Maestro or something, you know what I mean? Oh, wait.
Yeah, well...
Gabby is definitely doing something on camera. I think he thinks it's dancing, but we'll
17,
see.
18. I mean, he also has another Wicked Stab in the deck.
Yeah. Oh, there it is. Is that enough? Maybe not with the plate now.
So it's
20,
12?
21, 23?
24 with Cutlass.
Oh, with Cutlass, yep, you are right, 24.
Getting inspiration.
More meat. More meat.
The problem is, though, as well, this is pretty much all of Gabby's damage, right? He has the Cutlass again, but that gets that gets just beaten by hero power, right? So he knows the 2 cards in MSBC's hand. He needs MSBC to not answer this board for this one next turn, and then he wins and he moves on through winners bracket.
Oh no, this is guaranteed, because it would only be Anixia, right? That would stop him from winning.
Right.
So if he just Cutlasses, he still has a stealth minion on board. Oh, he's going to make sure that he has 2 stealth minions on board. Yeah. So yeah, even if Anixia comes out, which is really the only form of removal left, I guess Rakara, but he has more than 10 to get through that armor.
Oh!
He has 14 from hand.
Wow. And I think you can see there by Gabby's dancing, I guess, that although this looks like a confident reaction, I think it's a reaction that is rooted in the fact that he almost lost that series after being 2-0 up with 2 very clean games at the beginning. This series, I think, in Gabby's mind, went on for far too long. And I think that is just the relief of, oh, I actually did win, and now I'm in the upper side of the bracket, because it looked shaky towards the end there, TJ.
I mean, that would have been like a 35-minute 3-0 if it wasn't for that darn Gigafid.
Yeah.
Like, he played that game 3 with such confidence. He's like, yep, Wicked Stab the face, all right, got the perfect lethal setup.
What could possibly go wrong?
Crazy could stop this lethal from happening. It was crazy. Yeah, something crazy did stop the lethal from happening. Nicely done by Gabby. I like how he played that last game. Really paced out his resources. And gave himself the best possible shot. Now, obviously, MSBC was stuck with the Fortune Flame in his hand for so long, never picked up a weapon, had this awkward dance that he was doing with a reduced bottom of his deck and Finley in hand, but 2 shield shatters that he didn't want to get rid of, right? Because he knew that he needed those for board clear. So it was sort of this just awkward timing. And then by the time he played them, he had spent so many resources that his Finley gave him back like 3 cards.
Yeah.
And it just wasn't enough for him to get a foothold into the game. So, but MSBC not out. Is going to face Deads in the elimination match. I believe that match is going to be played on Sunday. I believe like the remainder of Group B is played out on Sunday.
I'll be honest, TJ, I just don't know, and I really should. So thanks for pointing out that I'm bad at my job. But yeah, with the way the days have been planned out here for the championship, the days look a little bit funky. So tomorrow, I believe we're going to have 10 matches, not 7. And then the day after, we're going to have another 10 matches. So this was the shortest of the days of the Summer Championship. But we are at the end of the first day. But a pretty interesting one so far. We've already seen one group played to completion, and then the initial matches of this group played out so far. So a lot of exciting stuff, TJ, and you can see, at least I can, from what I've noticed on the cameras of the players, like how important this suddenly becomes, because these players aren't necessarily even, or not all of them, used to, oh wait, you're telling me I'm in a tournament where if I just get top 4, I go to Worlds? Okay, this is huge. And you can tell because like every turn they're just like full focus, tense. They're clearly feeling the pressure, but it's exciting to watch at least.
Yeah, it's exciting from our
yes,
spot.
for us, for them,
and their spot once they win and they can dance.
Yeah. We did see Group A here get played out. Dead Draw went through with the 2-0 victory out of groups. A very nice play from him, even though he did admit he made a bit of a slip in his first match of the day, but recovered very, very nicely. And then Levick, losing to Dead Draw in that winner's match, managed to have a repeat performance against Fury Hunter, beating him twice in this group to move on and join Dead Draw out of Group A. So, obviously, congratulations to those 2 players. They've made it to top 8, and just in case you're wondering what exactly top 8 means, it means they play one more match to decide who makes it to top 4, and then after that, of course, they play out so we can crown a champion. But the real point is, once that top 8's decided, TJ, all of those players need to win one more match. That's when the pressure will really kick in.
Yeah, that's when the matches get super high stakes. And of course, as is tradition here in a major international tournament in Hearthstone esports, Americas is eliminated as quickly as humanly possible. Shout out to Uchiha Sasuke, though, repping the region as best he possibly could, but alas. At least you still got 2 UK players left in, not just European pride, but specific regional pride within Europe. I envy you, Raven. I envy you greatly.
Is that like the equivalent of you having like 2 people from your state in? Is that fair? Makes sense, right?
No, I mean, like America's Hearthstone, while once dominated by American Hearthstone players, is now dominated by Canadian players and South American players. So it's like, maybe a while ago, back in 2014 to 2016, it was just all Americans. But now there's less and less Americans, more and more Canadians, more and more South Americans. So
now we have a proud tradition of knowing for a fact no America's players will make it deep into any major tournament ever again. But for now, and to put TJ out of his misery, we are going to end the day. As I said, only 7 matches today, but tomorrow and the day after there will be 10. I believe we are starting at the same time we started today, but the day will go on probably for just a little bit longer. So thanks a lot for watching day 1 of the Summer Championship, and we will see you tomorrow.
And he can fit in double Book of the Dead. That's 14 damage, plus the hero power, plus the weapon. That's just lethal. What?
I have no words, Sarah Boyd. This came out of nowhere.
If he's just like, I'm gonna try and outrace an 8 health a turn, because what else can he do? Oh, wow.